Hello, and happy Friday. That is the day that is today. I believe it's Friday. Yeah, it's got to be Friday. Sometimes you lose track. You know, life gets away from you, and you just lose track of the days. I'm not happy about that. Usually, if you lose track of the days, it means you're not on enough of a schedule. You know, you never lose track of days when you got a normal job, normal routine. You know, you have a workout on a certain day. You've got something to do on a particular day. So, you know, I'm doing this thing, therefore it must be this day. I guess the live at 5 or war at 4 or here are we at 3. Yeah, maybe that's what I should call this. Here we are at 3. Here are we at 3. Yeah. I don't know if that's grammatically correct, but I'm totally cool with going with it. I really didn't have a plan for what was going to happen here. It was more of just a Lagmeister, what's going on? Hey, good to see you, my friend. Are you in the same boat? And I gotta say, Lagmeister, I haven't got a chance to look yet, but I swear to goodness, man, it does my heart good. Like, I'm about to go to sleep. I don't know how you guys do it, you and Carlos, but I think it was last night or the night before, and I see you guys playing like a co-op game together, like a live stream. Like I'm it's really like 11 o'clock my time, and I'm just literally like closing out stuff, and I'm like, you know, it actually shows up as you guys playing. I'm like, oh, that is so freaking awesome. Go. So it's really exciting. So I actually want to take a look at some of these things. I think you've done a couple, right? You and Carlos, you've done, actually, you know what? Tell you, let's pull it up here. I don't know whose channel it is, but, I remember seeing it. So let's try, oops. Here. Yeah, it was called A Way Out. Yep, really cool. Merked. Did you really? Live. Here we go. No More Room in Hell. Okay, because we got Uno chained together. There's one. Is it? There was one I thought you guys were doing. Maybe it was. No. There was another one you guys were doing that I played with one of my friends. Yeah, it's called A Way Out. Okay, yeah. Is it okay? So is it is it the one where they're brothers, I think, and I can't remember, but I think that was like, because one of the few online co-ops that's that was like, me and my friend were looking for something. I never saw the chain together, but yeah, it was. But I remember it was like you're having a team up, like you do some of the stuff you do together. Sometimes you just have to split up, and like I do something that enables him to do something, and then we meet up and everything. So, like it was, I think it only took like an evening. It was only like a 6 or 7 hour game, maybe. But anyway, man, it was just good to see you guys doing that. I was going to hit you up for tomorrow because I almost had another project this weekend, but luckily it did not, unluckily for my client, fortunately for me, I guess at this moment, it hadn't materialized in anything. Yes, Breaking Out of Prison. Yep. I played that one. And I think isn't it the same guy? It's the same, is it? I think it might be the same producers that did another one, and it's 2 girls this time. One of them is a fantasy writer, and the other one writes sci-fi. And it's apparently like this kind of like where they need to help each other, but split fiction. Yes. Look at you, Lagmeister. You see, you are a gamer, my friend. You know what's up. Yeah, I heard great things about it. If I'm not mistaken, it's the same studio, but it looks like, if nothing else, it's kind of the same dynamic. And so my friend wanted to play that with me, but I don't have it on a system yet. But it will be coming to the Switch too. You know, for $90. Oh, the Switch. I'm too poor to buy one. I buy that one. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Lagmeister. I admittedly I played a little fast and loose for a couple months, thinking that I would be gainfully employed at this time. So I was like, this money's enough to hold me over till this point. So you know what? I got a little extra cash I can put around. But now I'm like, no. Not. If it's not for food, I'm not spending it. That's kind of where I'm at right now. But I think most of the country is too poor to buy a Switch 2, to be honest. And the games, which it is bizarre. I will say this not on Nintendo's behalf, but just as kind of a perspective. Mario Brothers 3 came out in 1990. That's 35 years ago, folks. 35 years ago, Mario Brothers 3 cost $50. which is about $120 today. So if Mario 3, if we were back in the Nintendo era and Mario 3 came out, it would cost $120, but based on what it cost back then. So it's kind of the fact of the matter is we've had a price freeze on video games for 35 years. In fact, was it Mario RPG when it came out was $60, and that was in '96, I believe. 60 or 70? It might have been 70. We'll just say 60 to keep it low. That's pretty much what Switch games go for. You can get plenty of Switch games for $60 and less. Most of them are around $50. So in 35 years, the price of video games has not gone up almost at all. At least for the Nintendo. Like, some of the games, it made $80 or something like that. And there were some hard to get games like Secret of Mana and like Chrono Trigger. Those were like limited American releases. So their prices were a lot higher. I thought about that too, but Mario Bros. 3 is worth $125 though. Well, and Lagmeister, that's a very good point. Now that was another thing was, one, you not only got the full complete physical copy of the game, and actually was a cartridge. Now granted, most of it was empty, but it was an outright cart with a nice label on it. It came with a sleeve, which if you want to buy those now, they're like $2 to $5 depending if they're in good condition. And a nice thick, most of them nice thick color manual. And a little styrofoam packaging, and the box. I like the box. Who owns the box? Denise, hello, good to see you. We're just talking about doing a little talking about gaming, just as we're trying to sort out what the heck is going on with the stream today, what we're doing. But yeah, so you got all of that with the game. It was a complete game. You owned it outright, and to your point, the value, the development, the value of the development of that game at that time is worth exponentially more than most contemporary games. 100% agree that Mario Brothers 3 in 1990 was that there is no equivalent. Like Mario Brothers 3 in 1990, there are very few games you could say in 2020, 2025, whatever, is the Mario 3 of that era, or of that year. So yeah, you're not getting the value out of it, but in terms of just selling a game. Now granted, they just had the Donkey Kong Country, which they gave him pants. Why do you give Donkey Kong pants? The tie was enough. Why are we giving the monkey pants? I don't understand. But like that looks like a pretty robust game. I don't know if it's as robust as Mario 3, but I was complaining about this last night. You didn't need internet access, updates, sign in with email. Yep, physical copy. Exactly, yeah. And that, to me, that's more of it. That's a bigger piece of the pie. One, the games are getting smaller. Now you have like Elden Ring, which again, I've never played, but apparently that's like a 70-hour to beat it type deal. So I'd say you get your money's worth. If it's a $70 game, but you get 70 hours of time out of it, and it's, again, it's got all this intricacy stuff and whatevers and replayability. That's another big one. A lot of these games, you finish them, it's like, okay, it's done. It was fun, but I'm over it, ready to go on the next thing. We used to keep our Nintendo games. Like that was you'd have a collection. You'd go back and play Mario Brothers 3 after a while. But yeah, exactly. It is. So it's not just, at least I would like to think that it's not just the price, because somebody did point out, hey, look, Nintendo does offer exclusives, the Zelda, Mario, if those games are of high quality, like we're getting charged $70 from a lot of companies for really crappy, buggy games. I know Nintendo games do sometimes have post-release patches and things, but they're not buggy as heck. It's like small little tweaks here and there, more than less. So it's like, are you willing to pay more money for a quality game? And again, it's not, in theory, the price should have been creeping up this whole time. We've been through, from the Nintendo, the original Nintendo, the price has not gone up. $50 for Mario 3, $50 for Tears of the Kingdom. Like that's 30 years, over 30 years where we have not seen a price creep. Tears of the Kingdom probably should have been $70, $75 if we're factoring in inflation, all that kind of stuff. But anywho, yeah, the same recycled crap they've been selling for 30 years. Also, games were complete back in the day. No releasing broken games. Right, exactly. Eliza, hello. Good to see you. On your lunch break. Oh, we must be in, okay, no, maybe you're West Coast, possibly? 1 o'clock or so? But happy to have you here, Eliza. Usually there's a little bit more of an agenda here, a little more of purposed stuff. Used to be a gaming. We used to do Elder Scrolls Legends, which you can still see here. It's this game right here, but that no longer exists anymore. I don't know what happens if I hit play. Yeah, it won't even let you start. Wait, what? No, I mean, it's not gonna let you. I think it just does a loading screen. But yeah, so we used to do this at this time for like 3 or 4 hours. We watch other people play. And then like last week we did the Hangman 2 p.m.-ish. Okay. All right. So yeah, we're right about in the same ballpark. Yeah, we got a lot of folks, like Denise hails from the UK. So for her, it's, what is it, 8 o'clock for you, Denise, now? 8 or 9? And that's part of the reason why I start this early in the afternoon is because a lot of people are from Europe. Baldric and such. We got Croatia. We've got, a lot of folks from that part of the world. And so we start a little bit later earlier because it's pretty late for them. But I'm happy to have you here. This is just pretty much, we all got used to hanging out for 3 or 4 hours every Friday for, I would say, 6-7 months. So we can just exit out of this. I don't know why I did that. So it's kind of like, all right, I still want to do gaming, but we also kind of want to make it interactive. So any ideas, any thoughts, we're welcome to have it. Oh, that's right. You guys had your deal. And I love, so it's so funny too. Like that standard time, like what do you guys call that, Denise? When you say 2111, because that is we subtract 12, right? And that gives us 9. Is that my maths? Yeah, right. So we call that military time in the States. Like if you give time on a 24-hour clock, it's called military time. But I'm guessing, is it just called 20? Lagmeister. Okay, fantastic. All right, well, battle to 9/11. Hey, there we go. I was there. Okay, see, Lagmeister's trying to provoke me. He's trying to invoke some kind of mental trauma for me. I was okay. Yeah, just heap it on there, Lagmeister. Do that, please. Yes, pineapple pizza and Battletoads. I can't think of a worse concoction of things to have like that. That's probably the worst combination. That and Final Fantasy VII, maybe. But I'll tell you what. As much as I've griefed about Final Fantasy VII, I will play that 100 times over Battletoads. Battletoads really, I was not pleased. Oh, good, Eliza. Are you one of the rational people that does not believe that delicious on its own fruit belongs on a pizza? So here's pineapple on pizza logic that I saw. This was on a Discord. Actually, I could probably bring that up. This is pineapple on pizza logic right here. This is the quintessential. Here we go. I like pizza. I like pineapples. I like pineapples on my pizza. I like steak. I like ice cream. I eat ice cream on my steak. No. See, that's the kind of thinking that pineapple on pizza will get you. That's where you go with it. And I mean, this guy right here, I think he is poster child. This is your typical pineapple on pizza eater right here. And I love you. I have no hatred in my heart for you at all. But just know that us folks who have a proper understanding of what goes on what, when we see you all, it's kind of like this kind of 5-headed, buzzed or high out of his brain, trying to grasp the deeper concepts of the universe, and comes up with this ace of a saying. So just understand, it is with great compassion and gentleness that we try to interact, because we know it's just not a good place to be. In fact, let's go ahead and just for the where is it? Where are you? Oh, and sorry, I missed you. Io, hello, Io. Sorry, I got all. Oh no, I don't have it on here. No. Oh no, I do. Oh, there we go. Just a reminder. But sorry, Io, I totally live D&D. Oh right. Well, now that's tomorrow, right? I could have sworn it was April 5th. I had that in my head. So just trying to make sure we are tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. I have no desire to play Battletoads. What a great idea. My hairstyle is strangely similar to this guy. I am too sleepy for live D&D. Long hours at work. Last three things should improve from Tuesday. Eh? Yes, Eliza. Well, and I did. So I was curious. Sometimes you can tell, like, you come across, somebody and you try to see, like, well, hang on a second. I have a personal vendetta against most cooked fruits, but especially the horror that is pineapple on pizza. Well done, Eliza. You struck me as a good, what do you call it? A good, well, one of the good ones. I don't know if it's not good nut, good. One of the good. It's a fun phrase, but it's one of the, but it's not a nut, but it's a good something. Anyway, one of the good ones. Just based on your comments on the Snow White and Little Mermaid videos, I was like, okay, she's got a good head on her shoulders, and that just proves it out there. Horror is not hyperbole. Horror is apropos. Yeah, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. Wait. So oh, that's right. Yes, because we're doing that for Kate, right? For Kate, yes. Come on, Schwartz, you can. I know I can, Denise, but it's just fun to, because that's not a typical typo. Usually, it's like a fat finger thing or something. I have not seen a tease day before. That's a new one. But yes, I understand. But yeah, Eliza, we haven't done it yet, but IO is actually a DM, and we have in fact, what is it called? Not the One Ring, right? The One. I'm sorry, IO. Remind me of the name. I'm subscribed. You know what? I can find it on here. But yeah, so we actually haven't done that, Eliza, but I think that is something. The One Roll. There you go. That's it. I knew it was a. What? The One Roll. Come on. Roll one. YouTube, sometimes you're very obtuse. The One Roll. Man, how is it? All right, you know what? I'll find it on mine. Dag the nabbit. Oh. I shouldn't have this much stuff. No, where'd it go? Did I miss it? See, I'm feeling bad because in the back of my head, I'm thinking this is like dead air time. Like nothing's happening. There we go. The One Roll. I knew it. There we go. So yeah. So Eliza, this is IO's channel, and we post up. So we record. We do a session on Saturdays. We record it. It's usually between 2 to 4 hours. But I think either we are going to, or at least IO is interested in doing a live session, which would be very interesting. One rule to rule them all. Exactly. Yep. Yeah. That was a clever concoction by IO. Hey, Silver. Whoa, Silver. Well, what are you doing, Silver? What's going on? Where have you been, man? I mean, I say, where have you been? I know you're on Rumble. Hello, my gosh. What is going on, man? It's been a long time. Are you still? Let me check out. We're just gonna hop around here a little bit. Silver G suit. Let's see. Oh, pipe down. I'm not okay. Here we go. Silver G suit. There we go. I still can't remember. Yeah. So this is somebody else. Again, he's on exclusively on Rumble. But as you can see here, he's got. Look at you, man, doing full. I haven't even looked at your thumbnails in a while. Look at that, you doing full body shots. I mean, you're doing actually. Do you have a friend or gal friend who does photography now? Because this is like legit. Like I'm posing. Like I'll sit here and be like, okay, let me grab a screenshot, like a moment where I was like looking at the camera in a weird way. This is like straight up posing. Look at that. Style and profiling. No, that's me being me. Nice. Hey, I mean, it's. I was hoping we get to see the thumbnail again. Oh no! Oh, so broken. Anyway, this is great. Like I've visited like 3 sites now that everybody else is doing stuff on. So we got. Oh, come on. Used to play D&D back in the day. Would be fun to see for sure. Oh, nice, Eliza. Nice. Well, honestly, it is not easy to find people that are into playing. Control Shift T to get that back. Hang on a second. Control Shift T. I'm happy to hang out. I'm just making a map for tomorrow. Nice. Okay. It's been interesting, Silver. It's been on my browser. Okay. Control. Maybe it already did it because I already opened. Oh, I guess I was actually there by accident. Okay, and there's yep. All right. Thank you. There we go. All right. Learning the shortcuts. But yeah, it's really it's not easy necessarily to find people who play D&D. I mean, the folks that we got are, again, we're all over the world. You got Io up there in Canada, and Denise, and well, now Kate's over there in New Zealand, and then good old Vincenzo out there on the West Coast. So, Eliza, did you was it mostly like a live thing that you would do? Was it kind of games here and there? Did you have what do you call it? It's not a career. What do you call it if you play like is it a season? Any D&D experts you can tell me. I don't know. How do you a campaign? I think that's it. Do you like, several campaigns or what? Oh dear. Yeah, we'd actually have to plan for it. Well, I mean, honestly, we could just say on a Saturday we're doing, well, we'd want to let people know. Although, I mean, I am curious about the dynamic. So if we make it live, are we going to allow, or is it like, what part of the live setup is it going to make it interactive? Are you going to be like asking people who are watching, for a decision? Like how does live D&D work is my question, where it's not just people are watching it live. Cause it's like, well, if you can watch it on a video or watch it live, like it's kind of the same thing, unless there is some interaction with chat or something. But, friends around the table for a campaign. Fantastic. Then people just got busy. It happens. Exactly. That's it. Nip, what's going on? What is going on? Fine people indeed. Fine people. And Macro too. Look at that. The gang's all here. And then plus some. Silver, I don't think we've ever had you. What brought you to YouTube, my friend? On this Friday. Do you have any streams planned for tonight or for the weekend? We can let some folks know if you want to hop over to Rumble. If you want to post comments and stuff, you have to get an account there. But if you just want to check out videos, you can just hop on over there. And like I said, he is exclusive there on Rumble. Yeah, I mean, again, you see the variety of games that he plays, everything. I do have this. I need to play this. I have not done it yet. Is it good? Is it worth it? I'm guessing it is. You look angry here, but I'm guessing that's just normal and getting sucked in. But yeah, that's one. That's kind of weird though. Like, Silver is definitely, like, if you look at a lot of the games, much more darker, Dark Soul, that's very much on brand. Maneater and stuff, but like I wouldn't expect like a Kirby game from you, man. Did you have a Switch when we were talking? Did you just get that recently? Well, if you did want to play a game, we could both play Magic. I would be on iPad, so barely able to read the cards, so guaranteed win for you. Gotta go walk the dogs. Typical IO, yeah. Discord active now. I saw you were live. Oh, okay. Nice. You haven't used this account in a while? Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, you got to be careful, Eliza. Ugnip, well, I can't remember, Ugnip. Where did you fall on that? It's been so long. Like, I know there are villains like Vincenzo. Like, there are definitely people that I remember distinctly are wrong, about so much stuff. But I didn't know if I can't remember Ugnip if you were one of the good ones. Good egg. That's what it's called. Good egg. It's like, he's a good egg or she's a good egg. Like that's the term I was trying to remember. So you just got to watch out. Macro, I'm not sure. You're a wild card as well. Can't remember if you come down on a rational side of things or if you're strange, but oh gosh, Lagmeister, don't remind me of that. Jeez Louise. It can't, right? It's not you're joking, right? Nobody else is saying it? Okay, good. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, because I'm not playing a what is it called? A freaking what is it called? Oh, let me do this recent chat, live chat. Come on. Copyright free? What's it called? Sorry, Macro, I did not mean to insult you there with my insinuation of rationality. Right, Macro? Yeah, it is kind of nice. Like, it first started, it was crickets in here. I was like, all right, well, it's just going to be quiet for a while. Eliza, the eggs of good. Yes, indeed. Yeah, you and I feel like that's definitely a kind of thing that Io would say too. He's very quick to jump on the find like a title for something. What was it? Oh gosh, who was the door? Thedor? I just remember it was like pronounced the door, but it was spelled differently or something. I don't know. Anyway, it was a big title thing. I'm losing it here, but yeah, I just didn't have. Oh wait. Here we go. But yeah, I mean that is the bummer, Eliza, especially with a live game. It's really hard to coordinate schedules, or can be. All it takes is one small thing. Somebody gets a job change, somebody gets married. I mean, that's not a small thing, but typically that'll run things over. But then you're like, why didn't you marry somebody who also plays D&D? Like, come on. Like, everybody has standards. Why couldn't that be one of the standards? Okay, true love, blah, 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 whatever. Does he or she play D&D? If not, sorry. In other words, if your spouse is going to get in the way of an established D&D game, bad egg. Okay, what was you saying, Silver? That was... Sorry, folks. The chat is actually stuttering, and I don't know what. Maybe it's because I got too much stuff going on the screen, and OBS is giving me fits. So we'll do that and that. I'll just close that Discord for the moment too. Okay, there we go. Now it's yeah. I guess I just can't have too many web things open. Oh, Macro. Okay, you were having pepperoni pizza. Okay, so you were one of the good ones then. Sorry, excuse me, I missed that. Pepperoni pizza is great. Pepperoni was invented for pizza. True fact. The pizza did not exist. Pepperoni did not exist when pizza came around. People were like, that's when I think maybe because it was trying to play a video. Yeah, I don't. So Denise, you'd mentioned. Do I have it on here? I have to have it on here. Magic of the Gathering. Is this the? Nope, that's not it. Okay, well, whatever that is, very, very chirpy. I mean, it's such a small icon. I have not played Magic. And nope, that's not it either. That's my other camera. Well, what is the? Because it's not. Oh, nope, that's Rainbow Six, I think. Stop it. Why? Oh, maybe. Nope, that's. Dagnabbit. All right, I'm gonna have to find. Like, I don't even remember what company it is. No, it's not 4K. This is embarrassing. Sorry, folks. I discombobulated out the wazoo here. Next week it'll be more. I'll have it together. I mean, yeah. But yeah, I gotta find where the magic is. But yeah, I haven't played it in like 2 months, 3 months. Programs. And I also really don't do a lot on this particular computer other than play games and do editing. So I'm kind of. But anyway, let's where we go here. Yeah, so active in a manner of speaking, it was like when Legends went out, which is back like the beginning of January. That's when I was like, I kind of just cut it off. I started getting really busy with some freelance stuff and everything and whatever. So it was like 2 months. This is like the second time I think in like 2 months that I've actually gotten on here. So not actively, still trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing with my life. Really is what it's all about. Sorry, I didn't answer one of your questions. It's quite all right. Sorry, I normally get on for the start, but then I was watching one of your older videos that had been on my watch list for a while. Oh, nothing wrong with that, Denise. Nothing wrong with that. I appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Especially if it's a Legends video. Holy cow, those go back a ways. Pineapple can surely be used on pizza. Okay, never mind. Okay, well, hopefully you've been lambasted since. All right, Eliza. Thanks very much for stopping by. Sorry, I'm missing this by a minute, but if you're still there, take care. Thanks so much for stopping by. Like I said, hopefully next time it'll be a little more cohesive. Maybe we'll do some streams earlier on for folks, or later on for folks who are, getting off of work later. And who knows, we might be still streaming when you get off. But Eliza the Good, I believe it was the official title. I think it was Yeah, I try to address people by their full title. So. Oh no, I didn't know, Denise. I was just like, hey, that might be a good. Tell you what, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna put something up here just so that there's something there. This is a game that had been rattling in the back of my brain. I haven't played it in so long, and we'll put it up there. I'm not saying this is what we're gonna do. This is not like a live stream for this. We can jump out of it any time, but it's just kind of it gives us, there's some music there that can be played, and it's a very chill. I don't know if you guys have seen this or played this. This is an old LucasArts game back when LucasArts was the cat's pajamas. It's called The Curse of Monkey Island. And it's got, it's Sam and Max, if anybody's heard of that, or what is it called? I can't remember what it's, you can't hear the music. Why can't I move? No. No. Everything's ruined. Everything's going to hell. What? Okay. No. Was it F5? Yes. Okay. I just really, there we go. Okay. This is embarrassing. Desktop audio, there we go. So the problem is, once I start the game, I can't interact with the rest of the computer at all, which includes chat. So that might not work out so well. Darn you, Monkey Island. It's a really old game, but it's a point and click adventure thing. So it's super chill. Like there's no timer. There's nothing. You're just kind of moving around. It's got some pretty chill music, and it's a goofy, fun game. It's got just very wholesome humor. The main character's name is Guybrush Threepwood, for crying out loud. So it's got a lot of humor, a lot of goofy shenanigans, but and look, I appreciate you leading into it. If you're going to put pineapple on pizza, you might as well throw barbecue sauce, pineapple, red pepper, and corn on there. Just pile it on there. You don't really stream any much? I just decided to go back to editing videos. Oh, no kidding, Silver. Oh, man. So when was the last one you did? Exactly. There should be a DM at the altar ensuring bride and groom vow their loyalty to the party. Exactly. Yes. Exactly. At least you watch your... I got thousands on my playlist. I haven't finished a single one. Well, you know, I mean, today is it's never too late to. Oh, wait. There is a way to do this, right? There's a way to make it so the cursor doesn't have to stay on the screen. We did this with Legends, but it was a setting. All right, I'm just going to turn the volume down, leave the stream moving, and then see if we can. That you're going to hang out with Discord buddies, but instead they're chatters that you become certain they'll tune in. No, I'm not sure anybody will. Eliza the Good Egg, that's it. Warning unknown mode. This is not great. File is forced to be ignored. Okay. That's cool. Thanks for telling me. We good? Fine. Huh. Well, I mean, this is it's like I said, it's a very old game, so maybe it's just not. It doesn't look like the music volume is very loud. I'm going to see if I can find in the settings. But I do want to let you see the intro, so I'll let that play up. But okay. If nothing else, we'll watch the opening scene and go away. It's, again, the graphics are dated. This is 90s. I played this in 97 for the first time. My friend had a computer. I didn't have one at the time. Yeah, so it was 96 or 97. So if you're wondering about the frames per second, that's why. It's pretty darn bad. Let's see.
Captain's log. Guybrush Threepwood. Lost at sea for days now. I have no crew or navigational instruments. No provisions except a half-eaten corn dog, and unless I find water soon, I'm surely done for.
You're right, like Measure is.
Keeps me going. My quest for the fabulous treasure called Big Whoop has left me in this sorry state. I thought it would bring me fame and glory. Instead, it delivered me into the clutches of my enemy, the zombie pirate LeChuck.
I think there is macro.
I thwarted his evil plot to marry Elaine, and he was after revenge. Really, really thirsty now. If only I could have a small drink of fresh water, I might have the strength to sail on. Oh, but I know there's nothing but ocean for miles and miles. If I could reach land...
Oh, good. Okay, here we go. I didn't know that I could do that in the middle. All right, so... Subtitles, there we go. Both. That's what we want. Okay. Where is... What was the thing in Legends that... but I think it was in their options, but it was a thing where you could actually move the cursor outside of the game. Oh, no. It's a different thing. Help. Oh, here we go. Running fast mode, running really fast mode. Toggle mouse capture. Control M, maybe? Hey! We did it! Oh, I'm so happy. I am so pleased with this development. Okay, here we go. I figured it out. Look at that. Well, you guys can't see it, but my mouse is all over the place now. Okay, good. Resume.
Find water and some food. Fruit, maybe.
Oh, sorry, I'm in the way
Something
now.
to fight off the scurvy and help me get my strength back.
No.
Maybe some bananas. Oh, why do I torture myself like this? I might as well wish for some chicken and a big mug of grog for all the good it'll do me. Oh, my sweet Elaine. Am I cursed to starve here on this ocean without seeing your face just one more time? Am I...
Yeah, so it was, like I said, it's just a goofy fun game there. Obviously we didn't play and it was just the start, but yeah. I thought it was my PC for a second, like and then I remembered, no, this is a game that's probably natively runs at 5 frames per second. The last stream was last month. Oh my gosh. AI limit is where I started just uploading. What do you mean AI limit? What is that? What is that in reference to, Silver? I'm missing some things. Oh, I did mean to say this as well. I don't know how many folks here. Pretty sure, Ugnip, you. I know Baldric, but Baldric's not here. And Denise, I know you have it. We could also do Last of Us. If we have 4 or 5 people that have it and want to play, we could do a Last of Us play, so people can spectate the game, but then we can also play. And obviously, you know, want to be watching my screen, especially if I'm the killer. But Vincenzo, wait, what? But I did press buttons. Yes, Silver, thank you. Unfortunately, this is not my I'm gonna push buttons. This is just me choosing to push buttons. But I clicked the thing. But Vincenzo, there we go. What is this? This is Vincenzo. This is. Hello, by the way. Looking forward to hanging out tomorrow. This is just what is this called? Monkey Island. Curse of Monkey Island. I'm not necessarily. We're not committed to this. It was just we were talking and I was pulling up random stuff, so I was like, you know what? This is a very chill game that does not require anything. And in fact, it is a little bit interactive because it's, like I said, it's a puzzle game. It's one of those things where you're in a situation. You'll see at the very beginning. Some of these puzzles I remember, some of them I don't. Some of them are just really freaking complicated, and they're kind of bizarre. So it can be very interactive. But here we go.
How many times do I have to tell you, LeChuck? I just don't feel that way about you.
Elaine?
By my congealed blood, you'll learn to love me. Sail with me, and I'll make you queen of the dead.
12-hour. Well, maybe.
I can't. I'm washing my hair tonight.
Blast be your hair, woman! Can't you see that this salty old sea corpse pines for your every gentle caress?
You know, I don't think my father would approve of me dating the undead. And you're probably too nice a zombie pirate for me anyway.
They did, Macro. It was kind of the old school movie thing where they front load the credits, so you have to watch them. We could have skipped it, but
Let's face it, LeChuck. You're an evil, foul-smelling, vile, codependent villain, and that's just not what I'm looking for in a romantic relationship right now.
Darn your riddles, you saucy female! What do you mean?
LeChuck does make for a good villain.
You're a bloodthirsty monster who's already kidnapped me once, tortured my friends, and taken from me the only man I ever loved. Guybrush Threepwood.
Oh, the game, Silver. The game AI Limit was the most recent upload. I got you. Right? Oh, no, there actually are.
Threepwood!
There are monkeys. I'll be honest with you, I don't remember what the connection is.
Fish him out.
I think it's one of those things where it was.
Guybrush?
Guybrush Threepwood, by my gangrenous gut, I don't know how you escaped my carnival of the damned, but you won't escape a taste of my blade! Ah! Ooh, the lass has spirit. Throw him in the hold. I'll finish him after.
We're about to actually start playing here, which.
Turn loose the longboats and prepare the flaming voodoo cannonball.
All right, so we're going to be.
Get out of here and help Elaine. If I could only get through this one door, well, then I could easily overpower the armed guards above, slip over the side, and make for the shore.
Quit your mumbling, captive.
Okay, so let me catch up with chat here before. But yeah, so Macro, I think the very first version of the game featured monkeys somehow, and I know the game that comes after this, you actually get inside like a giant, like mech, like a giant mech monkey. I think it was more tied to the first game, and then they just kept the name because that's the name of the series. So you had Monkey Island 1, Curse of Monkey Island, no, Monkey Island, Secret of Monkey Island, which was the second one. Curse of Monkey Island is the third one. Something Monkey Island, a fourth one. Then there was a fifth one that I never played. But anyway, but yeah, it'll probably still be around, Vincenzo. I'm a bit sleepy for Among Us. Can barely move around on iPad in that game. Oh, right. Fair enough. Back then, money was colloquially known as monkey, hence Monkey Island, because if you were coming to the island, you were going to spend a lot of money. I don't know. Is that canon, Ugnip? Is that how legitimate? Are you yanking my crank, or is that actually legitimately? It sounds like it would be a speech impediment. Like I'm trying to say money and saying monkey instead. I think Jesse's explanation is better. All right, so pretty much in this kind of game, you use the mouse to move around, and then it will allow you to. Well, so this is what our inventory is. So we can actually. Oops. I got to remember how to. So like cannonballs.
Somehow, I find all this violence desensitizing.
How do I pick stuff up? Oh, there we go. Okay. So you can choose to look at it.
It's like a ramrod for the cannon.
I can try to pick it up. And there we go. And stuff it in my pants, of course. I can do the same thing with cannonballs. I can look at.
Nice cannonballs. They're too heavy to carry.
And then sometimes it'll tell you can't do stuff.
Nah.
Can't eat it. Now, what I need to remember is. There we go.
They're very festive. They're fun, but I need to use them with something else.
Oh, that's made my voice sound funny.
Like goofy things. So then you can walk over. So the idea is.
Can't quite squeeze past this cannon.
Move out of the way! I can't fire that cannon with you standing there.
So go back in. All right. So it allows you to interact with different things. So I can a keyhole, so I can look through it.
I see a diorama of the children of the world living in peace and freedom.
No, wait. It can't be that. It's just too dark to make out what's in there.
Okay. And then I can try to open the
I don't
door.
have my lockpicking tools.
Yeah. So you'll be in a situation where there's a bunch of things where you can interact with, and you got to figure out. Obviously, we need to get out of here somehow, so we can end up talking to him. But now Ugnip made the info much more accessible for my brain. I do remember a monkey stole stuff in the first game or something. Oh, so you're familiar with the game? A cannonball is too heavy to lift. Twigs for arms over there. Well, yeah. I mean, to be fair, well, he just put a ramrod down his pants, and you can't even see it. So we are the game, and that's part of the difficulty. Or the issue with the game that one thing that I'm not super stoked about is it doesn't. Oh, I just moved myself. Why did I? Oh no, come back. That's not cool. All right. Not everything makes sense, but we'll go ahead and we'll talk to this guy here. We can look at him.
I don't think I've ever seen a cuter pirate. If I rough him up, he may shoot me.
All right, so now we'll talk to him.
Stand your distance.
All right. So, I know there's a little bit of a lag, but I'm trying to give it some time to like let you guys chime in if you want to like which. So the idea with this is it does make it very easy to be interactive, especially if I don't know what the heck is going on. I mean, I kind of remember the gist, but so it's like, oh hey, try to do this, try doing that. You know what? And these do make a difference. Like they will lead to different outcomes. Typically, you can't really die in this game. Like there's no game over. But you can end up in a loop or just not doing anything for a very long time. But yeah, you know, that makes me wonder, Silver. I wonder how much a standard cannonball weighs. Are we talking like 30 pounds? Are we talking 60? That's a big difference. I mean, but when they were. I know they were hollow, right? Because they had gunpowder in them, or were they just lead balls back then? They might have just been pure hard lead ball. I got to imagine a lead cannonball Well, they were only about this big, so maybe 10, 15 pounds? Those look a little bit bigger. Yeah, probably 30 pounds. So I'm with you, Silver. That's pretty weak sauce there. Just balls. Just the balls. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they got into explosive ordnance until much later. But let's go ahead and... So, I typically go try to be nicer with this, but there we
I'm
go.
selling these fine leather jackets.
Really?
No, I'm lying.
In that case, I don't want one.
Well, sorry we couldn't make a deal.
Cross me again, and I'll chum for sharks with you.
24 to 42 pounds from what I see on a 5-second search. So maybe more, maybe less. That's pretty close. Bowling balls weigh 15 to 16 and they aren't metal. That's true. That's true. I like that. So he's like, just for a 5-second search. That's all it took me. But yeah, well, cannonball, but bowling balls are also bigger, Lagmeister. You know, bowling balls probably, well, okay, no. Those look like they're the size of bowling balls, so I think your point is right. 15 pounds. Well, yeah, so 42 pounds. Probably for the big ones, like a bowling ball size cannonball is probably 42 pounds. And the 24 was like the smaller ones. Like, you know, when you look at like Civil War cannons, I mean, the muzzle's about that big, but the hole is only about that. So the cannonballs weren't, they're like softball size. So I'm guessing the 24 pounds was closer to softball, a little bit bigger, and then 42 is these gigantic things that our string bean hero can't lift. All right.
Are you wearing a fake beard?
Blood knows the pirate would not have a fake beard.
Yes, it is. It's been glued to your ear hair.
Actually, it's a highly sophisticated beard weave, made from the chest and back hair of real pirates. I'm hoping it'll take root if I don't wash it for a while.
Hey,
Hopefully
wait a
nobody
minute.
was eating.
You're not a pirate. Wally! Don't you recognize me? It's Guybrush Threepwood.
Oh, gee. Hello, Mr. Wood.
The last time I saw you, we were prisoners in LeChuck's dungeon. Why would you sign on with a ship of the living dead?
Well, Mr. Brush, at first I had some misgivings about it. But thanks to LeChuck's seminars, motivational lectures, and audio books on parrot,
Google never lies, says Lagmeister. Sarcastically, I'm sure. They come in all sizes. There are tiny ones. I believe those are called bullets, Lagmeister. If you're talking about a cannonball this big, that's called a bullet. And if the cannon is about the size, you know, about this big or, you know, that big, that long, it's probably a gun, you see. But you're right. Google never lies. Okay, so apparently I never played the other two games, so I don't have the history here, but I mean I do now vaguely remember. The last time I played this was when it was actually on a computer that ran it natively. It wasn't on Steam. So it's been a while. So unless you guys want to hear all the different choices, hey, nothing wrong with you got to start somewhere when it comes to weights. Now, I don't think I started less than 20, but that's because I just have this innate bulk to me. But no, you guys, I mean, my mom's when she was very much out of shape for a long time. She started out with 2 pounds. Look, if you just hold your arm out by itself, or you just do the motions and you're out of shape, that's going to be enough. You need to be able to, you know, get range of motion and all that kind of stuff in. You start off with 2, 5, 10, 15. That's why they have the tiny weights at the gym all the way up to the big ones, because they know not everybody's coming in as a beefcake. You got to start somewhere. And so, yeah, you're better off lifting those 15 pounds than I am not lifting anything. Which oh boy, I have not had the courage to weigh myself. I can just tell. I can tell. I'm not in good shape here. I would love to be. Actually, the last time I played this game, I had the body type of Guybrush. I was about that skinny the last time I played this game, which again, a long time ago. Pro gamer. Well, you know, if we want to play fast and loose with the word pro, sure. I meant like, oh, No, yeah, no, I know that's what I'm talking about. Macro. I don't do bench press. I do the curls and butterflies. I can't do 25-pound butterflies though. No way. I don't have that. But yeah, the curls. Oops, wrong arm. Yeah, where you're doing this kind of thing. You know, you got them down here, you bring them down, you curl them up. Yeah, that's, 20, 25 pounds isn't bad. You do 5,000 reps per set, Lagmeister, because I'm so strong. I don't doubt it, Lagmeister. I don't doubt it at all. I mean, you just got to find the time, right? It's really about the time. If you're doing that many reps, that's probably like a half hour, 40 minutes just doing that. Even if you had no resistance, you could just do it, no problem. That was something. So this is a video that's going to be coming out here in hopefully next month, where I talk about my favorite superhero and why he's the best one. It's not my favorite, why he is the best superhero. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but he's the best one. And I go through like 5 heroes, and I'm going to tell you why they're not the best hero. And one of them is Batman, because he's a fraud. And one of the reasons you know this is just in order to have the workout regimen that he has to be in his peak physical condition, in order to do all the crazy, really borderline, not really human stuff that he does, he would have to fight crime at night, which is incredibly punishing on the body. He has to do this workout during the day to keep himself in peak physical condition. And I'm sure that's a long and rigorous process. And then he has to consume probably between 5,000 to 7,000 calories a day just to be able to do that basic workout and what he does at night. When has he got the time to eat? What has he got? You can't. All the planning in the world is not going to give you enough time to eat that much. And even if we do protein shakes, it's still going to take forever. And when is your body going to heal? So Batman's a fraud. We all know this. There's no doubt. But anyway, middle-aged, so you should be buffed to your maximum. Let's see. It is not Captain Obvious. But he could be. So it could be. I in my video, I do not say why it wouldn't be Captain Obvious. And honestly, in today's day and age, I think Captain Obvious would be an amazing hero, coupled with Captain Common General Sense. I don't know. It gets worse when you're middle-aged. Exactly right. Yeah. There's what? Probably the peak. I mean, just look at athletes. Their peak performance is like 20. Most athletes 20 to 30, depending on the sport. Maybe 35. You have some outliers that creep up there around 40. But with middle age, you're on the tail end. You are fighting gravity. You are fighting everything. Your body is going, nope, don't want to do. I don't want to retain muscle. I want to pack on the fat. You're having to do a lot just to kind of maintain where you're at. And I used to work with a guy named George. He was 67 years old when this is back in 2003. Worked in a warehouse. He did, his regimen was 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups every morning. And he could do them. And you could tell he had some guns on him. I mean, he was good chest and everything, but he still kind of had a little bit of a gut. And was still not, overall, because obviously that's only certain things, but I think he would go for a jog and stuff. But like, even when you're doing the most that you could reasonably do, your body is actively saying, I don't want to look awesome. Like, I want to look pudgy, and I want there to be a lot of stuff here and not a lot of stuff here or here. I wish I had more of a wide lens on this, but all right, let's see.
I'm not in the mood for sales hype.
Here. At least take this literature. You may change your mind.
What are LeChuck's plans?
He's been working on a secret weapon, some incredibly powerful cannonball. He's going to use it to blow down the walls of the fort, so his crew can
good strength, poor
overrun
stamina.
dragons.
Yeah, that would be about right. All your stats go down to 2 unless you eat healthy and exercise religiously. Yep. Years of soda and or beer will give you a gut. Yep. And which kind of sucks because I don't drink soda or beer, and I still have, well, it's not a beer gut, but it is a gut because I just more calories than I burn. I eat more calories than I burn. Not all the time. There's some good days. I'm trying to get back to like just pretty much like a purely tuna fish and whatever diet kind of thing, but that's rough. That's hard to maintain. So yeah, I actually had Velveeta shells and cheese. Don't hate it. I'm not vouching for it. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I had Velveeta shells and cheese, and it was bad. I mean, it didn't taste bad, tragically enough, but it's 1,400 calories just for that one meal, and that was not all I had that day. And the amount of work that I'm doing, my size and everything, 1,800 is where I should be at. With my level of fitness and everything, 1,800 is the max to maintain. If I go over that, which I probably did by about 1,000 calories that day, it's just going to get big. Is that Billy Quizboy? Hey, Zen Sky, what's going on? And Underhill, hello. Good to see you, folks. So, Silver, just out of curiosity, I'm trying to juggle conversations here. Why'd you end up scaling back? Are you going to jump back into it? You mentioned editing. So are you like doing that like full time? Like, are you an editor now, or you just meant like you're going back to edit old videos, or what? But I'm just curious, what's going on with you now, man? Are you, yeah, we just hadn't talked in a while, which, you know, that's on me too. But just curious if you're still here. Sugar as our enemy, yes, Lagmeister, 100%. It's in every gosh darn diggity thing, and it kills. Velveeta, pineapple, and cheese. Zen, so wait, Zenska, you come out of, I don't know if you were lurking or you just happened to stumble in. You come in and you're trying to throw pineapple on Velveeta shells and cheese. I mean, is there no limit to the depravity? Is there no limit? Why? Why must everything be tarnished and destroyed? But like, what is this fetish? It's a pineapple fetish. Pineapple. Freudian slip there. Pineapple fetish. It's like, oh yeah, I drive a pineapple car, and I love pineapple. Yeah, maybe I'll marry it one day. Maybe some of you have. Maybe some of you right now are legally married to a pineapple. I don't know. That would explain a lot. The only explanation, really.
What are LeChuck's plans again?
He's going to blow up the fort with a magic
Oh,
cannonball.
I think I asked that already.
Snap out of it, Wally.
That's blood nose to you, you scurvy sea bass.
That's very true, Underhill. That is very true. I live in a pineapple under the sea. I actually got Lagmeister. I think you and I are both technically too old to know what that is. I mean, not to know what it is, but to actually know that's like, I know it's a lyric to SpongeBob SquarePants, but SpongeBob was like 10 years young. I think I was at least 5 years. I missed Power Rangers. I missed Pokemon. I missed SpongeBob. What's another big one? What's another big one? I'm trying to think something that's like super popular, but it was like 5 years too late. Like I'd grown out of that phase of my life, and there was no way for me to go back and get it. But like it came out just after I reached maturity, so I'm like I'm too old for this stuff. Like I'm too cool. But I think SpongeBob might have even been more than 5 years after my cartoon watching heyday. I thought people in their 40s and 50s were just as proficient in their 30s and 20s, from what I've seen around me at least. Dang. Well, and maybe. But here in the States, I would say it's because, as Lagmeister mentioned, we got sugar and everything. There's so much crap tacked onto all our stuff. Fairly Odd Parents. Okay, well, so somehow I was cool. Like Fairly Odd Parents, Johnny Bravo, like all those were in my. Wait, when did Fairly Odd Parents come on? I look it up, but then I lose the video here. But we didn't have to miss Power Rangers. I did. I was too old. I was too mature. Had a step away. Man, this guy doesn't want to escape at all, does he? Sorry, Silver. Sorry. No. Okay. Hang on a second. Okay.
Snap out of it, Wally.
Oh, I already said
The
that.
only thing that'll be snapping around here is your neck.
But his dialogue changed.
You're a failure as a pirate.
Shut your trap, you yellow-bellied blowfish. One more peep out of you, and I'll do you in.
Yeah, you in what navy?
Yes, Scabrous swab. One more word, and I'll let you have it.
You're a cartographer, not a pirate.
I am not. I'm a vicious pirate.
You've got I love maps embroidered on your shirt.
That's a coincidence. Now keep quiet before I fill you full of lead.
So yeah, we're just trying to goad him, I think.
Try it, Shrimpy.
That's it. I'm gonna blast you. I'm gonna... I can't do it. I just can't. You're right, Mr. Wood. I'm just not a pirate. I'm not ferocious or...
Yeah, Silver, you are. Yeah, because I can't remember. You're either 5 or 10 years younger, I think. One of those two. So yeah, it was...
I'm not even unpleasant.
It was ideal. Like you were of the perfect age where all the stuff that is still pretty popular. Like that's the thing. Like stuff that I grew up with that was popular when I grew up, it pretty much stopped being popular in the normal cycle of things. Like I don't have a Pokemon. Like Transformers, yeah, they still exist in some iteration, but not like the G1. It's very, very different now. The movies were like bleh. He-Man, again, He-Man, it got resurrected, but it's not what it was in any way, shape, or form. There was a good He-Man redo, and then there was a bad one, was like Future, and then there was a decent one, and then it went back to just being really rough. So, but like Pokemon has been going strong. My generation didn't have a Pokemon as far as I can remember. Star Wars kind of, but Star Wars was, again, that died out for almost a decade. And then the prequels came, and that's a different audience. I can't remember, Silver, if you have good taste or if you like the prequels, but you know, like that was a whole different generation. Like there are some OT Star Wars fans out there that also like the prequels. A lot of them though are going, not my Star Wars. Like my Star Wars was the first 3 movies and the expanded universe for 10 years. There were some really good books written up to about 2000, but as soon as they started having to write expanded universe novels based on the prequels, and we started throwing midi-chlorians and all that nonsense around, that's when things got kind of rough again. So, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like I talked to a guy, we had this conversation, on a comment section. He got a little feisty with me because I was talking about, what was it? Oh, somebody said that some people didn't know that stormtroopers aren't the stormtroopers from the sequels, the Disney movies. They thought that those were clones because they watched the prequels and they're thinking they're just, okay, it's the same black and white suits or whatever. They're just slightly different. They thought they were all clones, and they're going, why is John Boyega playing a stormtrooper when they all should look like the guy that played Jango Fett? And I said, well, that was one of the many issues with the prequels. They confused stuff. I was like, they never should have made the good guys, quote unquote, the Republic on the side of the Jedi. They should have never made them clones. Clones, when you think about clones, at least until the prequels, clones were just, anytime you can mass produce an army, that's not the good guys. Like that's the whole thing. The good guys are supposed to be people, individuals, interacting and scrapping and coming together. Look at like Terminator 2, Judgment Day. It's like you got a resistance kind of deal. So now granted, the Republic wasn't a resistance, but the idea of the Jedi, and here's a great thing too. You could have had an army comprised of people from all over the galaxy. So a wide, motley assortment of aliens and people of all, again, people of any different ethnicity or whatever, because it's a galaxy-wide call to arms, so you'd have the Republic would be all this motley assortment of armies and militaries from different worlds and planets, kind of led and under the leadership of the Jedi, and they're up against these stamped out, cranked out, born in lab clones that are just machined out, and because they're just waves and waves and waves of these just carbon copy people, these carbon copy clones people, they're getting overwhelmed because they just don't have the numbers. And anyway, that was my headcanon for the longest time. And I get it didn't have to be done that way, but I think there was a lot lost in there. And we don't have the stupid Order 66, the thing that takes away all of Vader's like awesomeness. Like we went from like your Vader hunted down and destroyed the Jedi Knights to, okay, he killed one Jedi Knight and a bunch of children. Come on, that's not Vader's legacy. We needed to see him take out, not the Order 60, oh, shoot him in the back. Anyway, I conveyed all of that very respectfully in a comment section, and somebody else that was not in the comments at the time, so I hadn't addressed it to this guy, comes in there and says, that's a terrible idea. You know, it was done the right way and blah, blah, blah. It just came in guns blazing, like not trying to be cordial, not being like, oh, hey, here's my thought on it, or that's interesting, but I think it was better the way they did it. And he's like, at the very end, he's like, I'm just glad that we got what we did and not what you said, because that would have been absolutely horrible. And I was like, I disagree with you, everything you said, but I appreciate your passion. And he came back and was like, yeah, I do get really passionate. Thanks for, you know, it sounds like you kind of took it in stride, didn't take offense. You know, I get really, you know, it's the prequels, I just are really near and dear to me. And so I you know, pretty much it ticks me off when I hear people say bad things or things that don't agree with it. And I said, hey, you know, that's cool. I appreciate it. I know what it was like. I used to love the OT, and we didn't have that problem. We didn't have the internet back when the original trilogy came out, so we didn't get to hear all the people bad-mouthing the Ewoks and all that nonsense. So, yeah, it came out to be a cordial conversation. But all that to say, I know people love it. I know they do, and I don't begrudge them loving what they love. But I just realized that's like a flat tire right here. You notice that? It like that couldn't roll. I don't think that's going to factor into the gameplay, but...
I don't want to disturb him.
All right, so he's no longer a thing. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this is something else. Things do change. So we got a plastic hook here. Now, you don't have to look at everything. I'm just kind of doing it.
Wally's fake pirate hook.
So we're going to go ahead and yoink that. So I'm going to... Like I said, I do remember some of this stuff. So what we're going to do... I think...
It's a brightly lit porthole.
Oh, no, you know what? No. Here we go. Okay, so now that Wally's... Here we go. Cannon. I think we're going to kill the cannon here.
It's one of those new self-loading cannons I've heard
All right, hang
so
on.
much about.
I went off on a tangent here. Fairly Odd Parents. For some reason, Fairly Odd Parents. I thought those were cool. Danny Phantom, like that generation or that era of stuff. I was still fine. The first season of Power Rangers and Pokemon were top tier. Like Meister, you're my age. How dare you? You're supposed to have solidarity. You're supposed to lie about it. Don't make me seem like I'm trying to make it a generational thing here, so that it's not just like me going, I don't like this stuff. But if you're the same age as me, and I'm pretty sure you are, then you if you saying this is undercutting my entire argumentation. You're supposed to say, no, yeah, man, as somebody of your age, I can relate, and it wasn't cool. Mega Man, Dragon Ball Z. So now, okay, Mega Man, absolutely. Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball I had a hard time getting into. Because I started with Dragon Ball Z. Once you follow Goku to Super Saiyan, I think it's hard to go back and watch Dragon Ball. Because it's, you know, he's kind of pudgy, and, you know, it's cool, and it led to Dragon Ball Z, but it's hard to step down from Dragon Ball Z to Dragon Ball. Like, if you start with Dragon Ball and go into Dragon Ball Z, I think it's great. But if you start off with Dragon Ball Z, I don't think you can go back to Dragon Ball. I think it's just, the animation is, I don't know. So that was my problem. I got into it in college with, on Cartoon Network. Yeah. We got He-Man and Transformers. We did, Ugnip. We did. But that's what I mean. It was only for a limited time. Like, He-Man only lasted 2 or 3 seasons, I think. Transformers, same thing. And like, the Transformers, the movie killed it. In 1986, I think it was, we had Optimus Prime and almost every single named Transformer get butchered, by the movie, because they wanted to sell more toys. And all of us G1 fans were like, what the heck? So, Cup, Hot Rod? Cup! They named one of the guys Cup. His name is Cup. Guys, a Transformer named Cup, and he doesn't transform into a cup. He transforms into a stupid-looking flatbed. It's like a Monte Carlo, I think it is. Like where it's not really a car, but it's kind of like a pickup truck. It's like a car with a pickup truck bed. That's what Cup transforms into. It's a ridiculous thing. Rodimus Prime. Nobody liked Rodimus. Why? Because he's the one who got Prime shot. That's the leader of the Autobots. Bull dinky. Everybody got wiped out. Soundwave was no longer there. Starscream was gone. Megatron was gone. Ratchet. Ironhide, all of them got wiped out in the freaking movie. That's what we had to deal with. The trauma of my generation. We got to see our heroes massacred in front of us on the big screen. That's the 80s for you. Courage the Cowardly Dog. I remember that being in the rotation. Okay, Dexter's Lab. Yeah, Johnny Bravo. Right. I think Courage was around that time, Silver, but for some reason, I didn't get into Courage for whatever reason. Doug? You guys remember Doug was on Nickelodeon. I like Doug. I'd have to look at the age or the date that came out, but I did like Doug because but I'm like Pinky and the Brain on WB, Batman the Animated Adventures. Like there was definitely some animated stuff, but they were geared like, hey, we're gonna touch the younger demographic. Okay, that sounded weird. We're gonna have an appeal to the younger demographic, but we're also trying to get like the teenage. So as long as it was, and to be fair, as far as I can understand, SpongeBob is that. Like it has not adult humor, but it has humor that adults could appreciate. So I'm not saying I have beef with SpongeBob. It came out too late afterward, and I think I saw it. And I'm looking at a bunch of pajamas and sleeping bags, and kids with SpongeBob, and I'm like, it's probably too young for me. Yeah, I was in college. I was mature. I was aged. I was wise. What use have I for an animated sponge with square pants? I'm skinny for my height, which is also isn't very tall, small frame physique, even when compared to most females. That's why I have an impression that everyone around me has a better physique than me. Hey, you know what? So better is obviously subjective. I would say I would rather be lean and a little bit smaller and in shape than to be a big guy like me who, well, I'm not a big guy. At 6'2", I'm a slightly taller than average guy, but my physique is not anything to be envied. Like, it's good that you're seeing this much of me up, because when you go down, it just, I mean, we're not muffin topping quite yet, but we're pretty damn close. It all depends on what you do. You will gain weight when you start. Well, that's true. Well, Macro, you're 17, buddy. You really, especially if you have a skinny disposition, your metabolism is breaking down everything way too fast. You'd have to eat a lot, like a lot. Like I didn't start being able to put on muscle until I started being able to put on fat. So I was like around 23, 24 was that kind of happy medium where my metabolism hadn't checked out yet. It was still more or less working full time. And so if I wasn't ridiculous about what I ate, I could put on muscle without getting fat. And then about 27 years old is when my metabolism said, I'm done. We're not doing this anymore. We're going part-time 3 or 4 days a week. And that's when it became, if you don't exercise regularly, you just start blowing up. So we're going to go ahead and do this really quick here. Oh, wait. Okay, so here we go. So I got to aim it. Little interactive thing here. Okay. What are we doing? I think I have to sync all of them. Suckers! No! Oh, I guess that's a downside of having that. You can actually go off the screen.
Sorry.
There we go.
It's like you're not one of the Jackie Mulligan.
I've never missed this much. There we go.
Hey, I'm getting pretty good at this.
I mean, I gotta say, that is the fastest cannon rate in the history of the world.
Stuff are floating towards the ship.
So there we go. He gave us a clue. This is probably my favorite character in the whole thing, but hang on a second. Let's since you enjoyed games, I have never played Myst, Zen Sky. I have never played it. I've heard of it. I'm familiar with it, but I've never. But wasn't that a computer thing? So I'm an old school gamer, Nintendo gamer. So I never played any PC games. I didn't really play much Genesis. I didn't play PlayStation when it came out. So I'm old school Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, and I thought Myst was a PC thing. I still haven't played it, to be honest. Have they made an update of that? Ugh. Lagmeister, no, are you kidding me? Optimus Primal? Isn't that his name? Because Optimus Prime transforms into a gorilla. His name's Optimus Primal. Lagmeister. I thought you were made of sterner stuff. How dare you? How dare you insinuate that I'm trying to think of a non-really aggressive way to say that the animation was horrible. This was the beginning of computer animation. It looked so bad. And they were transformed into animals. Like, pick a lane. You're either a machine or you're an animal. Optimus Primal. Oh, I really only enjoyed the Phantom Menace, and that's only because Darth Maul fight. See, and now Silver, I appreciate that. I appreciate that honesty, because that's the thing. They're between music. I mean, John Williams still does a great score. I would say there aren't as many songs from the prequels that are memorable as, like, Han and Leia's theme, easy to remember. The Ewok theme, for crying out loud. The March of the Ewoks, very good. The Imperial March. The main the Force, whatever it's called, very memorable. Really, when you think about the prequels, the biggest one you get is Duel of the Fates, and it's brilliant. It's a gorgeous piece of music, but that's kind of the only one that I really remember from the prequels. And I did watch all three of them. I just kept hoping. I was like, I'm waiting for the turn when Anakin becomes Vader. I was hoping it was going to happen about halfway through the final movie, and then we were going to see Anakin or Vader, or kind of in both phases, doing the whole Massacre of the Jedi thing. Like, I was waiting for those lightsaber duels. I was waiting for all that to happen. That's why I hung around. It didn't happen. He kills younglings, and not that I wanted to see it, but we don't even get to see it. Like, it's like, oh no, I'm sorry. He takes the Trade Federation out. Oh, Anakin. Oh, we're so scared. Oh, why you kill us? Oh, it sucks to be us. It's like, come on, man. Anyway. So, but I appreciate that. Like, or then there are people love the pod racing for some reason. And look, put it this way. I didn't get the appeal. I'm not saying it was bad or it was poorly done or anything. I'm just saying I didn't get the appeal. So there are people that go, oh, the pod racing and the Darth Maul fight. And I'm like, there's a lot of movie. And those have nothing to do with Anakin. Well, I guess the pod racing does. But like, there's not, you've got like a 2 hour and some change movie, and there's like 2 scenes that you liked. That doesn't make it a great movie or story. And I'm not saying it's not, or that you're saying that otherwise, but like, I can appreciate, like, same thing, Rogue One. Lots of people are like, Rogue One was amazing. I'm like, okay, hang on a second. I'm not 100% disagreeing. It wasn't bad. But if you take out that awesome Darth Vader scene at the very end of Rogue One, I think you lose like 85% of its appeal. Because like, when I sat back to watch it, I'm going, okay, this is kind of, all right, kind of whatever. It's okay. And I'm like, you know what, let me just skip. I'm like, oh, there it is, the Darth Vader fight. That's awesome. But there's no real, it was a fetch quest. The entire thing was like, oh, we're on an island. Now we got to go hit a switch over here. Oh no, but the power for the switch is over here. So we got to go over there to get the power to the switch to get the switch. Then we get the switch and we go up there and it's like, oh no, we got to get the thing out of the, we got to get the tape out of this giant, ridiculously sized storage thing. Oh, but we can't do that because the elevator's not broke. We got to get the power to the elevator so the elevator works so we can go up there and get the thing. And we can pull the thing out. And then, oh, we got to get the thing out. We got to be able to broadcast it out there. Oh, but the power's not working to that either. So we got the power to turn that on. And then we got to adjust the dish. Boom. And then we got to do this. And we got to, and then the fighters broke the conduit. So now we got to repair the conduit to get the conduit working so that we can activate the machine so we can send the signal out. It was like, it was a series of fetch quests the entire third act of the movie. I'm like, okay, it's not bad. Yeah, you have a nice little scene with what's her name and what's his face. I don't even remember their names. And then, they're on the beach, like nuclear explosion coming at them, and they're kind of chilling. It was a nice moment. It wasn't some crazy like, the world's gonna end, baby. We gotta work it out here on the beach. It was just 2 people exhausted, did their mission, did their job, don't know what's gonna happen, but all they know is their part is over, and they kind of hold each other as the end comes. It was a nice ending, and what's his face, Torg, I don't know his name. This is a red-haired guy that does really cool voices. He does the great voice of the droid thing. It's okay. Doesn't make the movie. It's okay though. Anyway. I can't remember if you have good taste or if you like the prequels. Yeah, sorry, I tried to slide that in there, Zen Sky. Try to slide that in there. Dude, I'm sorry. I for those of you waiting for me to progress the thing, I will catch up to chat and then we'll jump back here. I promise I won't monologue again for a while. He's figured to have the wrong opinions. Well, exactly. Wait, no. Okay, Silver. Yeah, no, I'm glad you walked that back, sir. I'm glad you walked that back. Oh, 15 minutes ago. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Can I just quote my favorite sentence from Phineas and Ferb? Yes. I don't. I'm familiar that was a show. Oh, Lagmeister, 10-year. There we go. That makes all the sense in the world. See, the world now makes sense. The world makes sense. That makes sense. You're 10 years younger than me. Therefore, yes, that makes sense. Okay. Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball, yes, and I can sign off now. You are officially okay to say that you're okay with Beast Wars or whatever that was called, Transformers Beast Wars, because it was in your age group. That makes sense. Yes, I can accept this reality. Yeah, back then we didn't know every single thing that existed. That's very true. That is very true. We did not know. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, yep. Now, see, that is one thing that more or less, I guess, has lasted, just not in the current incarnation, I guess, or the original incarnation. But yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is a property that started when, in my heyday, I think it was 85, 87 maybe. Maybe it was even later than that. It might have been 88. But I was still playing with those figures when it came out. I didn't have them, but it would have been in my play pool, I guess. You know, the figures and all that kind of stuff. It was in there. So Teenage Mutant, that's actually a good example. El Camino, that was it, Lagmeister. Yes. Kind of an El Camino. I mean, Cup isn't exactly, it's supposed to be like some futuristic transport, whatever, but it kind of looks, to me, it's like an El Camino. It's like, it's not really a car, but it's not a truck. So, which is what an El Camino is like, take a station wagon, cut the top off, and it's an El Camino. Transformers movie was based on Game of Thrones for 8 years old. Yes, exactly. That's a good way to put it, Underhill. That is a great way to put that. The Transformers, yes. You don't know who's going to die. Well, see, the only difference, I still think that's a very applicable title for it or way of thinking about it. The only difference is with Game of Thrones, some people survived. Some people that you like actually do survive. I haven't seen Game of Thrones, but my understanding is like Jon Snow survives. Spoiler alert for anybody. Like there are some characters you like that do survive is my understanding. Whereas with like Transformers, it was just like blitzed all out. Now granted, the music was badass. The scenes were cool, but not as a freaking 8-year-old. Like I was bawling my eyes out in the theater. Like there's just no way. But yes, that is a great way to, the feeling of it was that way. But as a child, you don't want to be going like, you want to be comforted. You don't want to be going, who's going to die next? And I think, so no, we did get Ultra Magnus' death. He did survive, but I didn't care about Ultra Magnus. I didn't really care about him, but you know, he gets killed and he gets put back together. I'm sorry. He gets shot he gets shot a few times actually. And then he blows up into perfect pieces and they literally just put him back together and throw some wax on it and he's good to go. Prime has a gut wound, but for a Transformer, it's not the same as us. It's not like, oh, well, you know, it's pretty much you're done. It's going to be a painful death too. Just replace the parts. You literally blew Ultra Magnus to pieces and stuck him back together. He's like, you're all alive. Shut up, dude. Shut up, Ultra Magnus. You Prime wannabe. And you know what Ultra Magnus, the toy is? It's a whitewashed Optimus Prime. It's an albino Optimus Prime. It's Optimus Prime with red eyes and just completely all white with like some blue highlights. And then they stick this ridiculous flimsy ass trailer like that. They make that part of his body. And then you have to actually stick a separate head on top. And he just sits there. It's like a big block of nothingness. That's Ultra Magnus. Man, golly day. Boy, we got done dirty. Doug and Skeeter and Patty. Yes. Oh, I forgot the names, but yep. Skeeter and Patty. Yep. Wasn't Skeeter blue? That was a weird thing about Doug. Like everybody was like very bizarre colors. I think Patty, she was either yellow or pink, if I remember correctly. I can't picture her. I'm picturing that one girl with the weird like Dorito chip hair. I can't remember her name. But yeah, Skeeter was blue, I think. Doug was the only one that was like normal looking, right? In terms of coloring, anyway. Hey Arnold was another one. Like they had some very goofy character designs back there, but yeah, Hey Arnold was another one. Batman animated is the best. It was good. It was good. It was, yeah. It won awards. I mean, I think that might have been the first time that I can think of that like an animated series, not a movie, like, you know, we had Snow White back in the day and all that kind of stuff. You know, Disney's heyday of making movies. But like for an animated series to actually win an award, I can't remember if it was an Oscar or something, but like, yeah, it was killer. And that show won the 80s and half the 90s. Are you talking about the animated series? I'm trying to do the Rise Again thing. What do you mean, Underhill? The Rise Again thing? My favorite show as a kid was Beetlejuice, the animated series. Zen, how old are you, Zen? I thought you were a young buck, but I'm pretty sure the animated Beetlejuice, which would have came out around the time the Beetlejuice did, which would have been what, early 90s? 90s? I don't know why I said it like that. But I remember it. I remember the animation style and everything, but I could have sworn that was a pretty old release. Like old meaning like pre-2000s. I thought, Zen, for some reason, I thought you were like like 2025 or something. There's no way you could have seen that when it came out on TV at that age, right? SpongeBob has some pretty enjoyable writing even for adults. Exactly, Macro, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've seen clips of it since, and I'm going, okay. And apparently, I didn't know this. The prison guard from Shawshank Redemption, I can't remember the guy's name now. He's got kind of a weird name. But, the really gruff prison guard that, that dangles Andy Dufresne out, like, over the thing. Apparently, he's the voice of Mr. Krabs. I blew my mind. I was like, that's really cool, man. I love when actors do that. Like, they play these, these character actors that'll play, like, they're not stars. Like, they're not, getting the red carpet treatment or anything. But they've got, like, these really cool or pivotal or memorable roles in, like, 300 movies. And they always do really well at it. But it's like they just never go star. They just continue to work on projects. And you're like, oh, I've seen that guy there. And they're always that role. Like, it's never like, oh, that's that actor playing that role. It's like, oh my gosh, that was the guy from this? Oh my gosh. But yeah, apparently he was the Krabby Patty guy. I like Beetlejuice, but it just made me wish they were 25% more serious. Okay. Because now, see, I've never seen Beetlejuice. I've never seen it. But yeah, from what I understand, it was kind of it was like slapsticky, but also kind of macabre a little bit. Because isn't it like he's dead? We're talking like ghosts and spirits and all that kind of stuff. So it's an interesting combination. But I like that. 25% more serious. Like, okay, you can still have a little bit of the dark humor in there maybe, but, like maybe more, I was going to say like Addams Family, but I don't think that takes it terribly serious either. But I understand what you're saying. Even though I haven't even seen it, I understand what you're saying. Like that it had a little more camp, a little, be a little more horror and a little less haha, maybe. But 25%, that's respectable. Nickelodeon Doug beats Disney Doug. I didn't even know Disney did Doug. Have they done a Doug since? Okay, let me go ahead and we're going to talk to Murray.
Can I call you Bob?
You may call me Murray. I am a powerful demonic force. I am the harbinger of your doom. And the forces of darkness will applaud me as I stride through the gates of hell, carrying your head on a pike.
Stride?
All right, then roll. Roll through the gates of hell. Must you take the fun out of everything?
I love Murray. Me and my friend, we played this. I think I went over to his house like four Friday nights in a row to beat this whole thing, and we every time Murray he'll show up at random points. He gets around for a beheaded skull, and every time we see him, it's like, oh sweet, talk to Murray. He's just funny. Anyway. But yeah, I don't doubt it, Zen Sky. I don't. Yeah, Disney after the turn of the century, I don't know that they've had too many hits for me. Pixar had quite a few, but ironically enough, I feel like once they got under the Disney umbrella, like 100%, we stopped seeing a lot of the good stuff coming out of Pixar too. But, Muppet Babies. Like the kids show is more Muppet Babies compared to the movie. Gotcha. Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, not the movie itself. You're saying you wanted the animated version of the movie to be a little more aligned with the movie. I get you. I guess that's one of those things. Like it's just a weird thing with the demographics. Like you make a cartoon. Like we didn't have too many adult cartoons back in those days. Like the closest you got, I think, was Simpsons to like actually kind of more. And even then, like the first season or two was still kind of kid oriented. Tracy Ullman shows. It's kind of that whole thing. But that wasn't until a little bit later that it became an adult show. But like we didn't have Family Guy back then. We didn't have South Park. You didn't have, what is it called? Horse something guy. The one with, what's his name? The Fred is the horse name. BoJack. Like we now have Beavis and Butthead, arguably more for adults, like certainly older teenage and adult. So I think if the Beetlejuice cartoon had come out 10 years ago, 20 years ago even, it probably would have been more, 15 years ago, probably would have been more like what you're talking about, a little more edgy, a little more dark humor and stuff. But I think back then it was still, you can make cartoons that adults will enjoy, but they can't be geared towards adults. I think back then at least. I like the Muppet Babies though, for what it was worth. They were all right. 27 is young for metabolism to go on holiday. Normally it's 35 to 40. You're telling me, Denise. You're telling me. No, mine checked out at 27. I thought I had at least until 30. But no, 27 is when I could no longer eat 2 boxes of Kraft macaroni and cheese and a couple slices of pizza and call it good. Like, I started noticing. I was like, oh, look at this. I actually did some curls and I've got a little bit of a bicep. It's kind of the size of a golf ball. And then I looked down and I was like, oh, my gut is also the size of a donut. Like a big donut. It wasn't just a tiny, it was a big difference. I was putting on a little bit of muscle and gaining a lot of fat. But yes. And maybe that could just be diet as well. Maybe my metabolism, like you bludgeoned me to death for like 15 years. So now screw you. After 30, it's all bad. Yep, Lagmeister. That was the age. Like in my head, I thought 30 years old, married, 1 or 2 kids, a pet of some kind, work in big, tall building. This is, as a child, like young child. Carry a briefcase, work in big, tall building, do important things, adult. Like that was and for some reason 30 was that age. So when I was unemployed, I had just been a lifeguard for like the summer. Currently unemployed, never had a girlfriend, no kids, of course, had pets around growing up, but not my own, and wasn't in a place to responsibly own one. It broke me a little bit. I had a hard time turning 30 because it took. Wait, is that not what he's called, Io? Is he not called Optimus Primal? I thought that was the whole thing. I thought that's what he was called. I had to watch the Beetlejuice cartoon in secret because my mom was anti anything to do with devil. Same Zen. Yep. I felt like I was getting away with something. Yeah, I used to sneak down in the morning, Saturday mornings. I wouldn't even. We had a bathroom upstairs, but I would never use that one because that would wake my parents up. So Saturday mornings, 6 or 7 or something like that, I would sneak down to the basement, use the bathroom down there. And I would sit down and I wouldn't flush because I had it in my head that they could hear me using the bathroom. If they really wanted to listen, if they used their true parental instincts, they could hear me taking a leak. So I sat down, so I minimized the sound carrying, didn't flush it so that I didn't have to worry about that possibly waking them up. And I would try to watch whatever came on at 6 or 7 in the morning, which usually if it was He-Man or something like that, I wasn't allowed to watch that stuff either. Yeah. So I'm with you, Zen Sky. I didn't burn my talents on Beetlejuice, probably because I was a little bit older at that time. But like I said, for me it was He-Man. It eventually became. So here's my luck. My mom has this crazy ability to walk in at the absolute worst time of any movie or TV show. So for a long time, Smurfs. Anybody remember Smurfs? I need to catch up on chat before I can ask questions. That's stupid. But I used to be able to watch Smurfs. I had little figures and everything. My mom came down one time when Gargamel was literally trying to like do necromancy or some crazy. He was trying to like reanimate a corpse or do some. I don't know what it was. But I mean, to be fair, it was straight up demonic looking. Like it's one thing for him to be like, well, now Azrael, we'll just, I'll create a little. I don't even know what the heck he would have done. But like, there's like more or less, it's magic, but it's not really. It's like magic boots or a magic cloak, something that makes him invisible, kind of stuff like that. But this was like straight up necromancy and like bringing something back from the dead. And I will join Azrael with the ghost of Beelzebub, and we shall together capture the Smurfs. And I was like, and my mom walked in on that. She's like, Smurfs are done. No more Smurfs for me. So I used to, for a while I had to sneak to watch just even the Smurfs because they went crazy with it. Old school Geo Safari. The only Geo I can think of is the car. It was a very small, not great car, but I don't remember Geo Safari at all. That's a new one. Leave it up to Underhill, and I'm sure Baldrick, if he was here, to come up with a name of a show I've never heard of in my life. But is it not? Are you laughing because I'm quoting it and it just is a funny concept, or was he not called Optimus Primal? I could have swore that was the name. Like that was his actual name. Because humans in the past mostly didn't survive past their 20s. Well, no. Well, and I don't know exactly what we're referring to here. Oh. Well, see, and that's so we had. It's kind of a screwy thing. They said the average life expectancy was 30 or 35, but that was because so many children died in childbirth and or infancy. So when you've got children dying at like 1 or 2 years old, it brings the average way down. If you got out of infancy and into like young adulthood, like adolescence, you can live up to like 50, 60, 70 even. I'm sure people weren't living like in their hundreds, because there does come a point where, your body starts to break down to the point that without the medical stuff that we have now, probably, like survival was a lot harder back then. So, you probably weren't seeing too many people older than that, but they were living past 20, but it's just the average is low because of the high mortality rate when you're younger and a childbirth, which is, I happen to think that's one of the reasons why we have so many like fairy tales that, and by default or by extension, Disney stories where the mom isn't there. It's a single dad. I think it's because it was kind of not inspired by, but just the reality that a lot of mothers didn't make it past childbirth. At least, at certain times. I don't know. That's just a thought. Myst was good when it came out. So Ugnip, you played Myst. Okay. Which I imagine it would, oh no, I clicked on it. That's bad for me. I would imagine people overseas, having learned what I have about Nintendo and how it didn't really get into a lot of different markets necessarily. You had like the European, like basic European, like I guess the UK and France, maybe Germany or something. But a lot of countries did not get Nintendo. And so a lot of them were playing like on the Commodore, the Amiga, and like PC games, I think were just bigger overseas, I would imagine. Not to say the Myst wasn't big in the States, but I feel like that makes more sense to me, or I seem to hear more of that. Like Baldrick, had a ton of PC games, didn't even have Nintendo, back in his day. I remember hating sand because it's dirty and gets everywhere. Yeah, Silver, exactly. And I think that's a great. Oh gosh, what was the line after? See, that's the thing. We're so disgusted and so distraught by that line because it really is horrible, that we forget the line that came after that, which I'm not mistaken is his pickup line. He's like, but not you. You're warm and soft. I swear, I'm almost 90%. No, I'm 100% sure that either the next line after that, that is the line. He's like, its sand is coarse and rough and gets everywhere. And we're like, oh my gosh, wince, cringe. Oh my goodness gracious. And then after that, he's like, but not you. He's like, takes her hand. He's like, not you. You're soft and warm. And well, I'd like to get you everywhere. So I don't know. He doesn't say that, but it's equally as bad. Use AI to make Anakin and the younglings deleted scene and posted on YouTube. So, okay. A noble thought, Underhill. Like I said, I'm not griping too much. Like, I would not have minded watching him kill the Tusken Raiders. Like, because at least, they're like, again, you say they had it coming. What they did to Shmi, was that her name? Shmi? Is that not the dude from Peter Pan? You guys remember you had Captain Hook and Shmi? I'm pretty sure he called him Shmi. I think that was the name of Captain Hook's right-hand man. Well, right-hook man. Pretty sure it was Shmi. And they made that Anakin's mother's name? Isn't her name Shmi or Schmuck or Schmitty or something like that? I don't know. Anyway, like we see her, like the condition she's in, you can understand it. These are adults. These are savage creatures of some kind. I don't think we're supposed to, they're not evil, whatever. But like you can understand why he might do that. And it would be, you could see him with their gaffy sticks and you see him like kicking their butt. So So, like, I'm not upset we didn't see the younglings. I'm upset that that was the only thing he really did. He took out 5 Trade Federation goobers. He killed 1 Jedi Knight, I think. Well, we don't even see that. We just see the footage of, like, 2 Jedi Knights or Jedi Knight and, like, 2 Padawans, like, lying down on the security footage. And it's like, because I was going to do a video about this. So I'm actually scrubbing through painfully the movie. And I'm going, okay, what was his actual body count? It's like, oh, yeah, no, he did technically... We didn't see that either, but he did technically kill somebody other than younglings. But, like, that's not what it was about. Plo Koon should have had an awesome fight with him. And he should have fought Mace Windu. That would have been the last fight before Obi-Wan. And maybe him getting worn out by... Because Mace Windu was supposed to be the best lightsaber guy. I think they could have done more to hype that up. Make him the best. So when you see Vader going after him, Vader has a hard time. Anakin, whoever you want to call him, has a hard time because we know Mace is the best at this. And then Anakin using some of his non-lightsaber skills. So going, okay, maybe even as, you know, and of course the whole like, inseminated by the Force, for crying the heck out loud. What kind of harebrained idea was that? We don't need immaculate conception in the Star Wars universe, people. But you know, anyway, as the Force incarnate, even then he wasn't a match for Mace Windu purely in lightsabering, like he had been with the other Jedi. And so he actually has to use some of his nasty Force stuff. He's the one, man, I don't know if he could shoot electricity or not. I think that was still, Force lightning was still just Palpatine's deal. But maybe he starts doing the Force choke. Like we see, that's where he, you know, developed the fondness for that, because like he catches Mace off guard and and Mace has to like let down his guard to like, he's clutching at his throat, or he's like, oh gosh, and something where he takes on, like that should have been an epic thing, not just whoo, out the window you go, Mace. Oh, by the way, off your hands go, because we can't, every Jedi has to lose some appendage, and then she get chucked out the window. It should have been a showdown between Anakin and Mace. At the very end, Anakin barely wins out, and he's going after Obi-Wan. So he's not at his best, which would explain why he doesn't, because Obi-Wan isn't supposed to be the best or amazing. He was really freaking good. He was a Jedi Master, I believe. And so they could have had this amazing fight after, when you go, okay, Anakin's not quite at his peak, and in his hubris, he thought, okay, I've just massacred all these Jedi, I can take Obi-Wan. Not quite. Yeah, you lost a little too much. And then it didn't have to be this whole high ground nonsense. You just go, okay, he just beat him down because he had more gas in the tank. I'm quoting, what kind of plumber are you? A platypus plumber? Perry the platypus plumber? Perry the platypus? Did anybody else get that? Did anybody else get that reference? I don't get that reference. I'm guessing Underhill, you get the reference? The Witcher 3 is a fetch quest, but it's a goated game. Well, that's the thing. It's a game. Like, obviously, it has a negative connotation. Let's see.
You know, you look great with a melting candle on your forehead.
I get the feeling you're not taking me very seriously.
No, I am, really.
Really? Then let me hear you scream in terror.
All right, well, we're making a little bit of progress here. We'll beat this game within an hour, don't worry. But yeah, but it's a game. That's the thing. Like, so even if you have a negative connotation of fetch quest, where it's like, oh, this thing is nothing but fetch quest, like at least it is a game. To have a movie that is nothing but fetch quests, that's just hard. That's just it's hard to watch. There's another settlement that needs your help. Oh, what is that? Is that from Myst, Lagmeister? Man, this is crazy. It's like 4 quotes in a row that I have no clue what's being talked about. Usually I usually get those references, at least some of them. Suspicious that, let's see. ADHD keeps talking about stuff. I don't have ADHD. I don't, but I do have the gift of gab, or the curse of gab, however you want to think about it. So I do get sidetracked. I do get interested. I get excited about certain things. And so, yeah, I go on tangents quite a bit, but it's not ADHD. I can't focus. I just have fun, but I do get sidetracked. Batman Beyond was good, Lagmeister. I will agree with that. Absolutely. It was a fresh take on the deal. It's kind of cool to see Harley grown up. I think we only got 1 episode of that. Who was the other one? I don't think we get to see, well, Bane. We see what happened to Bane ultimately, which kind of makes sense based on what was going on. But, yeah, it was just cool to see Gotham in the future and Bruce as a mentor versus and with Terry coming. I think they could have made Terry a little more edgy. They could have made him a little bit darker. In fact, me and my friend were writing a script because at the time they were just starting to make superhero movies again, and we were like, you know what? If we can adapt the Batman Beyond script to a live action, might be our break in. The general story is already there. We just kind of enhance it a little bit, and I wanted to go darker with it. I wanted to make Terry to give his redemption arc a bigger swing. I wanted him to be kind of a bad guy, like not just like, oh man, he stole something, but like maybe not killing anybody, but like beating somebody within an inch of their life or something just because he gets pissed off. Like make him dark and then slowly bring him out of that. And then you have this point where he's kind of like, he's hesitant because and you could really only do this in the movie, not necessarily the series, because it would be too short of an arc there. Or maybe you'd have it for one episode, but like where he's now understood. Like he's kind of crossed that bridge where he's like, okay, not okay to just go around and beat the crap out of people, but yet he needs to still beat the crap out of people because he's Batman. So we have this transition where it goes from understanding that the violence isn't inherently bad. It's how you approach the violence, how you use the violence, and how far you take the violence in proportion to what's going on. So, you no longer do it because you're angry and you just want to get it out of your system. You no longer do it and enjoy it. You do it because you need to, and it's something that you're reluctant to do. And so it's almost against your nature to do it, but it needs to be done. I don't know. Anyway, I wanted to go darker with it. He didn't want to go that dark. And so our collaboration broke down shortly after we got like the second revision of an outline done. But what are you going to do? Rise again, like getting your body back in shape in your 40s. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yes, I'm with you, Underhill. I'm with you. I mean, we're both in our 40s, and I think we're both trying to... Which man, if you go that hard knock life, you're out there in the wilderness, man. You're going to have an easier time of it than I am. You're kind of away from all the pleasures and stuff and all the tantalizing things. You're just out there in nature. You got to start doing the Rocky thing, the Rocky and Russia montage where you're out there with the big logs, carrying those on your back as you walk through the snow. Well, you're not going to have snow in Nevada, but you know what I'm saying. You can have those organic, nature-based workouts. It'd be badass. I am succeeding, but software almost killed me. Oh, you're talking about like the job, if I'm not mistaken? I remember you saying that job was miserable. It was like soul-sucking. It's okay, Zen. So we are the same age. Okay, 80s baby. Yeah, same here. I mean, I am the earliest 80s baby. Well, not really, I guess. I'm 6 months away from being the earliest 80s baby you could possibly be. Okay, yep, that makes sense. 89 to 92. Okay, yep. Oh yeah, if you were born, I would say anything prior to 80, 88, 87, that would be right in your age group. So that makes sense. Now, again, things are making a lot more sense. Lagmeister's younger than me, so he has, younger tastes. Zen Sky is my age and has seen things accordingly. Underhill, same thing, same age, going through the same life crisis and everything. Mr. Krabs VA also plays an important character in Detroit Become Human. Apparently the dude is full of talent. Yeah, Macro, we don't have the name here, but yeah, he's a very humble guy. He's a very humble guy. Like, it's a job, for him. It's a job that he enjoys. But did you know, I watched a clip of it. He shot the scene where he's dangling Andy Dufresne off the side of the thing. And here's the funny part. So in that scene, Andy Dufresne says, "Do you trust your wife?" And the guy's like, this man is about to have himself an accident. Grabs him and has him like hanging over the side of the building that they're putting the tar on. And they have this whole exchange where he's like, if you trust your wife, he's like, because if you trust your wife, there's no reason you can't keep that $20,000. He's like, you better start talking. He's like, you can give her to her as a gift and they can't touch it. No taxes, whatever. And kind of has that connection with him. Anyway, after they finished shooting that scene, the guy drove, I'm pretty sure he drove or flew to a completely other state. I can't remember where the state was, but a considerable distance to get married. He went to work, did this scene where he's like roughing up Andy Dufresne on the roof of a building, and then goes off and gets married. It's crazy. It's crazy. I have not seen anything Beetlejuice. Kind of like what Zen Sky was saying. I was not allowed to. That would never have flown in the house. Never. I mean, I was eventually allowed to watch Terminator and Predator because they were more sci-fi-ish, kind of Star Wars-y. But Beetlejuice being straight up like, is that demonic or whatever, that was never going to fly. So the only time I could have watched it is at college and after. Nobody I knew had it. Nobody had a watch party for it. So it was just never something that I was like interested in per se. Not because of it. It's just like, I'm not a zombie Evil Dead kind of guy. Again, not because I think there's anything wrong with them necessarily. It's just not my genre, if you will. So because it was never a convenient watch, it just never came up. So I have not seen that. Disney did Doug. What Doug done Disney did. Did Disney do Doug dirty? Disney brought Doug and continued producing, but fully changed the lore. They made Roger go from poor kid to rich kid. See, that's what I understand. Why, like, yeah, pick up, if you want to pick up the series, that's fine, but why, like, if you're going to make changes like that, it should be for a creative reason. Like we say, oh, hey, we'd like to have some Richie Rich type episodes or something, and so we have to make one of the characters rich or something. Like, but it's got to be motivated. And I don't know. I don't think I've seen the Disney end of it, but can we play Skyrim or any other action game instead of this, pretty please? To be fair, Macro, right now, I wouldn't be playing any game. We would just be literally watching the same screen. So, hang on a second. We can't switch over if y'all don't like this.
Eek.
Come on. You can't get this from Skyrim.
Why do you villains always laugh so much?
I wasn't laughing about anything in particular. Somewhere there's a fish nibbling on my foot, and it really tickles.
You're about as fearsome as a doorstop.
Is it a really evil-looking doorstop?
Never mind.
All right. I mean, there's so much.
Father Bald?
You could just...
I'm not bald. I just have a really high widow's peak.
How can you see without eyeballs?
How can you walk around without a brain? Some things no one can answer.
Well, at least now you never have to worry about what to wear.
Well, I suppose that's true.
And accessorizing is really easy.
That's also true. And I look good in hats.
There you go. I'm going now.
Good. Now
Okay.
leave me alone. I have a lot of scheming and evil plotting to do.
All right, still haven't caught up yet, but I know what we need to do next. I'll see if you guys can figure it out as well. Making Roger a rich kid makes no sense. For the first time in years, I'm not fat. I'm trying to get back in shape because I'm moving off grid and will kill me if I don't. There you go. Exactly. Yep. I was a lifeguard, Macro. I lifeguarded for a lake. Lifeguarded for the Y. And I lifeguarded my first lifeguarding gig. So my first job out of college. You know, you spend all this money to go to college, right? College opens doors, blah, blah, blah. The first job I could get was lifeguarding job. And it was in a neighborhood where there were gunshots. Not on the regular, but at least 2 different days we had gunshots. But it was well, the pool itself was probably barely bigger than a private pool, a good sized private pool like you'd have in your backyard. But it was public. It was surrounded by a chain link fence. And it did have a deep end. I think it went up to 7 feet or 6 feet, 6 or 7 feet. But yeah, I had to do all the chlorine and the whatever. I had to do I was it. I got hired by the apartment complex to run their pool 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. And so I did. That was my first one. Then I did the lake, which was horrible because you have horrible visibility and it's a lot more dangerous. And then, did the Y. I think I did one other gig, but yeah, it wasn't the worst, but lifeguarding, you're getting paid peanuts, but yet you need to be ready to have to save somebody's life, or their mobility. Like, you know, somebody hits their head on the bottom of a pool, you don't handle them right, you could be the one that screws up their back or their spine or whatever, and ends up, it was like, no, the blow didn't break his neck or didn't paralyze him. It was how he was handled afterwards. So you're in this almost perpetual state of like doing nothing at all. So yeah, you shouldn't get paid a whole lot for doing nothing, but if something is to happen, you are expected to have the training to save somebody's life, and not just, oh, I can't swim and, you know, okay, I'm going to, grab you and pull you out. It's all kinds of things. It's heat exhaustion, heat stroke, things that can really be very detrimental. You've got to be able to identify them, know how to treat them, and you know, to have this whole thing, and we didn't have cell phones back then, or I think maybe I had a pager, but like find a way to get help at the right time. So it never happened. And all the lifeguarding I did, never had a single incident of any kind, but it was just knowing that it could be, and you're making $8 an hour. And it's like, the heck, I've got a degree. I think we talked about it once before, but I got Geo Safari instead of Super Nintendo for... Oh, wait. Geo Safari was the system? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh, geez. I am way behind. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I'm 20 minutes behind. I don't remember. A lot of times I will remember a conversation. I don't remember that. Not to say that it didn't happen. We may very well have had it, but I just don't remember. So yeah, okay, so it's a game system. I remember there was a Neo Geo. Was Geo Safari before or after Neo Geo? Well, Azrael is the angel of death. It makes sense that the Smurfs are fueled by Satan. Well, yeah, that's true. But that was the thing. We had Gargamel and Azrael, and my mom she was okay with that. It just wasn't until Gargamel decided to invoke whatever spirits of whatever that she was like, Yes, that is correct. The infant mortality rate was insane. Birth is very difficult for humans compared to most mammals. Indeed. My sister just went through her second one, and yeah, people live to 70, even 100, just not quite as common. There we go. Yep. Okay. The big driver is nutrition once the infant mortality point is passed. Which, I mean, and that does say something, Underhill. I think, you know, we you know, how many times in our modern day, I think you may have tapped into this at one point. I think we've had different perspectives on like what the right thing is to eat now, but something to be said, if people were living to 70 and 100 without or even 60, 60, 70 years old without all of our modern medication, even our vaunted penicillin, people were able to live that long without those things. The diet had to be pretty darn good, and it couldn't have been all that complicated. You know, peasants weren't able to eat all that, you know, they weren't high on the hog, you know, they were, you know, they weren't eating a lot of great stuff, but yet they were able to function for quite some time. And there weren't cushy jobs. There weren't desk chair jobs back then. Men and women were working pretty hard. I mean, you know, granted, you know, at that point, a lot of it, you know, the survival, the survivability of the family did depend on children. So her full-time job was pretty much having kids, especially when, I don't know what the rate was. I don't think it was 1 out of 3, but like with the mortality rate being high, not only for her, but of the kids, like you could even have a kid and it would die relatively quick. So it was like you needed to have 3 or 4 just to have 1 or 2. And so it was like, that was pretty much a full-time job, guys protecting her, taking care of her. And he's working in the fields and everything. Both of them are in very physically draining and kind of strenuous activities, and they don't have all of our medication, and yet they were doing okay. So, wait, Ugnip? No, I know his name is Optimus Prime, but somebody back me up. Am I that clever? There's no way I'm that clever. But I mean, did really they not change it? I know it's Optimus Prime, and that's his proper name, Ugnip. Give me some credit. I am a child of the '80s, sir. I know his proper name is, but I thought because he turned into an ape, or his ape form was his alternate form, I thought they called him Optimus Primal, but no. Hang on. No. I am. All right. Sorry. I've got to do this. I need to see. YouTube. We'll go off of YouTube. Well, no, YouTube takes forever to play on this. Phantom. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong. This might be a what do you call that? Oh, where you think it's something where you're like Berenstain Bears. Like you think it's something, but it's not. Mandela syndrome or Mandela effect. Phantom Menace. Lines. Sand is coarse. Let's see. Line after. What do you mean it doesn't have a line after? I could have sworn. Okay, now I have to go YouTube. Okay. I'll play it if it's right. Yes, I was right. Here we go. Hang on a second. We're gonna mute this here. 5. Okay, there we go. Here it is. Oh, I swear. That's the thing. The one line is so bad that you forget that there was another one. Here we go. I don't know. Maybe I can't have it full screen. I can't remember what YouTube does with it. But let's oh, whatever. Here we go.
Rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Oh gosh, it's not loud enough. Be louder, YouTube. All right. Is it? Okay, I'm gonna crank it up. Oh, we're at 25 to 20. Okay.
Rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
You know what? I think it is my computer settings. I got the Okay. For real.
It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
So you're like, oh, wins,
like
cringe. Oh wait.
Here everything is soft.
No, I was wrong.
And smooth.
Okay. We were kind of both right. Okay, Io, you were officially correct. He said here it's what did he say? Here it's not, but then he made it about her. It was about her.
Irritating, and it gets everywhere.
I could have sworn he said, not like you.
Not like here.
Not like here.
Here everything is soft.
He swallowed hard. I was like, oh, come on. Jeez Louise. I'm sorry. Star Wars prequel apologists, you have your work cut out for you. That's all I'm going to say. My gosh. All right, we'll move this down. That should. I think that's. Yeah. That's just so bad. But yeah, so you were right, Io, but he was looking at her when he said that. So, and the way he said here, to me, it sounded like you. That's why I got excited, because I thought he said, not like here. I was like, I thought he said you. But anyway, you are correct, sir. But he was looking at her, and he was like, not like here. Oh, God, it's so bad. Like, look, there are some bad lines in Star Wars. I can't think of any off the top of my head. There are some bad ones, but they're not that bad. Like I'm not trying to deify the original trilogy. I'm old enough where I can look back even at a series that I liked as a kid and go, yeah. I don't know how in the world Lucas missed out on the opportunity to sell a camouflage C-3PO. You've got all of your guys wearing camouflage in a freaking the redwood forest type thing, and you've got this bright gold droid with you. And it is a little stubby, chirpy white and blue and silver. Like, so why are y'all wearing camouflage? You've got this giant gold thing walking right with you. He's not blending in anything. He's reflecting the light everywhere. Missed a perfect opportunity to give 3PO a camo set or a camo paint job, and he didn't use it. So it is not without its flaws, but we don't have any lines like that. My gosh. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, not here. Here the sand is soft and soothing. Yep. And then he says, like you, I think. Yeah. So it doesn't make it any better, but it is. You are correct. You are correct. It is different. Which actually is a scathing indictment, because it makes sense that somebody like me wouldn't remember the exact line because I've only seen it like once in my life. The fact that you knew what the actual line was, sir, betrays you. You have seen the prequels more than once. And that is not healthy for anyone. Let's see. When I was a kid, I had Wolfenstein 3D, Duke Nukem, F-29 Retaliator, Doom. Before I had that, it was Ghostbusters, Roger Rabbit? Rita Rabbit? Rita Rabbit. Oh, no, it's a real thing. Rita Rabbit, huh? I thought you were trying to say Roger Rabbit. I'm not familiar with Rita Rabbit. That's like levels 3-1 of all. That would be why I haven't heard of it, because I didn't. My first computer that I actually used with any regularity was a Windows ME machine. So Millennium Edition, 1999, I believe was when it came out. That was my first computer. It was a compact laptop. But yeah, I did have a friend that had Wolfenstein 3D. I don't think he had Duke Nukem. And then I do remember Doom. I didn't know anybody who had it, but I remember that was a pretty big one. Ghostbusters and Rita Rabbit. Those, I mean, I know Ghostbusters is a series, but I didn't know that was a computer game. It was a very bad Nintendo game. Didn't know they had that on the computer, though. I was running 3-4 running a DOS computer. Jeez Louise. I played Rita Rabbit on middle numbered version of DOS. Wow. So you guys are the tech savvy ones, which I guess makes sense. I know you went on to do software, even though you didn't particularly care for the field. I mean, you can see where your roots came from. Lagmeister, you're working on trucks and cars and motorcycles, right? But I mean, I guess that's the thing. It's more of that mechanical mindset there. I was amazed when Windows 3.0 came. Yeah, I never got to witness that. My first introduction to the internet was AOL. Yep, me too. You've got mail. I didn't have it. My friend actually had it. His mom bought him a computer. That was the only thing he got for Christmas. I think maybe his birthday that year. He got a Gateway computer with AOL. Chat blew my mind. Blew my mind. It was like, we take this for granted. Like, this is just a normal thing. But back then, man, the ability to get into a chat room and talk to people from all over the world, it was a wonderful time. Settlement needing help is Fallout 4. Oh, okay, gotcha. I have not played Fallout 4, so that's why I missed that reference. But I appreciate now I know if I see that quote again, I can at least pretend that I know where it's from. I heard that Obi-Wan really only won because Anakin overestimated himself. Yes, Silver. Well, I like how you phrase that, Silver. I heard like that you haven't watched that 25 times. You young buck. I know you're a Star Wars prequel fan. I know it. But he did. I mean, he overestimated his ability to jump over Anakin. If you look at the movie, I'm not going to bring it up now, but like before I went off on my rant about, Anakin, whatever, like you look at it and go, what was in his mind? Because even if he clears Obi-Wan, like he was like, I'm going to jump over you on the other side. Like he can swipe at you when you land. Like there was no smart plan that he would have had to clear Obi-Wan by like 20 feet. Or, I don't know, maybe 10 feet. I'm thinking Obi-Wan, 6 foot tall, 2 or 3 feet with the arm, another 3-4 feet with the lightsaber. He's got about 10, 12 feet of reach with that swing. Anakin needs to clear from a lower position. He needs to clear Obi-Wan by at least 12 feet, probably more because Obi-Wan could jump or use the Force to do whatever. So we're just going to say at least 15 feet. So even if he could do that, though, he goes over, he's going to land right in front of him. So he just waits for him to go over and swipes his torso. Like, it was stupid. I hate when they do. It's the same thing. You watch a fight scene and you can tell when either the good guy or the bad guy is not going to connect with their punch because they always do that, the wide hook. And you freeze frame it and you're like, and I get there's safety involved, but there's a way to do it safely and not stupidly. But like you can see, and they do it with sword stuff all the time, where you can tell they had no intention of actually hitting. Like the guy did not have to move. And again, from a safety perspective, that's what you want. But there are better ways to shoot it where you can tell, like, so that the hero the whole time he's doing jab, cross, and then he's connecting with the bad guy, and then it's like, okay, now I'm going to do this wide hook that even if it connected with you has no power behind it. And that's when the bad guy blocks like this, and then it's just so when they have stuff like that where you're like, what was the big plan here? What was he going to do? Even if he landed if he stuck the landing, what was his big plan? Stupid. Eventually I put Preston in the pink party dress and locked him in a cage suspended above the fort. Is that another quote? I think that's another quote that I don't know. Preston in the pink party dress and locked him in a cage suspended above the fort. I don't get that reference. Hopefully everybody else does. No. Their fight end was similar to how Obi-Wan beat Maul. Obi-Wan won when Maul had the high ground. It's very true. Well, no, that's the opposite. Silver. Obi-Wan. Oh wait. Obi-Wan. Oh no. Maul had the high ground, and Obi-Wan beat him. Because remember, Obi-Wan he was hanging off the ledge thing, and then doesn't he like throw himself up and grab the lightsaber and slice? That's when he bisects him. was he above him when he did that? I don't know. Like I said, I haven't seen it in a while, but I will take it that I've already been wrong once tonight about Star Wars. The prequel, we'll call it the prequels. I don't want to call it Star Wars. I was wrong about the prequels, so I might be wrong about that as well. But I thought Obi-Wan was able to beat Maul, even though he was coming from the low ground. Whereas, allegedly, Obi-Wan's like, I've won, Anakin. I have the high ground. And it's like, slow clap. What, are you going to stay there or are you going to move? Because Anakin's like, okay, I'm going to go back and take over the galaxy. And Obi-Wan's like, well, I'm going to stay here on the high ground, Anakin, because you can't beat me as long as I'm up here. Of course, and then Anakin gets in a ship and flies over top. And he's like, I have the high ground now, bitch. And he's like, bam, 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 bam. And so the movie's completely different. That I wouldn't mind making using AI to make a short of or something. Topographic locations have no basis in the outcome of battle. Anakin probably. To be fair, was it Shadiversity? I don't know if you all have watched that, seen that show, but Shad did an actual thing, and it is, when it comes to actually like swords, like sword fighting and stuff, the high ground isn't actually advantageous, especially if like it's on a staircase, because you're having to stoop to like sway. It's a very awkward position to be able to deal with what your opponent's doing, and you're not like just trying to poke straight down. It's different firearms versus swords. I'm not going to say it's definitive, but I watched a video on it. It made sense to me. But free internet for years upon years. Net Zero, yes. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, we had Net Zero. That was at our house. That was the first one. AOL, Napster, Kazaa, good times. Yeah. Free music. Bear, was it called? There was another one. LimeWire. LimeWire was another one. Although, and this is. You guys remember how long it took to download a song? I had the internet connection in college. So whatever college, whatever a university was piping in, and those megabytes, it was 3 megabyte song, took like, sometimes it took up to 20 minutes, 25, 30 minutes, depending. Sometimes even longer. I remember, well, some of it was also Napster. It wasn't necessarily the download speed. A lot of it was if you only had 1 or 2 people with it uploaded, it took a lot longer, but if it was a popular song and everybody had it, you could get it in like a minute or something. Both cases, Obi-Wan's opponent underestimated him. And that's because he's a very underestimatable guy. I think that's what it comes down to. Obi-Wan just doesn't strike you. Qui-Gon Jinn looked like a badass. He had kind of like, the Jedi mullet going on, some groovy facial hair. Obi-Wan was a scrub. Everyone said using LimeWire, there you go, would give me a virus, but it never happened. Darkseid is more powerful, that is canon, but the hubris that comes with it, yep. Yeah, it's, what was it? Well, wait. What's that line? No, because, so I don't know if Disney's changed it, but Luke has that conversation with Yoda, and he says, is the dark side stronger? And he goes, no, but more seductive, and something else. I can't remember that line. So I don't know if it's been changed since, or if the prequels retconned it or something, but when in Empire Strikes Back, when Luke talks to Yoda, actually, let me see here. Now I'm curious myself. Let's see. He said, okay, Luke says, yeah, is the dark side stronger? And Yoda goes, no, quicker, easier, more seductive. So it may very well be that it has been it's either retconned or it's been explained that the dark side is actually stronger. But in at least back in my day, with Empire Strikes Back, Yoda says it's not stronger, but it is quicker and easier and more seductive. In other words, you can go from 0 to 60 faster. That said, I will agree that the way the Jedi use the Force is not necessarily the most advantageous. Like, because they're the good guys, they have which is ridiculous, because I'm sorry, the guys who are using mind control, the ones who are using impressing their will upon a weaker mind, that sounds like Sith. So that's what I'm saying. The original trilogy is not without its faults. The idea that mind control is a Jedi trick or a Jedi thing, I'm like, well, where's your morality? Like, you're like, oh, we can't strike out of anger. No, but you can mess with people's heads. You can make them do things that they don't actually want to do. That doesn't sound very light-sided to me. I was so in shape when I was living on the road, and then I got a software job. Okay, it turned me into mush, but now I got my weight back down and building muscle. Good for you, man. Good for you. I need to get there. I think it is because I don't have any stability right now. Like I don't need life to be, I don't want it to be predictable, and I like change, but in the midst of change or in between change, I need stability. I need something to I need solid ground to stand on. And right now it's like the schedule is, but it isn't. And then this is available, and then it's not. It's like there's so much fluctuation right now that trying to, as stupid as it sounds, it's almost like you got too much time to have a schedule. I don't know. It's dumb, but I'm making up excuses. The bottom line is I need to do exactly what you're doing and get my butt back on shape. And I think I'm going to start tomorrow, because I looked at myself in the mirror today. I was like, I am getting big. Like my best friend growing up was, at least from the age of 15, he was a big guy. He was my height, but he weighed about 300 pounds. At his heaviest, he was 300 and some. So and we'd go to the pool and all that kind of stuff. So I remember seeing what fat looked like. And I mean, he's trimmed down. In fact, at one point I had put on a little bit of weight, and he had gotten all the way down to like 230 or something. He looked fantastic. And I had put on enough weight, so we were almost the same weight for the first time in our entire lives. I was always beanpole, he was always a big guy. But anyway, I know what that looks like, and I remember going, I never want to be like that. And I love my friend, but I don't want to necessarily be that size. But I'm starting to look like that. It's starting to get that way, and it's freaking me the heck out. So good for you, man. Well, the Beetlejuice movie was way more oriented towards adults. You could watch it right now and enjoy it. Okay, gotcha. That is like a must-see movie. I might see. There's another one you said a must-see, and I can't remember what it is now, but I know it was one that I wanted to see. Oh, maybe it's like an Evil Dead movie or something. There are probably like, I don't know, 10 movies that I'm like, I wouldn't mind watching them because I hear so much about them, and I've been told, like, how do you not have watched these? But I am curious about it. I mean, it's Michael Keaton, and I'm pretty sure what's his face, right? It was a Batman team up. It was the director guy, Tim Burton, right? Tim Burton and Michael Keaton back for some more shenanigans. Lagmeister cool with Monkey Island. All right, yep. Game is fine. Still making a map with the stream in the background. Nice. Okay, there we go. I'm glad I'm able to provide that for you. And yeah, like I said, I mean, even if I was playing Skyrim, it would just be different music. But we will make. Here we go. Oh.
I've got nothing to say to him.
Okay, so just so you guys know, because I kind of remember what we need to do here.
There's a strange glow coming from that porthole. It's a brightly lit porthole.
Okay, here we go, and we see this thing.
There's a skeletal arm floating in the water.
So, you guys remember what we got on inventory? We've got the ramrod. We have a plastic hook. What if we were to do something like... Well, how do we do this?
I don't need to wear a hook. I have two good hands.
Darn you.
It's Wally's fake pirate hook.
Oh.
I don't want to talk to the ramrod.
All right. Now we have I know what I need to do. I want to combine the hook with the ramrod, but I don't remember how to combine.
I don't need to wear a hook. I have two good hands. This has to be used with something else.
I know that, you doofus. I need you to... There's look, there's grab, there's talk. How do you combine items? This is whacked. This is wacky. All right. Let's look at options. No. Help. Oh, here we go. Nope, those are special. There we go. Examine, talk to, inventory, use, maybe? Huh. Ah! See, there we go.
I can't just use this by itself.
Yes, you can.
I can't just use this by itself.
Why not? Why not?
I can't just use this by itself.
Oh, poop on a stick. I could have sworn that was... You just grab that and... Well, anybody got any ideas? I know it's kind of hard because we've been switching gears so much here, but...
They're too heavy to carry. I don't want to slap the little guy around.
Let me see.
They're too heavy to carry.
Okay. All right.
They're fun, but I need to use them. I can't just use this by itself. Scraping a hook on that would be pointless. They're fun, but I can't use a balloon with that. Piracy, the LeChuck Way, Chapter 1. How to get more than 15 men on a dead man's chest.
What if we're missing? We get.
I can't just use this by it. I can't just use this by
Okay, you know. Well, here's the thing. There are two versions of this game. One is the we chose the harder one, so I'm pretty sure it requires more pieces to the puzzle. Because that's all. From what I remember, that's all you needed to do was do that. You snag the little arm.
I can't reach that far. There's a skeletal arm floating in the water. Nah. It's the muzzle of the cannon. No. I've got nothing to say.
All right, so we've got the portholes.
It's another gun bay. I can't squeeze past this cannon to get over there.
All right, let me catch back with the chat. I could have sworn we were gonna. My degree, macro. I got a. It's embarrassing. The only thing that redeems it a little bit is that I went into college. I wanted to go into theater, but I kind of got convinced to go to college anyway, and so I was going to be a theater major. But then the head of the communication department said that I should go communications, so I decided to go So I long story short, communication major with a minor in leadership. Parents will literally walk in at the worst time of any show. I get, yeah, maybe it's not just my dad never did it, but then again, I guess he never really cared too much. But yeah, I thought it was just of the power of my mom, but maybe there's plenty of other parents out there that do that as well. Listening in the next room, waiting for something to object to. You joke, Underhill, but you are a contrarian, sir. Now maybe I've now given you something, to argue with. But yes, no, I had a roommate who was pretty similar. He didn't wait for something to object to. He just, it was like perpetual devil's advocate. Even when he agreed with me, he would just be an advocate. That was just kind of his thing. I'm shocked a lot of high schoolers in the U.S. don't study at all and still get over 3.5, according to a Reddit thread I read. Meanwhile, over here, it's 24/7. Well, I think, Macro, we talked about this. We have like true false questions and multiple choice on our tests. So I screwed it up again. So you can literally guess your way to an A. You really can. And if you've studied, if you've shown up to class at all, you pretty much have a good idea of what the answer is. There were certain classes like, AP English or like advanced level classes where you had to just write your answer straight. You'd have a question and you just had to have the answer. If you didn't know the answer, you were just screwed. Now you could, if you're really, paying attention, you could sometimes answer questions with the questions of the other questions. So like if there was a question, hey, what happened in 1917? And then like 4 questions later, it's like, after the blah, blah, blah of 1917, or it may not say that, but it'll say after the Boston Tea Party, what was the blah, blah, blah. And you're going, oh, that was the thing that happened in 1917. So there were ways where you could sometimes get answers or part of answers to questions from reading other questions. If you kind of had an idea, but there were most of them in those classes, the harder classes, yes, you had to know the material. In almost all the other tests, even like the SATs for crying out loud, are multiple choice. So you can take a guess. You have no idea what the answer is. Now, granted, I'm not sure what the statistics are with doing an entire test like that, But you could be like, this one doesn't look right. This one doesn't look right. It's one of these two, 50-50. I'll go with this one. And you get it right, and you didn't actually know it. I mean, it is possible. I wouldn't say feasible, but it is possible to get a very high score on pretty much any test without actually knowing anything if you're just good at guessing. Well, yeah, but people also were horribly disfigured from rickets and smallpox. We live in a world where you don't know those faces because of vitamins and vaccines. Well, very true, Unreal. I'm just saying, let's see, and many other horrible maladies and people missing limbs were everywhere because of infection. Well, now that I'm not sure so much. I mean, yes, but typically infection was fatal. Like, I think it was the amount of people who died from their wounds in the Civil War was relatively low. Most of it was getting shot in an arm, a non-lethal injury that got infected. Because infection it would just spread and gangrene and everything. So if they amputated, usually if you're missing an arm, it meant it got infected and they got rid of it obviously before it spread. But a lot of times, if all it had to do was get to the body, and you were screwed. So there was a lot of deaths from infection. But yeah, you would have a lot of that as well. But yeah, I'm not saying it was a grand old time. I'm just saying people were able, I mean, living that long in life without a lot of the modern stuff is pretty impressive because so much stuff could kill you back then. Like things now, because we have penicillin, we have these other things, we can survive longer with, or we can deal with certain things. But I mean, just think about going through like having an ear infection with no, antibiotics. Didn't have antibiotics back then. I mean, just the level of misery would be incredibly high. But I just think it says something that, you had people that, and also you're missing an arm. You're begging. If you don't have a family to support you, like you're probably a beggar, like, because you can't. Again, it was a lot more punishing if you did have those maladies. But yeah, certainly there were definitely a lot of horrible things that we don't have to deal with. I'm just saying you had to be particularly hardy to survive in a physically taxing world without any of our, like I said, penicillin and antibiotics and all our other stuff, and the rate of infection and all that kind of thing. To be able to survive with all of those minefields is pretty impressive. I specifically remember. Oh wait, passing the class and learning are two completely different things. Yep. Sometimes to its detriment. Like, yeah, because it was like you just, okay, what do I need to do to pass the test? Because that's what really mattered as a kid. Like, and that makes sense as a kid. You're like, people care about I'm not going to come home with a C on a test and tell my mom, well, I learned a lot, but I got a C. It's like, well, I mean, for me, a C wasn't a horrible thing, but like I get a D or an F on a test, they're not going to care if I learned anything or if I feel like I learned something. They want to see that I got the grades. So you learn that's the one thing you do learn, is that you need to memorize and figure out what it is the teacher wants you to learn and wants you to come away with. But even then, I'm not going to get into it here because, who knows, conspiracies and all that kind of stuff. But I think enough of us have something that we've learned, that we were taught in all through school. This is what happened historically or whatever. And we've found contrary to that, I would say many times. But the bottom line being, like, just because you were taught something doesn't mean, or you learned something doesn't mean it's correct. There've been so many developments and changes over the years, and then things that we're finding out now, or things that are being uncovered or whatever. And it doesn't mean that just because somebody says, oh, you've always believed this and now it's actually this, you don't take it for granted. But I think there's been enough stuff where it's like, this is actually pretty much proven out that it didn't go down this way. And it's like, well, that's what I was taught for 12 years. Like every year in school, we learned about the same basic subjects. And every single time we were taught this is what happened. And now we find out it didn't happen at all. And you go, okay, well, how much of what I learned is bullcrap? It doesn't say it's malicious, but it's not, just because it's in a textbook doesn't mean it's infallible. Doesn't mean that it's actually true. And of course, it doesn't mean that the contrary is true either. But, when you have an expert that's saying one thing and an expert, like, They're like, oh, search out expert opinion. Well, this expert who has a degree from this school, which is, it's a school that we're all saying is worth getting a degree from. And this guy from a school of equal standing, both of them are experts. Both of them have all this history and whatever, and they disagree. Who do you go with? Go with what your heart tells you, I guess. But I specifically remember asking my mom how to read the name Berenstein or Berenstein Bears. Stein? Is that? Or Steen? I don't know. I still don't know. I think that's pronounced Steen, right? Stein? And then Stein would be Stien? Oh no, Stein is Stin. I don't know. But yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember specifics. I just remember thinking it was the Berenstein Bears. But yeah. Copy strike. Oh, you guys joke, but no. You remember when I said, who was it? Somebody asked me to play the, was it Lagmeister? No, well, it was Lagmeister. Might have been under. No, so one of you said, oh, like there's this music, and it was like this, like Japanese chill music kind of thing. And I was like, okay, I'll let you guys listen to it. Like, I don't know if they'll copyright strike. We watched it on YouTube. I got flagged for that. Said, this is copyrighted material, whatever. And it's been like, it's not like certain areas can't watch it or something. And then there was another part that also I had like 3, they weren't copyright strikes. They were just saying, this is copyrighted. You can't have this in here. This is copyrighted. Some people can't watch it. It's like, oh my gosh. I was tempted to just put out the actual recorded video that I had of it. Cause it got butchered, but I don't know. Eat Sandschward. Yeah, you were right. Oh my gosh, 30 minutes behind now. Look, I'm not too big to admit that I was wrong. Like, I want the truth, and even if it embarrasses me in front of all the people, it's more important to know what the real deal is. The internet before AOL was so different and so awesome. Yeah, I didn't get to experience that, unfortunately. Like, the first time I logged in to a computer was well after AOL. I always say if you know how to read, you can work on a car. What's Merc for the win, Ugnip? What's MIRC? Kick Murray with the stick into the sea. Hey, Baldrick, hello! Hey! Sorry, I'm just now getting to you. But I don't think we can kick him. See,
I can't just use this by itself. It's a ramrod with a plastic hook stuck on the end. That doesn't look appetizing. I can't just use this by itself.
No.
I can't just use this by itself.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's an interface error?
Hey, that's my arm. Give that back. Hey.
There you go. You asked and I delivered. I couldn't kick him, Baldrick, but I did. I've never done that before. I've never played through this game where I actually knocked Murray's head off the... Wow. Well, there you go. At your behest, I committed a great atrocity on a talking skull. So now we go into our inventory and we've got... So wait. I now I remember what to do. Okay, man, this sucks. I'm so far behind that even if I asked you guys if you know what to do, I would. Okay, I'm gonna try to catch up. We'll see how much. So there you go. But good to see you, Baldrick. Good to see you. Fallout 4, Preston Garvey will constantly annoy you about defending settlements. He does this by suddenly opening a dialogue in the middle of anything. Okay. So he's a bit of a preachy fellow. Well, they seem to pass with good marks, but not much effort. And unless it's for GED, I doubt any info learned in school is worth retaining outside of school education. Yeah, I said Maul had the high ground. Right. But he lost, right? That was the thing. He killed Qui-Gon and then... school just teaches you how to learn and use relevant material to do that. Beyond that, the important thing is practicing. Yep, practice the actual job. Exactly, yep. He force pushes himself up. Okay, there we go, Baldric. Thank you. Yeah, I need to catch up. You guys are giving me relevant stuff, and I'm way too far back to appreciate it. He force pushes himself up, force grabs Qui-Gon's lightsaber, backflips Maul, and halves him, if we're talking about Phantom Menace. Baldric, as somebody who is within my age, it appalls me that you know it that well, but I do appreciate, as usual, your wisdom and knowledge on the subject. So he does backflip over Maul. So he does take the high ground. Or he is at least on the same level. So yeah, he throws himself up, grabs the lightsaber, backflips, and then halves him. So he doesn't have him from below. That didn't look right in my mind of like Obi-Wan hanging there, grab the saber, and then just doing this. So he doesn't have the high ground, but he at least is not on the low ground. The high grounds matter more when both opponents are capable of doing 18-foot leaps over each other, right? Good for you, Underhill. Did not go to college. Good for you. Look, I'm not trying to say never go to college, especially other countries maybe, but in America, unless you need that college directly, like, if you need, like, had a friend, I don't think you had to have this, but like to go into law enforcement, they wanted you to have a criminal justice degree. That was going to make it easier for you. So you get the degree and it automatically puts you in a right position to get a job. If you're trying to go to law school, if you're trying to become a doctor, like there are certain professions where schooling is the primary path to get there. Barring that, you're better off learning a trade because I mean, really most of the time, unless you're lucky enough to get some kind of scholarship, even if you get like a few grants here and there, you're probably going to come out of college with like 20 to 30, upwards 80, 100, depending for certain universities, of debt. Like the amount of work that you're going to have to, like that job needs to get you, that schooling degree needs to get you an amazing freaking job just to pay for itself over many, many, many years. So you're better off jumping into a trade or something where you get trained on it, you learn the job, you become an expert, and you're making bank at the age of 20 while people are still in school. You're out there. I mean, some of my friends that got into like the trades, I'd meet them after a while, and they've got like 2 cars. They got their own house. I mean, that doesn't mean everything, but like they're living large. They got the job that they want. They're making it. They've got a career going, and I've still got 2 more years of paying people to grade my papers. Ugh. But I've learned some really complex stuff on the spot on the job that people go to school. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Being able to directly apply what you learn on the job is so important. You could teach me, right now you could teach me a bunch of stuff, but if I have no way to apply it directly and to figure it out for myself, like it'll just go over my head and be lost. So yeah, learning stuff on the job is the way to go. Oh dear God, Jesse's not even close with chat. I have time to make some more coffee then. I'm going to make you eat those words, Baldric, because I'm going to catch up. That was only 30 minutes ago. Darkseid is more powerful when it comes to things that are not the Jedi way. I'm not sure how to... I guess I'll agree, just so that I don't have to come running from the other room to argue or to disagree. But I mean, like, I get, like, I don't know. I don't know how that works. Like when Yoda says it's not more powerful, but it's more seductive. Like I can see Darkseid being a it's like playing a video game. You can go Darkseid on a video game and it's an easier playthrough. But it's not necessarily because you're more powerful. You're just willing to do things that Jedi aren't. I guess that's the thing. I think from a pure powerful perspective, like power, I don't know that that's true, but I think it's easier to do things. You can do more because Darkseid 1 allows you to use your powers for nefarious, like however you want. But the Darkseid is willing to do things like the Darkseid would say, we know that there's a bad guy in here, a good guy somewhere in this room. We don't know. We're just going to kill everybody until we get to the guy. Like, it's more ruthless. So I think it can be more, I don't know. It has its upsides, but like in terms of just strength or power, I don't know. Like Jedi versus Sith, 1-on-1, that Sith just wins out. Like everything else being equal, I don't know that that's how that works. But if the Jedi are conditioned well, if the bad guy's on the ground, you can't hit him. then yeah, you're going to lose because you're using stupid doctrine, which arguably is quintessential Republic Jedi. Dark side is more powerful when it comes to... yes, you do. Underhill, networking and good CV. You can always tell. I first became familiar with the term CV with Denise, out there in the UK. Here we have resume. It's just called a resume. So CV, which I think it's not cover letter, is it? Because we have cover letters too, but it stands for something else. But yeah, I can always tell when somebody's not from the US or somebody's from outside of the US, if when they're talking about a job resume, it's a CV. Go a much longer way than just certificates, although I think you would have to have one. I thought you would have to have one. If I apply for a job, it's because I know I can do it or learn it fast, but I've given up trying to find work in the US. Do you think it's not suitable for you to go to college anymore? Hell no. Why the hell would I pay someone $50K for a worthless piece of paper? Exactly right. Exactly. It's not even a sheepskin anymore. I've got mine. It's just a piece of paper. They don't even actually like put it on a durable, lasting medium anymore. In my life now, college would be a vanity thing, right? For a lot of people, it would. Dude, I got this rotary jackhammer in a case, and I do lifts with it. I do squat and arm exercise with my heaviest rifle several times a day. Nice! See, and those are practical things, too. That's another reason why working out has been something hard for me to get into, because I don't have a need to do it. Like when I was driving a truck and lifting heavy stuff. The job got me fit because I needed to be fit to do the job. And, I was sore for a while, but it got better. Working in a warehouse, same thing. You're, hefting around spools of copper wire and stuff. The work builds you up, and they're like, there, you're going, okay, here's some stuff I might have to actually do. Or here's a thing that I would need to do to have the strength to. Wally, stop crying, you little wuss. My gosh. But yeah, applicable exercise, I think is a big deal. Functional exercise. Like, I'm not just doing this just to exercise or just to get in shape. I'm doing it because I need to do something. And unfortunately, right now, I just, like, to do this, my mouse hand, I'm working out my mouse hand here. I mean, a true certificate would be too expensive, and that's not worth it. In my situation with my skills and experience, I would tell any potential employer that my high school grades are irrelevant. And they are. Really, high school grades really just say that you sat in class, you paid attention, you showed up, and you had a desire to learn, kind of, more or less, unless you were a good tester, in which it just meant you were a good tester. But getting a D in math in 9th grade is not relevant to coding business to software system. Nope. I did the bare minimum because school wasn't interesting to me, and my life and my family was chaotic and weird. Can definitely agree. Fortunately, my life wasn't chaotic. My family life wasn't chaotic, but school was not interesting to me. I was over it by sophomore year. Let's see. I wish I had just dropped out of my high school last 2 years and started working in drafting. Oh, yeah. That's what my dad was. My dad was a patent draftsman. He did eventually make the change over to AutoCAD, but he was doing work by hand for 30 or 40 years maybe. And he had lawyer clients like for patents and stuff. And he eventually did learn AutoCAD. He did that for another 10 or 15 years and then retired. In America, most people cannot pass what is now a GED test. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we still have people don't even know how many states. They're like, where is Alaska? And they're like, well, is that like, what country is that a part of? Or something. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, huge number of adults have the reading comprehension of a 4th grader. Some of them can't even read. We've got people that have graduated from high school that can't even functionally read or read at a very, 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 very low level. Leave no one behind. I'm sorry. You know what? It's just one of those things. It's a bad policy. You don't have to humiliate a child who can't advance. Like, you can do it in a way that doesn't make them feel like they're this big, but advancing them when they haven't learned it just to say we leave nobody behind, that's like great. Yeah, it's like, well, he didn't learn to walk, so we're just going to drag him out the door. And he's going to be crawling for the rest of his life because he was never forced to stand. I'm kind of in the same situation right now. Everyone around me always told me to focus on studying because I had pretty good grades up to 10th grade. Problem is I'm not experienced in any. In Nevada, when we passed the GED, only 127 people in the state passed it the first try. I passed it the first try. Most high school grads can't pass the test. I'll be honest, Lagmeister, I got to say, especially if there's grammar and math on there, I might not even pass the GED at this point. Not going to lie. Like, I've got my strengths and I've got my weaknesses. So I can't honestly say if I... Oh, geez. Oh, man, I'm still way off. Other trade, essentially, I've thrown my life in the hands of my government, private employers who look at my degree that is earned through grades that are irrelevant to any passion I might have. Michael Bailey, what's going on, brother? Sorry, man, 20 minutes late. Hopefully you're still around, but hello. Jumping in on the conversation here. Find a way to supporting doing what you love. Yep, then do what you love and figure out how to invoice for it. It's a good way of phrasing that. I like that. You can drag the item outside of inventory if I remember. Oh, nice, Baldric. So you've played this before. So sweet. I should have known. Yes, but you're right. You're absolutely right, Baldric. And if I had been on top of chat, I would have seen this earlier. So I think we're gonna do here. I'm gonna drag this out.
I don't want to use this cutlass for no reason.
How do I drag it out again? Okay, you just...
Haha! Taste cold steel, feeble cannon restraint rope.
See, it's lines like that. That's my kind of humor. Eat steel, you feeble... Well, he said it better than I did. Alright, so now... the moment you've been waiting for.
Now, with the demon flames of this voodoo cannonball, I'll blast my significant other into the significant other world. That'll show her how much I truly care. Neptune's navel, that was a close one.
That just happened.
Hey, I lost my cutlass when the ship capsized.
All right. So here we go. Speed running time. We're going to get there. Graduated with a vocational degree. Awesome. All right. So we got some good conversation going on. Also, if you're like me, lab reports include interpretation of graphs and discussion sections. Yep. Yeah, Michael Bailey was at... it's biology. What is it again? Microbiology, I think. An advanced form of biology, as I recall. Carrie O'Galley. Do you all remember Carrie O'Galley from 2 Fridays ago? We talked about Carrie O'Galley. It's the second phase of fungal's sex life or something like that, as I recall. But yeah, Carrie O'Galley. No, I will never forget the game because it does sound so freaking Irish. I'm just like, oh, it's a name. It's like Carrie O'Galley. Learned that from Michael Bailey playing Hangman. So yeah, good. I'm amazed penicillin hasn't gone extinct. Biotech. There we go. Biotech. Yes. Hey, Carlos, what's going on, man? Good to see you too. I was telling Lagmeister earlier. He joined in. I saw you guys tag teaming on some games a few times now. I haven't had a chance to jump into the stream or to check out the games yet, but I love seeing you guys like doing some 2-player co-ops together. That's been awesome, man. So good to see you here, and good to see you guys are still keeping it up. I'm doing the D&D tomorrow with IO, so I couldn't do a stream tomorrow, but hopefully next Saturday. Hopefully, as long as I'm still working the thing with my client and the videos and stuff, and trying to make sure I leave enough time to do that when things finally get moving, because she wants to crank them out pretty regularly. But provided I don't get a last minute, get everything I need last minute and have to work on it over the weekend, hopefully maybe next weekend if you guys are down, we're gonna do something here. So sorry, my nation sucks and bombed you forever. That's fine. I'm just collecting experiences, even if they are a few continents away. There you go. That's the way to look at it. We got used to it. Tariff's going to make my video games expensive. Well, I mean, so I don't know exactly how it all works, because I really, at this point, I'm like, it is what it is from my perspective, in terms of just, it's going to happen. Whether I'm going, yeah, tariffs, or I'm going, boo, tariffs. they're either going to happen or they're not going to happen, and I'm just going to have to make deal with it. But Canada is like, because they were talking about like Nintendo, the Canadians are getting the same thing as we are. So I don't know. I don't know how much tariffs are going to impact it in terms of like, tariffs being used. But there you go, Macro. Flying the flag. Let's see. Right, Macro. That is the way, right? You can pirate it and pay for it when you have the money. That's what most people do, right? I have done that twice. So there's an anime called Gintama. I don't know if y'all have heard of that. It's an older anime. But I'd heard a lot of good things about it, but I'd also heard some stuff that I was like, I don't know if this is a series for me. So I found, I don't know where it was. I went somewhere and found like the first 5 episodes, I think. And I watched them, and it wasn't like a streaming site. It was somewhere else. Because I wanted to know, is this kind of my show or not? And 4 episodes in, I was like, yeah, I like this show. I'm going to buy it. So I put an order in for the DVDs from Japan to be shipped over because there was no local place to buy them. But I got a note from my internet provider saying, and they referenced the site or referenced whatever it was. And they're like, this isn't cool that you're doing this. You need to stop. If you stop now, it's good. If you keep going, we're going to have to cut off your internet or something like that. And I wanted to write back. It was going to be a waste of time. I was going to write back and say, hey, I did this for a noble purpose. Granted, it wasn't a given that I was going to pay for it on the other end, but as long as I liked it, if it was, worth it, and I wasn't watching the whole, like I said, 4 episodes in, I felt like that was enough of a gauge to figure out whether or not I liked the series. And the series is like 300 episodes long. So I bought, I don't know, $100, $200 worth of DVDs from it. But like, yeah, if I'm going to spend that kind of money, I want to know. And there was no other place that was actually showing it. So as long as there is a way for me to see it or a way for me to get it without having to go like full subscription service or have to just pay out a full amount without seeing, if there's, I don't know, there's various things, but I have done stuff like that where I have said, and there was one time, this actually happened twice. I really wanted to watch a movie and I don't remember what the movie was. I'm not advocating to do this, by the way. This is my confession. Forgive me, Father, I have sinned. Forgive me, chat, I have sinned. But it was a movie that I really wanted to watch, but I wanted to watch it right then. And so I bought it on Amazon or eBay. I think it was eBay. Bought it on eBay. It was going to get here in like 2 days, but that wasn't soon enough. So I found a place where I could watch it without having to pay for it. But I did buy it. So I was like, I paid the money for it. And if I was willing to wait 2 days, I could watch it there. But I want to watch it now. But I'm paying for it because I'm watching it. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's a joke. I think most people aren't going to do that. I'm not saying I'm a good person for it. You could say I'm an outright bad person for it. But the only time I will watch something without paying for it in some way, shape, or form is that's the only time. Like, I won't do it otherwise. So, yeah. Other than, I will say, like, there was a song by Baby Metal. I can't remember what it's called. Syncopation, I think it's called. And I loved it. I saw it on YouTube. I loved it. And I went to go buy it on Amazon. Couldn't buy it there. Couldn't find it on a store. Could not find it anywhere. So I found an alternate way to get to be able to get it. But it's like I tried all the avenues that I could to get it the legitimate way. So if I can't find it in a way that I can actually pay for it, then I'll turn to something else. Because it's like, well, I mean, if there's no way for you to take my money, then I'm just needlessly bereft. And hey, if it comes along and it's like, hey, now we have a CD with that song on there, I'll buy the CD to get the song the proper way. But anyway, confessions of a very weird type. Just a thought. It's rough when the future is uncertain and the world is crazy and you're young. Hang in there. Good words. Very true. Doesn't get any better when you're not young. In fact, it may be a little bit, because at least when you're young, you're going, I can wait a few years. For us, Underhill, we're ironically, Underhill, we're over the hill, in a manner of speaking. At least it feels like it. So it's like, okay, it's uncertain now, but I can figure it out. Well, the older you get, the less it seems like you can figure it out, or the less time you feel like you've got to figure it out. Born too late to be special? Well, not everybody can be an 80s kid. It's we proud and happy few that were born in the 80s. Value truth and learning above all things. You always find a way to eat. So where I gotta head off and make dinner. Have a good one, y'all. All right, Silver. Yeah, that was back. I'm getting close. That was like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. We're gaining. My friend, I will see you later. Thank you so much for stopping by, my friend. I'm sorry to hear you stopped the streaming, but hopefully we need to talk again soon. But have a good night, my friend. And again, thank you for coming by. To be fair, I practiced and studied college level material on my own. I had to learn somewhere. I meant like every innovative idea has already been... Oh, right. Yeah, nothing new under the sun, Macro. That is... What is it? There's nothing new. You just got to find new ways to incorporate or use the things. So it's not so much invent something new. It's find a new way to use something old. You see? The world constantly changes with those changes. The need worlds to change as well. There you go. Nothing is so static. I have college fund. I got lucky. Indeed you did, Michael. Indeed you did. A lot of parents were doing that. Not mine though. To be fair, I maintained a 3.0 GPA. I mean, and you know, I think that's kind of fair as well. Like, yeah. You know, where it's like, yeah, I mean, obviously parents can choose to do what they want to do, but it's like, here's the thing. There were plenty of parents that were paying for their kids to go to college, and the kids clearly don't want to be there. They're not going to school, or they're not going to class. They're skirting by like a 1.5, 2.0 GPA or something. It's like, it kind of feels like you want to have that in place. Like, look, I'll pay for your college as long as it's clear that you're getting the value out of it, or you're applying yourself. That was a phrase back in the day, applying yourself. You're getting a 3.0, you're applying yourself. Doesn't mean you're gangbusters, but you're applying yourself. You're going to class, you're trying, it's working. You send your kid off to college, they don't seem to like it. They don't seem to care. Coming back with a 2.0, you say, look, you got a semester to straighten out, or hey, we'll figure out a way. We're still going to give the money to you because we want you to have that money, or we set the money aside for your future. We're going to find a way to incorporate that, but we're just not going to keep putting it into something that's obviously not what you want. To Jesse from the past, I managed to make myself some coffee, eat the leftovers of my sister's birthday cake, and put the dirty dishes into the dishwasher. Baldrick, I'm not entirely sure what you're trying to say there. I'm not entirely sure what you're trying to imply. It may be that I'm talking so much that you not only managed to get yourself the coffee, that you're able to eat the leftovers of your sister's cake and put the dirty... Well, what else did you do, Baldrick? I think that's... You've had like 45 minutes. Is that all you did, huh? Is that all you got? Did you drink a beer? Did you give yourself... Did you make yourself some other dinner or something? I'd like to defenestrate that crying NPC man. So not wasting it. Exactly, Michael. Well, I mean, yeah, but what you're going to school for, that's not a trade. Like, you can't learn, I don't think, the biotech, like there's not a field to go in. You kind of have to go through that education to get there and do the lab work and everything. So it sounds like it's a happy marriage. You're very fortunate. You've got funding for the school, but you're willing to do it and you need it for what you want to do. So it's working exactly as intended. Yeah. So sorry. I mean, yeah, that was 20 minutes ago, but I have now extricated us away. We have left behind the NPC that you would like to defenestrate. I used to know what that means. It's not pleasant. I remember that. Oh yes, and also joining with Macro. Happy birthday to your sister, Baldrick. Happy birthday, and I'm happy you were able to get some cake out of the deal. There you go. Okay. Like I said, I'm just now doing this. If it looks like a hearty conversation that was pretty much self-contained, I'm not going to touch on it too much just because I think it's great. I'm checking it out, but I'm trying to get us to the end here so that we can we're all on the same proverbial page. Force lightning all my hated NPCs. Kinks hardcore right now. Everything hurts, but that's just the way it goes. Yeah. Force lightning was the sole reason I always have turned evil Jedi in evil and Jedi themes games. It was too cool not to use it. It's a bit OP. It really is. It is. Yeah. Force lightning is kind of broken. I mean, it can be deflected. We saw Mace Windu do it. In theory, you can use your lightsaber to do it. That's why I have a video on here that I don't think anybody gets. I'm not saying any of you guys, but like, and it's in the edits, but it's called like the worst drop the mic moment. And it's a quick edit. If you don't know Return of the Jedi very well, you won't notice that it's a quicker edit, but it's essentially, Luke goes, I'll never turn to the dark side, throws away his lightsaber, and then gets hit by the Emperor. And it's like, it's supposed to be like a badass moment, because he puffs his chest. Luke's puffing his chest, and he's like, "You failed, Your Highness. I am a Jedi, like my father before me." And he's all like, "Yeah, I'm a badass," because he hasn't seen Force lightning. None of us have. He doesn't know what the Emperor can do. He's just an old man, right? And he's like, "So be it, Jedi." And then it cuts away, and then it cuts back. "If you will not be turned, you will be destroyed." And that's when he hits up with lightning. So it's enough time between when he says, "I'm tough, you can't beat me, like I'm a Jedi," and when he gets hit with the lightning, it's not comical. But the way I cut it, I think it's pretty funny, because it's literally just like, "Never," throws away his lightsaber. "You failed, Your Highness. I'm a Jedi like my father before me." Ah! It's like, yeah, wait, that's the worst drop the mic moment ever. Like, you can't drop the mic if the mic is the only thing keeping you from getting killed. To be fair, our K-12 education sucks and needs to be reworked, which is ironic, because instead it's getting defunded. Well, I mean, you could say you got to, like, at some point, it's because you look at the bloat. Now, again, we won't go too far into it, but I'm going, look, if we say it needs funding from somewhere, it's not, let's take this decrepit, broken system that, let's be fair, it didn't have to be that way. It got that way for a reason. So it's like trying to prop it up or trying to fix the system that's already broken itself has proven over the years that it is broken, and it is just getting worse, more full of bloat, not doing what it's supposed to do. It's not like it had to go there. It got that way because it was not well run. So to say, okay, you know what? We're burning it to the ground. We're going to start with something else, or find another way to do it. Like, I don't think it's just going to go away. Like, it's not like, oh, education's going to die. But to have an overreach, I think part of the problem was especially like standard of learning, the SOL, that wasn't a thing when I was in school until my last year. And even then it was just they were just trotting it out. But this idea of a overarching, system where we're going to say you need to teach to this criteria, different classes, different teachers, like it's not something, I don't think education is something that should just be blanket. This is the way it's done. This is what you have to teach to. This is what you have to do. And I'm not saying that's all there was to it, but like I said, however else you want to look at it, it is a crap system, and it got there because it was enabled to do so. So I don't know. I think ultimately, like, leaving it gutted isn't great, but trying to just prop it back up or put funds back into it without cleaning out all the garbage that has built up in it, it's just like, okay, this machine didn't work. Like, it's like, it's a pasta machine. We put the dough in, and it's coming out like with all kinds of like crap on it and whatever else and fungus and nasty stuff. Okay, so there's something not going right in the workings. So let's put more pasta in there. Maybe we're going to run some water through it. Okay, we ran some water through it. Now let's put some more pasta in there. It's still coming out like crap because it's still the internal mechanism. You can temporarily, ease something, but like, it's so broken. Anyway, that's my perspective on it. But either way, I think we agree it needed to be, well, you say reworked. I think it needed to be gutted. And whether it comes back in some way, shape, or form, that's something else. I would argue we had education before that. Our federalized education, whatever, Department of Education is not, doesn't go back. And I would argue that we had better education before it came out. I can't remember, was it 60s, 70s? It wasn't all that long ago. I mean, it was a while ago, but we had lawyers, doctors, everybody coming in before that. So I think we can survive without it. But yeah. Cool macro. I'm not reading it, but I'm not saying it, but that's cool. I like the sound of that. That's very, no, what's the word? Not reactive. It's proactive. There we go. Proactive. For me, this is the best Monkey Island. You and me are the same, Baldrick. I've watched some other people play other versions. Like, and then I played the one that came after this. You know, it was like the first 3D one. It was okay. But this is my favorite. I think this has the best humor and the style. Like, obviously it's aged a little bit. It's kind of pixelated, but I like this kind of like animation style, this like 2D stuff. Okay, so here we go.
Hey, I can see the ocean floor. And there's a really angry looking skull floating around out there.
You can thank Baldrick for that. He's the one who told me to kick Murray in there. It's not my fault. I didn't want to hurt poor Murray. I hope Murray comes back. He's got to be able to come back. I don't know if he's ever functional, but he's funny. Darn it, Baldrick, if you killed off Murray. I feel like a whiny bitch is complaining about shit instead of doing something about it. Macro, there's a lot of stuff we can't change. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, there is that difference between venting, kind of getting it out, expressing yourself, feeling like you've got kind of a release, and one of dwelling on it. I think there's a fine line there, and so I never have problems with people kind of getting stuff off their chest, expressing anger, frustration, whatever. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff we just don't have direct control over. But that's why it's important to figure out the few things that you do and make sure that those at least are going in the right direction. So like me, I can't, I can't, make work come in. There's a lot of stuff I can't immediately do, but I'm not even doing the few things that I do have control over, I'm not doing. So I wonder if he walks into the light, does he get brighter? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he does get a little bit lighter. That's cool. It's not super noticeable, but yeah, that's cool. All right. This kind of reminds me of Doug a little bit, like the little skinny legs and tiny, tiny little feet. That said, I never finished the fourth Monkey Island. This is the third one, right? Yeah, so fourth one. I did finish it. Again, it was okay. Just hang in there, do the thing to graduate high school. None of what's going on now. I'm out on 3 to 5 years. Very likely. Very true. One of my childhood friends became a high school teacher, hates teaching in city school, ironically, because they don't get funding. Well, and that's what I mean. See, and that's to the point, Michael. I think being able to have... I'm trying to think. Because, I mean, to me, that's almost like it should be at the state level. Like, I don't know. To me, federal level is so bloated. I mean, 350 million people... 50 states, the idea that they can effectively address the needs in each individual state. I mean, how many, like the amount of people you'd have to actually run it effectively would be cost prohibitive. So it's like, I think it's better to localize things. Now, maybe the solution is, okay, we've got this pot of money and we just, distribute it amongst the states or to certain districts. But the idea of this overarching presiding body at a federal level, I think, for it was where a lot of the problem was coming from. And, it's harder to have accountability at a federal level. Or a state, you go, hey, you've got your local schools, you got your cities and counties and stuff that can go, hey, to the body of that state. It's a lot easier, I think, to address problems or lacking on a more local level than it is to try to go big government with it. But, yeah. I mean, I will say too, like that's one of the, and I don't know ultimately if in this world and the way we live in, if there's a way to fix it, but educators, I think, are for the most part well underpaid to do it right. Now you can phone it in, and I don't think you should get paid, but there are some really darn good teachers out there, and making sure they're equipped. And making sure you're getting the best, because that's the other half of it. If you're like, you got somebody who's going, I could be a teacher, or I could get into this, go work over here, wherever it is. And they look at the both and go, I love teaching, I love kids, but it pays $35,000 a year, barely going to be able to make ends meet with that, or 30, whatever it is. This other job pays 50. I'm gonna go there. Maybe it doesn't have to be 50. Maybe it was 40. 42 or something like that. It's like, okay, I could make more money elsewhere, but this is still a good living. And there are some places where it is, but there's a lot of places where it isn't. So how long are you going to stay a child, forget about video games, and focus on your grades and get a degree? Even though hundreds of children on YouTube make millions just by playing and recording. I mean, to be fair, Macro, the amount of people percentage-wise who are able to make a living, not even live large, just make a living doing YouTube, percentage-wise, incredibly small. You're talking, it's the same thing if you were to say, I'm going to Hollywood. You have a chance, but it is a very, 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 very small chance that you are going to make a living just off of acting, let alone become, a very well-off. Like, I mean, I know there are actors, my friend runs restaurants, or used to run restaurants in California, and he had servers who were getting parts on, I can't remember the shows, like Breaking Bad. I was like a show of that level. Like he had a small recurring role on Breaking Bad, still waiting tables. Like just because you can break into the industry and you're in the union and you got a speaking role, you're not just an extra. Even at that level, you're still having to supplement your income, especially if you're living in California. If you're living in the places like California, New York, and some of the other places that have started to come up where it's ripe for the job. There's many studios. There's a lot of opportunity. Like the cost of living is so much higher, and just like you can't rely on, oh, I got this job. Even if the job pays really well and it's like $2,000 a week or something like that. Okay, you've got that for 3 weeks or 3 months or something, whatever. You still don't know what your next job is going to be. There's no guarantee of that. You've got to get another job to make ends meet. So I don't know why I went off on that tangent. All that to say, the allure of YouTube can be very deceptive because you do see a lot of people with 200,000 plus subscribers. And when you get that high, and if you're getting 15 to 20,000, I think it's 20,000 like views per video. I think you're making a couple $100 a video, and you're cranking out 2 of those a day, or maybe at least 1 a day. Yeah, you can make a living at it. Now, granted, you're still having to pay taxes, at least over here on that, but it is, it's feasible. But the amount of YouTubers out there that aren't at that threshold, most of them are bigger than I am. But even if you're at 10,000 subscribers and you're getting 1,000 views, that's really good, but that's not pay the bills type stuff. That's supplemental income, but it's not enough to make a living at it. So it is very hard. Oh, nice, Macro. I love your time, but only up to 24 episodes. That's awesome, man. That is awesome. That's cool. I didn't know if anybody would know that show, but I'm glad you do. It's a lot of fun. I'm a big fan of it myself. But that's cool, man. That is cool. Meanwhile, suburbs get more of the tax money for education, kind of backwards. Yeah, that's one thing I don't know education well enough. I'm like, I don't know that it's I don't know. It's kind of because like I went to school in the suburbs and it was nice, but it wasn't extravagant. Like you had classrooms that weren't like falling apart, but we didn't have like top of the line stuff. It was like it was adequate. We had enough equipment in PE to do what we needed to do. We did have a driving program, so we had I think like 10 old Crown Vics. They were in decent shape. They were repurposed from cops or taxis or whatever they were. But aside from that, I mean, and school buses, it really wasn't a whole lot to it. So I don't know. And again, that's anecdotal. That's my own thing. But like most of the schools, there was one school, Lake Ridge, that was like a rich school. They had, it was a well off school. They had the nicest everything, the best whatevers. A lot of our, the schools that I went to, and we even had a sister school that was the exact same building. They say, the legend says there was one brick difference, but if you looked at them, we were the Garfield Indians. They were the Woodbridge Vikings. So aside from ours having this really cool profile of an Indian, theirs having a profile of a Viking, our schools were identical, built by the same builders and everything. And they were adequate. They were enough. We had 2,500 students or so. They were big enough to accommodate those. They had some wear and tear. So I just don't know, like, I don't know where, how much money comes from where, but it was like, I wasn't seeing a lot of just like incredibly well-funded, overly well-funded in the suburb schools. That's not to say anything about the inner city, but But it is. I mean, certainly there's much more to it than that. But yeah, I'm glad, Macro, you got that you started at least on Gintama. But yeah, you've got hundreds of episodes left. There you go. Exactly. Exactly. Right now you don't have those things or that opportunity, so focus on creating it in the future. Means graduating high school at a minimum, right? China has one of the highest literacy rates. And if I'm not mistaken, their TikTok is not anything like ours. Their TikTok is actually, I'm not saying this with absolute certainty, but my understanding is they're very, very different platform-wise. It's not, it's very different. And they also, is it China or it was some other place where they actually put, it was either age restrictions or hour restrictions, like you couldn't play games more than like an hour a day or something. I mean, look, it's a give and take, you know, if it's particularly when and if parents do not put limitations on their children, if then the government doesn't do it, children kind of go off the rails. They do their own thing. They start watching stuff that really has no value, and they spend their time doing things that may or may not actually be hamstringing in their life. Ideally, your parents would handle that and would, you know, be looking out for their kids and not just trying to be their buddy. But if they don't, then you've got, then your next gap is the government. And again, there's pros and cons that you go, hey, government reach, but is it helping the overall populace? I don't know. Again, these are big picture things. That's just stuff off the top of my brain, but I'm not married to it anyway. Either which way, that's the thing. You look at it and go, hey, is this system good, bad? Or, it's not my system. So if it's bad, okay, it's bad. If it's good, okay, it's good. But I think a lot of people I was actually made a comment. There was a gentleman I was watching a video and he's like, yeah, you can't really say anything on your video. Like if you say something bad or you say, hey, I would like to see this change, or this is an interesting thing that's kind of doesn't seem to be great, then people are like, oh, then go do your own thing or go screw yourself or whatever. And then if he's like, well, I really like this thing, they're like, oh, are you crazy? He's like, you can't please people. And I said, well, part of it is that. Part of it is there's a lot of unhappy people in the world. And part of it is people have tied their identity to a lot of things that aren't deserving of it and are not substantive enough for that. So like, for example, if I was a Star Wars fan, like that's my identity. I identify as a Star Wars fan. Like that's part of who I consider myself to be. I've got the figures, I've got the stuff, I know the movies. I am a Star Wars fan. And for a while, to be fair, that was part of my shtick. Like I would call myself a Star Wars fan. That would be, I wouldn't introduce myself that way, but it would consider to be a big part of people like, oh, he's a Star Wars nerd, just so you know. And I was like, yeah, I am. So then if somebody said something bad about Star Wars or said they didn't like it or thought it wasn't all that great, I took it personally because I had intertwined myself with Star Wars. That was a part of me. I didn't make the movie. I didn't make anything to do with it. I'm simply somebody who is watching it and enjoying it and doing whatever. No part of me actually is intertwined with that, but yet it had become that way. So if somebody said, I don't like Star Wars, like, how dare you? You know, I take umbrage, throw down, gauntlet time. Because I had made that, I made it personal. And it wasn't personal. They're just going, I don't like Star Wars. But if you have part of your identity is wrapped up in that, then it does seem like they're personally attacking you. And so it's like you start cutting off, just realizing, okay, this is not something for me to get worked up about. I go, America, I live here. It has formed some of my opinions, some ways I think and everything. And it certainly has an impact on how I live my life because of just how the day-to-day is. It's different in every different country. Somebody says something about America, I may say, well, here's a counterpoint to that or whatever. But at the end of the day, most of the decisions aren't being made by me. Most of the things that people either praise or condemn America for aren't being made by me. I have no power to do that. I have no say in it with any realistic thing. And it's not a product of something that I've done. So they're not criticizing me or my policies. They're criticizing the leadership, government, or certain groups of people that happen to live in this country where I am. And so and especially when you start getting into pride and, I take pride in my country, I take pride in this, doesn't mean you're not happy about it. You're not like, hey, I'm glad to live here. I'm thankful or whatever. There's a lot of different ways you can appreciate where you are, what you do, and different things in life without being attached to it. So So, I mean, that's a key when you're having a discussion with somebody. And that was what I was telling them. I was like, you got to understand, a lot of people, they're taking it personally because they're not even invested in it. It's not like, oh, I have stock in this company. How dare you talk bad about them? It's like they've got nothing on the line. There is no reason for them to get so personally pissed off at your perspective of this, aside from that's something they've decided it represents them, or it's a part of them, or it's something that they personally care about. And so therefore, if you don't like it, you don't like them. And it's a very messed up way, but that's what happens if you are in a time where people don't know what to put their identity in. They don't know what to base who they actually are on something. So it just gets put on all this arbitrary nonsense that isn't able to actually sustain them as an identity. And it just makes them very vulnerable to getting pissed off and riled up about stuff where it's like, take it or leave it. Like, this is what I was taught. This is what, I've understood as truth. Well, that's not what it is. It's actually this. Okay, maybe that's true. I don't care. I wasn't the one who did the thing. I wasn't the one who said that this is the thing. I'm saying this is what I was taught. And if you've shown me something else, well, great. I've learned something today. Anyway. Everything Steinbeck and Huxley ever wrote should give you a good idea. Aldous Huxley. Brave New World. I hate reading, but I'll keep that in mind. They're not fun reads. At least Brave New World. For me, like 1984, Brave New World, that kind of stuff, they're not fun reads, but they can be very enlightening. And relevant, which is bad. You don't want books like that to be relevant, but they can be. If you hate reading, then English literature is not your major. You'll probably read 1 million pages or more by the time you get an English degree. Oof, yeah. So I read most of the top 50 great American novels. I do remember that, Underhill. Like, we had that conversation about the Odyssey and what was the other one? Oh gosh, well, it was Oedipus. But I think that's the Odyssey. Like I said, I wasn't savvy on it, but I'm familiar with them. I did have to read them at some point, but I didn't get too far into it. But well, that's what I'm here for, Underhill. He needs to understand accents. I'm giving him that. I am his English lesson right here. You're getting the quintessential American. I don't have an accent, just so you know. I don't care what anybody says, what their opinion is about their accent, whatever. If you don't sound like me, you've got an accent. That's the way that is. It's very simple, very straightforward. I don't know why people have such a hard time grasping the idea. But if you listen to my voice, listen to the soothing sound of my voice. If you sound like me, you don't have an accent at all. You're a normal person. Everybody else has a southern, northern, western, and or whatever country accent. That's just how that works. And the sooner you get on board with that, the sooner you'll be able to speak the normal way. I don't know if I'll ever join that. They got thousands of followers. Oh, wait. Oh, there's literally Iraqi English entertainment infused English grammar and vocab called Englishers. Interesting. Anything can be a word. People invent words all the time. It's just funny because it's an education thing. Well, you have something that I don't have, Macro. You have 1,000 second chances left. Yeah, that's what I was saying, about the age thing. Should watch a video by Veritasium. Most useful things AI has ever done about last year's chemistry Nobel Prize. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Da-ba-da-ba-da. Okay. I love all this undercover stuff. Like, all right, well, oh my gosh, I'm at the bottom. I made it. We're here. How many people have survived? Baldrick, are you still there? Underland Macro. I mean, this is usually how it goes. We get about this time, and it's pretty much. Oh, there's Michael. There he is. Everyone in the UK American accent. No, that's what I'm saying. Wait. Okay, I'm not there yet. Best. Right, Macro. Yeah, no, I get you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. How dare you, Underhill? How dare you? American Midwestern and standard accent. Which is ironic because I grew up in Virginia. So I'm not even Midwestern in my growing. I was in Woodbridge, Virginia. that's not coastal, but it's pretty darn east. So it's peculiar that I have traveled a lot, but even then, Maine, Virginia, New Jersey. Was I in Pennsylvania for a while? I think I was in Pennsylvania for a little bit. And Georgia. 4 out of the 8 states or so that I've lived in are all East Coast. So I don't know where I picked up. I mean, Colorado is the furthest west that I've gone, so maybe I picked up a little bit of the Midwest there. But I stand on principle. This is my identity. I have no accent. I am accentless. I am the pure voice of the human experience. I know I should have a Texas accent, but son, I have not lived here long enough. I haven't talked to enough Texans out here to have a Texas accent. In fact, I don't know that I've talked to more than 3 people outside my family here in Texas, and none of them had accents. They all talk like normal folk. I have no idea how I'm going to pick up, how I'm going to pick up a Texas accent, but I'm going to have to mingle with the locals. If I want to get me a Texas accent, but hell, I don't even know if this is a Texas accent. It's not my normal accent. It's Southern, I suppose, but I don't know if it's not Georgia. I don't know if Georgia. That's Louisiana. Well, that right there is a Louisiana accent, I believe. Again, haven't really talked much of them either, but I don't know what the difference is. All I know is this is not an accent. This is pure. Pure. Everyone in the UK, American accent. Wait. No, Michael, they've got an accent. And you know how it's an accent? Listen to people sing. Underhill, you're a singer. Listen to Bono. Does he sound Irish? No. Listen to the Beatles. Do they sound British? No. The accent goes away. In the purest form of expression that we have as human beings, our song, the accent goes away and you all sound like me. Unless you're singing a Western song, in which case, a country song, they still have their accents, but they purposely do that. They try to force it. Yeah, that's about right, Underhill. Yep, $25, $30 an hour for hard labor, construction, like truck driving, that kind of stuff. Pennsylvania English. I haven't lived in Pennsylvania enough, and it's not like one of those stereotype ones. Like it's not like, Wicked Smile. It's not like Boston. Boston's got one, which I'm not very good with because I haven't been up there enough. But Pennsylvania, I don't even know because it's not New York. That whole area, I don't know. I mean, in theory, I should have an accent from being in Virginia, but I don't. Apparently, I've got a Midwestern accent, so I don't even know. I mean, I'll say y'all. There's some vocabulary I use that sounds kind of Southern, but I don't even know what Virginia is supposed to sound like, let alone Pennsylvania. I'm sorry I let you down there, Macro. Like I said, just speak the way that I do. Maybe not doing this to your voice. Maybe you don't want to do this. Maybe you talk like this. Then they will say, what a learned and educated young fellow. This Macro here must surely be someone worth listening to. And you'll say, quite. Yes, I am. Well, it's considered a more neutral accent because it doesn't include the drawls or much of the slang of accents considered deeper. Right? But everyone has an accent. Everyone but me, Underhill. Everyone but me. It just so happens that American Midwestern Standard is the media and Hollywood accent, so everybody understands it. Yep. Now that I think about it, a dude in my class this year worked at a grocery store for like 8... Yeah, look, if you're willing to... I mean, that's where I'm at. Like, that's why I'm not too terribly anxious if the freelance doesn't pick up. Like I said, I got the new client, and that's going well. It's just kind of slow at the moment. But if I can't pick it up, like... There is work to be had if you're willing to roll up your sleeves, and I'm willing to roll up my sleeves. Now, how long can I do that at this age? Like, I don't want to try to start a career that's going to be like, heavy duty, because even working those overnight trucking hours, I was like, this is not This is a job for young men. Like, I can do it, but it was pretty brutal. And so when you start thinking longevity, it's like, is this sustainable? Can I do this for another 20 years until I can retire? For me, probably not. A lot of the jobs, but you know, at least temporarily. Like, I thought about trying to become a welder, like, or even a plumber. And not that there's anything wrong. Here's my problem. Here's the issue with a lot of the trades. When I have a plumber comes over to my house to work on the toilet, my bathroom's clean. I clean my bathroom at least once a week. It's always very nice, smells very nice. I like that. I like to keep it that way. And so in my mind, if I become a plumber, I go out to houses that look like mine. No, that is not the case. As a plumber, you're going to go out to houses where they haven't cleaned their bathroom, where you've got hair and crap on the toilet, and you've got hair on the floor, and you've got urine stains and all this, because some people don't care. Not everybody tries to keep their house or their area nice. So you're going to go to places where it's a crap hole. And not because it has to be, but because people just don't give a shit. Which is ironic, because you're in the bathroom and people do nothing but give in the bathroom. But like, so that's the thing. It's like, so I'm like, plumbing, like, to me, that over electricity, because electricity involves a lot of mathematics and stuffs and memorizing formulas and voltage versus watts and amps and all that kind of stuff. You know, and it's very dangerous. But it's more sanitary. Like, you're going to have fewer times where you get called out as an electrician, where you're going to have to deal with some nasty human stuffs. I mean, you're going to have to at some point. I mean, if somebody's whole house is messed up, but like, you're dealing with wall outlets and stuff. But then you have to worry, okay, this house looks like it's in shoddy shape. What are the odds that their wiring is crappy? But, you know, you turn the power off anyway. So I'm just saying, like, but I have thought about going to a trade. I think I could do that. I mean, for 15 or 20 years, and we need plumbers. Like, everybody's bailed on, like, I was talking to when I had my, the condo inspected when I put it up for sale, and I had the electrician come out and a plumber come out, and I'm talking to him, and they're like, the electrician was like, yeah, we're starving for people. Like, we can't find people that want to do it because the trades have been so, it's like, oh, that's just the dirty work. Nobody wants to do that. Like, go to school, become a leader, become a this, become a that. And it's like, then you got a bunch of people trying to do stuff that there's not enough jobs for, and even the ones that aren't worth a damn. And so nobody's doing the hard-nosed work, and we're probably quite a ways from. Whereas, unfortunately, Underhill, I know you know we've talked about this a little bit, but whether you like it or not, whether you approve it or not, or support it or not, the fact is AI capabilities, the capability of AI to replicate art in the different forms, music and whatever. Well, I'm not saying we're there yet, but we're watching the stages. You watch, there's a guy named Charlie Hopkinson. I think it's Hopkinson. He does deep fakes and he puts it on there. He's saying it's a deep fake. They're hilarious, but he does Lord of the Ring and Star Wars where he plays like Obi-Wan and he'll play Anakin and he'll play whatever. And the Anakin, particularly the what's his name? The guy who plays Anakin in the prequels. I can't remember his name now. Anyway, like, the deep fake on him looks amazing. Now, Charlie's dressed in like this, you know, kind of just costume style, like Jedi thing with a wig on and everything. So he's not trying to sell it. But if you gave somebody an actual outfit and everything, like, we're getting that. But now he does the accent. That's the thing. He does the voices of all these characters, which is what makes it work and what makes it funny and what makes it of high quality. But we're getting to the point where that is, I'm going to say we're probably going to be at a point where AI can replace these lofty positions, these positions that, especially because they're also going to get rid of redundancies. It's like, we don't need 16 managers. AI can filter through it. Who was it? Somebody was telling me, like, examining genetic code. I was talking with somebody, they were like saying, like, it would take a human being, like finding cancer, like, specific to each individual. Like, cancer is not just, it's not like one big thing. It's like the way it impacts somebody, the things that actually can be used to treat it or to attack it can vary from person to person. The amount of time it would take years, hundreds of years, maybe. I can't remember how long, but an incredible amount of time. And Michael, you can correct me on this if this is not right, but like, to find strands, DNA strands, to put all that together, whereas AI can do that in like 2 seconds. Like to analyze strains of DNA, to analyze all these different things and try to find very specific solutions to them, it would be time prohibitive. It would, a human being's entire lifetime to do that for one person. AI can do it quickly, but all that to say, whether how correct that is or not, I'm just saying, I think AI is very close, much closer to being able to replace those types of positions than it is an electrician. I mean, not only because of the knowledge, I mean, that's part of it, but also the functionality. Like you have to, it's hands-on work. Like any job where you have to have delicate hands-on work. You see some of these robots where they've got, you know, some stuff, and we're getting there as well. But I just think those kinds of trades, you know, the ability of a robot to take itself or get taken out to a site, be able to maneuver in all the different spaces, contort itself, figure this out, work its hands into in these very intricate moves and everything. I think we're further away from AI being able to replicate that and machines being able to replicate that process than we are with a lot of these other things that are high skilled positions, but they can be replicated. It doesn't mean that they're going to be as good. I'm not saying that they parallel that. I think if anything, we'll get to a time where it's like a selling point, like featuring live actors or featuring real actors. You're like, whoa, like 20 years from now, be like, whoa, Dad, what do they mean by that? Well, son, that means in this particular film, these people are actually real. Wait, like you and me? Well, yes, son, as real as we are. Matrix. Yeah, it's a flesh and blood person. No way. Human beings can't act as good as the AI can. Well, we'll have to see, son. And then, of course, it'll be like the worst actor ever because he's like, you know, what, weirded out or doped up or something. It's like, the AI's better. He's like, yeah, son, it's never a good idea when humans try to interject themselves into the arts. The video, by the way, is about using AI to accurately predict how proteins fold just off their amino acid chain sequence. It's a big deal. Michael, my goodness gracious, my friend. I want to be excited about that, but I don't know what that sentence means. You've used too many words. You, my friend, you must learn the art of, even if it's not 100% accurate, even if it sounds like it's dumbing it down to you, where you're like, but it's so much more than that. We're like using AI to accurately predict facial features or hair color just based off of a 2-minute test. You know, I don't know. I just, that made no sense whatsoever. But you know what I'm saying? Like, give it that application so that a guy like me can be like, cool. Cause I'm like, okay, how proteins fold off their amino acid chain sequence. I know what proteins are. I know what a fold is. I know what amino acid is, more or less ish. But if you were to say predicting how proteins fold, I'd be like, can't we do that now? Don't we do that every day, really? Every day I wake up and I fold my amino acids and my proteins. Like you've got to find ways to put a spin on what you're talking about so I can go, oh crap, that's really cool. I mean, you don't have to please me, but I want to react like, ooh, because when you say it's a big deal, I want to be like, yeah, it's a big deal. That's freaking awesome. But all I can say is folding my chins, and then that just reminds me how fat I'm getting, and I don't appreciate that. And I would thank you to stop shaming me for my pudginess. One of the things that came out as pretty early was enzyme that works. So, okay, here we go. Are we honing in on here? One of the things that came out of it pretty early was an enzyme that works as an HIV. Okay, now see, there's something that I okay, so HIV, I understand HIV, bad, very bad thing. So apparently in this endeavor, they were able to find an enzyme that prevents HIV or that inhibits HIV. Okay, I get that. That's a big deal. There you go. See, with how fast you before I could even say it, you were able to adjust to what my feedback was going to be. It's amazing. Let's see. Whoa. See, I caught up and I got all. Oh, Baldrick! I'll leave you now. Have fun. See you next time. Hopefully there'll be more one stream not too far in the distant future. Yeah, Baldrick. Next time. Next week. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And I'll try to find a way to make it more interactive for everybody. All right, Baldrick, man. But yeah, we'll take care, my friend. Veritasium is pretty much my favorite science channel. Does a very good job at dumbing down complex topics. So even if you know nothing, you'll get the concepts. Exactly. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I want. I want to get excited about stuff, but I can't do that if I'm hearing folds and whatnot of DNA. Watts is just volts multiplied by amps. Don't try to dumb it down like that. No, Michael, you're not getting the message. No, don't try to dumb down things that make me sound stupid. I'm saying dumb down things to make me sound smart. I'm like watts is just volts multiplied by amps. I mean, yeah, it's formulas, but I'm sure there's more complicated things than that, right? Like it's like there are, because I just remember somebody breaking it down, like they were like, because they were talking about like why. Oh, I think it was even Mr. Ballin. Have you guys heard of that? He's a guy who does storytelling, Ballin, Ballen. But anyways, like in order for you to understand what happened here, you need to know a little bit about electricity. And so he went through and did a basic thing and was like, and this is how this does. So that when he grabbed this thing, it made the electricity jump from there down to here. And so I've heard little bits of stuff, but I remember seeing some of the formulas and stuff. And the problem is, Michael, you mess up a formula, you mess up an equation, or you mess up calculations as an electrician, you might fry your brains out. Like that to me, it's a highly volatile thing. Now, granted, the engineers they're walking around are not genius. You don't have to be genius level intellect to do electric work. I just think about the downsides of it or the problems that can arise with it, mixed with the fact that it's a lot of formulas. And so it's like, okay, the saving grace perhaps is that you do cut the power off before you do anything. So it's not like you have to get it right then, but yeah, it's the fact that the stakes are pretty high. Like you're going to have to figure this out for this. And maybe that's more, I mean, building a house versus inspection, it's a little bit different because it's already there, but you're wiring a house. I'm guessing anyway, it's certainly not as complicated as I think it is, but I know my brain is not wired favorably to mathematics. I know I have to do a lot more to wrap my brain around it to get the concepts and to get them to make sense. Maybe being able to apply them directly in a situation like being an electrician will make it make more sense. But yeah, it's just, that's just intro to electronics. I took that in high school. I wish I took intro to electronics. Well, I don't know. I actually had to drop out of physics. It's the only class I ever dropped out because I was getting a D in it. I was trying my hardest. I was applying myself just like I had most of my high school I had a 3.5, 3.4, 3.5 GPA because I was always getting B's in science and math every single year. Science and math were always the bane of my existence, but I could at least get a B. So I was hanging around a 3.5, 3.4 for most of the time of school where I actually had a GPA. But when I got into my senior year, I took physics, and we were 3 or 4 weeks in, and I had a D. I was struggling, and I was trying. No senioritis here. I was giving it my darn best. Didn't click. I thought I got it. I'm taking the test. I'm like, yeah, I know this. Get it back, and I got all down like everything wrong. I'm like, what is going on? So I eventually dropped that for creative writing, where I got an A. And so, I'm just saying, like, that there are things that are harder to grasp, for others in certain regards. So I don't know if I would have actually been able to take an intro to electronics class. Maybe I would have, or maybe it'd been my physics class. Let's see. Machine learning is brand new. I was around for it, and the AI conversation is all the same as the early internet conversation was around the AOL area. Macro. Nah, I don't think so. I think you're all right. my AI is better at assisting more than anything. Right. Yeah, and that's the thing. You got to believe pretty much everything that is created or that is that we do. Like, there is a positive outlet for it. There is a good way to use it. The problem is, I think humanity in general isn't the greatest at drawing lines and going. It's more like once you open the door, it's just like it's like diarrhea. Like there's no going. You know, it's that whole Malcolm thing. They spent all their time wondering if they could, or spent all their time trying to figure out if they could, and not enough time figuring out if they should. And I feel like just in general, technology, I haven't seen. Now, granted, I couldn't point to anything in particular right now, but the general gist is, once you open it up, it just kind of runs wild, and there's not a point where we say, hey, this point but no further. Like, we don't let this. You can make it illegal. Doesn't mean people aren't going to do it, and people are going to find ways around it, and it just kind of, it ends up becoming whatever. But I think everything that is developed, for the most part, has a legitimately positive function and contribution to society, to technology, to whatever. It's just, how far do we let it go? What do we end up using it for? Et cetera, and so on. So, like, I see that. I think it would be, it's a great help. It should not replace, but as a tool. And I mean, there's always that discussion, because you go, okay, well, Photoshop is a tool. It's like, yeah, but you look at how much you have to interact with Photoshop. Well, you have to interact with AI. Well, you do, but not nearly as much and in a different way. But it's still interacting. It's not doing it all on its own. So is it still art? Well, it's like, well, I don't know. I can crank out like I've used like once or twice, like in the D&D session, Valentile, my character, I was like, I want a dwarf with like long hair and looks old or whatever. And I got the version I got. I was like, I could never draw that in a million years. It just, because it looked like a painting, like a very detailed whatever painting, and everything was proportioned, didn't have any weird eyes or anything. It looked really good. And so I use it for my profile in the D&D game, but I would never claim it as my art. But I'm going, okay, somebody with me, like me, who has a lot of experience with Photoshop, but is certainly not an expert. There are things that I can do and I can draw in it that don't look bad, that people go, oh, that's nice. But there's a whole other level that can be produced with AI. And I'm going, to me, Photoshop feels like it's commensurate with my skill set. Like, I feel like I can get out of Photoshop the amount of talent that I have to put into it. AI, I feel like it scales the results of what you get exponentially higher than what you could actually do as a person. And like for artists though, okay, because I mean, a lot of AI, they do, especially, hands, they have extra fingers, the eyes will be kind of wonky. There'll be something about it. So, if you're an artist, you can make those tweaks and adjustments, whereas somebody who's not an artist couldn't, because you see plenty of AI, like I've seen AI post up and I'm like, dude, you couldn't take a few minutes to just fix this thing or to make this look different or to take out a finger or something. It's like, if you're going to claim it as your art or claim it as art, then put a little bit of time in and polish it up for me. I mean, not for me, but in general. But like, so it just feels like AI just far exceeds what is capable. Whereas Photoshop, to a large degree, obviously there's a lot of awesome things you can do in Photoshop that you could never do with a pen and paper. Just, it can't be done. But it's like, if you're good in general, if you're good with certain things in art, like tracing paper, like you'd use tracing layer papers like they do with animation, old school animation, you could have like 6 different layers, and one of them is the background, one of them's the part of the animation that's not moving in this particular sequence, and then this is the arm that is moving, and then this is this, and it's like all transparent. Like, you could do that with, old school. Photoshop just makes it a lot easier because you can just put the layers on and it's all digital and whatever. So, but AI is just so much like, I can't create a movie from nothing. I have to use a camera and shoot it. AI, you could just, I've seen stuff where, you have these like little short 20-second movies, and yeah, you see little hiccups here and there. There's a frame where something's a little out of sync or whatever. But for the most part, it's like, this is a character who doesn't exist, who's doing, and expressions and everything looks like a real person and is moving. If I didn't know this was AI and it didn't have these little telltale marks peppered throughout, I'd be like, who shot this and when, and who is the actor? It's like, you can't you can't replicate that in any way, shape, or form that easy and that quick. But when AI and machine learning became in 20 or 30 years will be vastly more capable and different than what it is now. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. 20 or 30 years, we may be Skynet at that point. For context, that AI for proteins was trained on people playing a game semi-annually for several years. Wait, Michael, is that the folding of the proteins and the chin? Okay, yeah, AI for proteins was trained on people. So what does it do, Michael? What playing a game semi-annually for several years? So what does it allow you to do, or what is it looking into? So now we've got folding proteins and chins and games of some kind. Don't know if they're physical. Don't know if they're just board games. Are they like legends? Semi-annually for years. And laws will be made just like they were made with the internet. Basically, we can make custom. Okay, that I get. Custom proteins. Okay. They cracked protein folding. That might be the most important invention of the modern era. Yeah, that's why physics didn't get the Nobel Prize. Biological immortality within 30 years? Not yet, not immediately, no. Gene engineering is way off. But folding synthesis is like a biology holy grail, basically. Though we don't know the limits of what is possible. Even in the dreamy pre-2000 era, I never imagined we'd actually crack that tech in my lifetime. Thanks for the advice, yeah. There's irony in that statement. No problem. Hang in there. Try not to make obvious mistakes. Obvious mistakes like what? Hacker, they're obvious mistakes. It's in the definition, man. It's in the name. It's an obvious mistake. If it's a mistake, that would be obvious. So I think a way to say it is let's see. Touching the burner of a stove. This gets used all the time. Touching the burner of a stove when you know it's hot is a mistake. It's a mistake, but it's a dumb one. It's one that you know better. You're just going, I just want to see how much it burns, or whatever possible reason. Because again, if you extrapolate this out, it gets much more complicated. But there are many reasons human beings are compelled to do things that they know are not good for them. Because it feels good, because it seems like it's going to be profitable. Like there are any number of things, but we know that they're stupid things to do. We know that they are not good. We know that they are not going to lead to good things, but we want to do it anyway because the possibility of it being something better is there, or because, like I said, we enjoy doing it. It's fun. It's pleasurable. It's satisfying. Like eat right now. If I were to eat a gallon of chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream that I don't have, but if I had it, eating it right now particularly would be a mistake. That's how many calories. It's pretty late at night already. I mean, it's right on the cusp. Like I'm eating it at a bad time of night. I have some lactose intolerance. It's not going to go well for me. I'm going to get bloated, probably going to wake myself up with my flatulence, and it's going to pack on the calories. In about 2 or 3 days, I'm going to see it hit my hips. It's a mistake, but because it's not deadly and it's not immediately like I'm probably not going to get type 2 diabetes just from doing that. It's something that I can do, and it's not necessarily going to break the bank or break my life, but it's still an obvious mistake. And that's on a very low level. Whereas, then you have mistakes that are purely out of ignorance. And I'm trying to think of one. Okay. Let's say you're setting up your PC and you're trying to do streaming and you don't know exactly, you've never done it before, and you drag over a button and you hit it because you think it's going to get you what you want, and you're futzing around, and the next thing you know, you've been streaming for 5 minutes live and you didn't even realize it. That's a mistake that's not obvious. That's not something where you know better. You're ignorant, so you make a mistake because you're learning, and that's one of the ways that you learn. So I think that's the qualifier there. Like, avoid doing things that you know are counterproductive or self-sabotaging, but that for any number of reasons, disposition, whatever else, inclines you to go that way, inclines you to be impatient, where you say, you know what, I know if I just wait, it will get better. That's something like, I don't know, there's plenty of things like that. Where, if you just stay there and you just wait, the bus is going to come, but you don't want to wait. You want to try to get there sooner. So you're going to try to walk there instead. And you think you'll take a shortcut, and it's a mistake. The bus will be there. If you just are willing to wait 20 minutes, it's going to come. You're going to be fine. You'll get to where you're going in 20 minutes, but you're impatient. You're not willing to wait. You think you can do it faster. More than likely, that's going to be a mistake. But anyway, let's see. I just think it's funny that it's irony. Like, what obvious mistakes? Look, if you have to ask, if you don't know it's a mistake, it's not an obvious mistake. I mean, the research is a big reason why I went back to school for biotech. It hasn't been brought up yet, but assuming you can predict protein synthesis, you can indeed modify your gene to code. So, okay. Like getting involved with bad people on the wrong side of the law or doing something dangerous that isn't necessary. There you go. Yeah, that's a nice, concise way to say what I was saying. Okay, so Michael, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Potentially cure my mom's blood cancer. One gene would need to be changed. Crazy, right? Okay. There's a comment there. Michael, you, sir, are the anti-comma man. I've come to realize this. There are so many times where I have trouble reading something you've written, and I realized all it needed was a comma in there. So it's like, potentially cure my mom's blood cancer. One gene would need to be changed. Crazy, right? And I'm like, be changed crazy, right? Be changed crazy, right? Oh, be changed, comma, crazy, right? You're killing me, Michael. You're killing me. I know you're a big brain scientist guy, but I need you to put those commas in there. As I know they're out of the way on pretty much any keyboard and phone, but I need those commas. But that is okay. But see, and that's what I needed. So obviously Underhill knew what was tracking with what you were talking about. I had no freaking clue. So I needed to see that. The potential to cure blood cancer by changing one gene. That is exciting, and has far reaching. The question though, and this is because when my friend was telling me whatever it was about the ability to, it may be kind of what you're talking about. It may be something completely different. It may not even be a thing at all, but anything that can replace expensive medicine or medical procedures, the likelihood of that actually becoming available, and I know that's like I think they call it black pilled or whatever, but it really does beg the question. It's exciting, and that should not dim the excitement of the exploration of the discovery. But there is that thing where you realize, okay, how many things that are actually very useful never actually get to be spread or widespread, or they are, but they're still under some kind of price thing because you're bulking. I mean, how much is made off of these treatments and off of these things, and you're going, hey, we can do one procedure, takes this amount of time, bam, and you're good to go. How many people are going to go because you're dipping into their pockets. There's lots of stuff that isn't pure genetics that protein synthesis can solve. I think I remember you saying that, Michael, and and that wasn't a reason for you getting in there, right? But necessarily, but I think that was your particular field. That was part of the impetus, if I recall, was like a desire to do that. Is it stabilized, for lack of a better term? Is it something that, time is not necessarily against you in this? Is it in remission or what? Biotech could change everything. Man, I really feel like a lot of this conversation is like the precursor to so many movies. Like you have the hopeful and the pure of like, we could change the world. This is gonna, like, how many times you see that, like, there's an invention. It's like, this changes everything. This changes how we look at blah, 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 blah. Even Neil Breen does that in his movies. Goodness gracious, help us all. if AI replaces that, we're in good shape. But, you know, and then it's like, and then the other shoe drops, and it's like, now they're trying to make sure we can't distribute it, or now things have turned, or, you know, it's like there's always something where the ball gets dropped, whether it's by greed or by other interests or by negligence or by over optimization or being overly optimistic. I don't know. How are we doing on? Oh, yeah. I know what attrition is, but I'm sure it's a little bit different with.
I don't even want to know what LeChuck's plans were for that. No self-respecting pirate would be seen wearing that.
You're very right, Guybrush Threepwood.
Hey, I can see the ocean floor. It's a bottle of sparkling formaldehyde. Good year, too. No.
Oh, come on. No sparkling formaldehyde. I kind of remember how this scene ends, but I don't remember how to get there, so this is going to be interesting.
LeChuck and all his glory. I see more than enough of him already. Nah.
Okay. Ooh, music box. Okay.
It got broken when the ship capsized. It's a bag of wooden nickels. Some treasure. Hey,
all right,
there's a big diamond ring behind this bag.
Well,
it's a diamond ring.
Okay. Blood cancer is treatable with medication. She's fine. Okay. It's just for a life thing. Okay. Gotcha. Which is kind of, obviously, like, it's not meant to sound that way, but it's like, that's kind of, in terms of, okay, so it's not, in other words, you're not going, I need to find a cure, or like this, I need to make this happen because her time's running out. But at the same time, it's like quality of life goes way high and it's transformative and all these things. So there's a strong motivation to do it, but it's not against a ticking clock, you know? And that's where, if Spider-Man and these other crazy hero things or anything to indicate, it's when we get anxious and we try to skip steps and skip safety because we're trying to meet a goal, we're trying to beat the clock. That's when all the bad stuff happens. Well, for our heroes, it's not bad stuff. I mean, hey, superhero, if you or you know, in comic book world, if you get shot with a gun, you become Lead Man, and your blood becomes lead, and somehow that's not a problem, and you have superpowers now. Gamma radiation, not a problem. It actually just makes you really stretchy and invisible and force fields and fun stuff.
A beautiful high-capacity washer and dryer combination.
Oh, it'd be nice to take that with us. All right. It may be as simple as, I think there's like a plug or something.
I hate to think what that comb's been through. I think LeChuck needs it more than I do. It's got a zombie ballerina. It got broken when the ship capsized. Nah.
All right, so that doesn't work. We know the portrait doesn't work. Wreath.
Marry me or die. Touching.
Quite true, Guybrush. Quite true.
I don't know. That seems kind of creepy.
All right.
Chocolate-covered barnacles, marshmallow hooks, sea urchins, glass eyes. Ugh.
Gosh darn it. Oh, wait. Nope. Aha.
No, if only I could find a way to get up there and get out.
It's a ladder,
The
baby.
ship is capsized. This ladder goes to nowhere.
It goes up, doofus. Okay, what do we have in our inventory again? We got an arm, bag of nickels, a ring.
If I scrape the ring on that, I'll pop it.
Yeah. Oh. Hey! There we go! It's funny because you said no respecting pirate would be wearing that. And there he is wearing it.
Guybrush? Guybrush! I thought I'd lost you forever. Is it really you?
Yes, Elaine. Did you really mean what you said out there? That I was the only man you ever loved?
Well, yes, Guybrush, I guess I did.
Elaine, I'm a man of action. A swashbuckler, a rogue, a wanderer, a man who can hold his breath for 10 minutes. I have no ties and no regrets. I sail with the wind and go where adventure takes me. But somehow, something always leads
Guybrush,
me.
stop babbling.
Elaine, will you marry me?
Oh, Guybrush.
Oh, Wally? You're alive! But how did you survive the explosion?
I was thrown clear. I'm just lucky I wasn't wearing my seatbelt. Wow, Elaine, that's some ring.
Thank you, Wally. It's an engagement ring from Guybrush.
Hey, that looks just like the big diamond ringlet Chuck had in his treasure hold. You know, the one with that ghastly, disfiguring voodoo curse on it. Well, I'm sure Guybrush wouldn't have given you that ring. Anyway, I gotta be going. I hear there's a tattoo removal place on this island that's Freckles safe. See you at the wedding.
Guybrush!
Man, I really have to wonder though if there is something about my computer here, or if it really does run that many frames, frames over.
Elaine? She's not gonna be happy about this. It's Elaine. I've got to change her back somehow.
The power of love.
She must weigh a ton. No offense. Hey, I wonder how many carrots she...
I hear you, Macro. I hear you. Pretty much at the end of the stream anyway. Like I said, it was kind of a...
It's a glowing ember left over from the battle.
Still trying to figure out what this is going to be. Like, Legends made it easier.
It looks dangerous.
Because it was a game that kind of played itself. But... yeah, I think that this is I mean, we got off the boat. We got off the boat. It's a good stopping place here. Pick up the glowing ember here. I think I could do that.
Ouch!
Don't know how that works, but glad it does. Yeah, we'll go ahead and save. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got. Huh. Interesting. 4 stream. Cool. We'll go ahead and quit. There we go. Alrighty, so yeah, we'll figure out next. I mean, heck, we could have probably done most of the stream just with checking other people's websites and their channels and seeing what was going on with them and taking a look at some of their videos and stuff. So maybe we'll just keep it that fluid next time. But I think y'all had a great conversation in general, regardless of what was going on in the background, and that's kind of the dream. That's kind of the hope. I was entertained. I had a good time. And yeah, so I guess we'll... Oh, I just got back Lagmeister. Classic Lagmeister. Unfortunately, there was nothing for me to beat that you're leaving You are the guy, right? If I remember correctly. Like you'd watch, and I wouldn't be able to beat some bad boss or something, and you'd be like, I gotta go for a little while. I'll be back. You leave. I beat boss. You come back. So we did get out of the ship. We did actually make some progress while you were gone. So, I guess, there is that. But I did. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I beat the final boss, right? Yeah. I mean, I did figure the little two things out. Nobody in chat helped. They were all talking about, things like folding proteins and curing cancer and whatever. And I was like, I can't be bothered. I'm playing Monkey Island. Teenage Kicks. Well, Kicks is a cereal. I don't know what Teenage Kicks is though. I don't know most of the stuff. But Michael, if that's to me, I greatly appreciate the sentiment. I'm always happy to see you as well and to hear usually cool things that are going on that I have no clue about. If it's not for me, well then somebody else. Michael, appreciate you. But if it is me, like I said, thank you very much. It felt like this was just even piecing it together like this. It's still just a good, fun hangout time. And so yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Awesome Dragon. Oh, thank you, Michael. That's from that is a Magic the Gathering. It is, what's the card? Twin Peaks. It's an alternate art that was done from 2020. And it's so I don't know if you saw it or not, but when I was playing Magic, my primary deck was a dragon, a white and red dragon deck, and that's one of the big dogs, one of my favorites. And I love the art. Macro. Okay, that makes sense. I'm kind of the same way. I can be a good listener if I've seen the words first. Like if I learn a language and I just like listen to it being spoken, I don't seem to retain anything. But if I can start piecing the alphabet together and know, okay, this word, these letters mean this word and that means this, I can start picking them out. Yeah, so I guess it's called a visual learner, but yeah, Michael, there's some. I was very impressed. Magic, at least classic Magic, has some very good artwork, and this is one of my. I thought about trying to make him blue, like do the blue thing here, because I don't think he has to be a bad dragon. Usually red, orange is kind of like bad or whatever. I was like, maybe make him blue, like blue flame. That'd look kind of cool, but I think it looks good with the red. So even native speakers have this problem? No, not with English, Macro. With another language like Spanish. I can listen to people talk Spanish, and we did that. We had Spanish soap opera we would watch in school, and it was gobbledygook. Made no sense to me whatsoever until I started learning the words, and I could picture them, I could see them, I could say them myself, and then when I would hear them in a sentence, I'd be like, oh. It was something, cow, something. So, yeah, and that otherwise I would never have picked out cow. Like I need to see the words. But it's really weird because I started looking like Russian. When you have an alphabet, like it's not the Cyrillic alphabet. I don't know. It's just called Cyrillic, I think. I don't know. Anyway, it's like there are some letters. Most of them aren't the letters that they are in English. There's like 5 that are. There's 33 letters, first of all. And 5 of them look like our letters and actually sound like our letters. Like I think M is pronounced M, but most of the other ones that even if they look English, they're not. And then there's a bunch of ones that don't look like anything we have. So that adds a layer of complexity because even if I could pronounce the word, I can't read it because it looks like Klingon or something. So it's interesting. Same with kanji, I guess. And I don't know the Chinese. I can't remember the Chinese language, but I know a little bit of Japanese, but Arabic I had a hard time with. Well, we didn't watch the Spanish soap operas for the plot. No, do you remember those? Was it Las Destinas or Destinos? Destinos. I think that's what it's called. Raquel. Le gusta Timmy, pero Timmy no es bueno, es muy malo en la biblioteca. Pero Raquel está muy bien en la ciudad. Mucho gusto. Montebella. I don't know. But no, yeah, we didn't. But that was the thing. But I didn't even understand what the heck was being said until I actually got the words out. And in Destinos, they speak muy caliente. Caliente means hot. I don't know what the word for slow is. Give me a break. I only took it for 4 years. Wait, what is slow? I should know slow. I don't even know. Well, fast is andale. And the reason I remember that, if that is the word, is because of Speedy Gonzalez. Andale, andale, iba, iba. I think it's andale. Yeah, I think andale means fast. And gordo means fat. Muy caliente. How far are you in communism language? Not very far. I know how to say, what is it called? What is the word? Yeah, I really haven't gotten too far into it. Privyet. Privyet. Yeah, Privyet means hello. Casual hello. That's all I've got so far. And I don't know what that looks like in Russian. But, I mean, I like the sound of it. That's a problem. Like, I thought about Chinese, but I was like, I don't like how Chinese sounds. I don't like all the shush in Chinese. But I was like, okay, well, yeah, I don't know, but it's interesting. But I like the sound of it. I like German too, but I just don't see. I was like, if anything, it's like, okay, Chinese or Russian seems like not a bad way to go in terms of the way the world may be spinning. I don't know. I'm not banking on it. I'm doing it for fun, and because I like the idea. I like looking at what looks like completely foreign hieroglyphs and ancient symbols and being able to actually read it and have it be so foreign. Whereas Spanish is still an alphabet. It's still, other than the double L's, pretty much everything in there. And it's got some accents and stuff. But overall, baile is Baila. It's looks the way it sounds and pronounces the way it does in English. It's just, different ways of putting the letters together. Whereas in places like things like Russia or kanji or whatever, it's completely different. Muy caliente. Can you read my big above message? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, I mean, I would say at this point, the written it would be harder to learn, and it's not as, I'll put it this, it's going to be easier. I think you just need to be exposed to the listening to more to learn it. I think if you know the words, you just all you have to do is listen. Whereas reading, I guess you just have to read. But I think for me, it's easier to listen. And then in terms of communication, like here, you don't have to be able to. Well, I mean, you're able to respond to me well enough. I don't know, but there's pros and cons to it. Look, 4 years of Spanish, muy. I don't know, muy. I don't know. I've never heard anybody say muy caliente, muy caliente. Yeah, I haven't heard it pronounced like that. But that could very well be it, and it could be a dialect thing. There's plenty of stuff. I mean, I know for a fact the Spanish that I learned in high school, and I didn't take it in college, in high school, isn't the way it sounds in actually Mexico or a lot of places. They don't. The accent's different, the pronunciation, and just the word usage is different. Some words mean completely different things. So it's possible that wherever you've heard muy caliente, muy. Yeah, never heard it pronounced that way, but it could just be where you're different localized places. Chinese supposedly an easier language. Really? Easier, huh? I don't know. It comes down to the rules. And apparently in Russian, there's a lot of stuff that's easier, but then there's one aspect of it that's really freaking hard. And I can't remember what it's called now. It's like conditions or conditional stuff, but it's like words that get put in front of something that change it. I don't know. But it's like this whole table that looks like there's nothing like it in English. But I mean, every language, I guess, has it. It's like Spanish has what, like 18 conjugations, I think. Russian has 3. English has a crap ton as well. You know, past perfect, past imperfect, past preterite, past participles, whatever. Russia's literally present, past, and future. That's it. But then they have that whatever it is on the other end that you've got to be able to figure out. So yeah, I don't know what Chinese is in terms of what its hiccup is. German is your favorite language. Really? No kidding, Macro. But I don't know how to speak it. German is like try hard English. It has a lot of weird slang specific to German, just like English. All right, Michael. I don't know if you're saying peace out or hey, Lagmeister. Wait. Does that? It wouldn't let me type anything? Wait, what happened? Well, okay, sorry, Macro. Tenses. We have, I don't even know conjugation. Like I said, I don't know jack about English grammar. Don't know it. I can write it. I can speak it. I can use it, but I don't know any of the rules or anything. I just know we do have, like I said, we have imperfect past, imperfect future, perfect. There's like, what is it? Let's see here. 12 tenses. Okay. 12 tenses in English. 18. Yeah. So I think I actually had that verbatim. I was just kind of guessing. 18 tenses for Spanish and 12 for English, 3 for Russian. How many tenses in Chinese? Yikes. Doesn't have verb conjugations or tenses. What? Aspect markers and time adverbs. Okay, that sounds like 6 of one, half dozen of another. You're trading one pain in the butt grammatical thing for another. But that's interesting though. No genders, no tenses, and no conjugation. Dang. Well, I thought I remember like so for us, inflection pretty much just indicates whether it's an interrogative, whether interrogative or statement. So, you know, it's, did you guys know that Chinese didn't have any tenses? Yeah, so we have that. But my understanding is that inflection in Chinese actually changes the definition of words. Like depending on how you say a certain word, if you know, zhuo or zhua or zhuo or zhuo, apparently, from what I understand, those are 2 different words. I mean, I don't think either one of those are actual words, but you know what I'm saying? Like where you put your inflection or where you put your, emphasis can actually change words, which to me is like, holy cow, especially how do you do that in writing? But I'm guessing there's accents or whatever. I can respond to you well, but you speak clearly. The characters in the Boys TV series sometimes speak low-tone gibberish, especially Butcher. Well, yeah, well, okay, I haven't seen too much of it. So I was going to say, because I know Carl Urban is in there and he's actually Australian, I believe, but I don't think he uses an Australian accent. So, Underhill. Rinder Yep. No, I agree. That pretty much says it all, doesn't it? It really does. I love its compound words. Oh, I do too, Macro. You talk about German compound words? Yeah. Yep. I'm the same way. Oh shoot. What's the, all the stuff it's all pretty, Blitzkrieg sounds freaking cool. I'm trying to think of what's another one. Stachelschwein. Stachel? Is it Stachel or Stachel? Probably Stachel. Stachel Schwein. Stachelschwein. Porcupine. See? Porcupine, it doesn't sound bad in English, but Stachelschwein sounds freaking awesome. Lebensmittel? 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 I don't know. Food and life. Food? Life. Oh, okay, so food. I mean, that's a lot of syllables for food. You know, we got one, but Fencer's Bank. Oh, who's that actor? Fassbender. Wait, is that German? Oh, Fassbender. I thought it was Fast. He's German. Okay, wait. I should know if that was Irish or German. It sounds like Irish or German. No, he's born in Germany. The year Star Wars came out. Look at that. He was born the year Star Wars came out. I can't imagine the people that died before 1977 that just never got to see Star Wars. Like they lived in a world without Star Wars. Oh, usually for milestone messages, you can type something. Oh, gotcha. Well, yeah, sorry. Like I and I apologize. Like I meant to say this. I was hoping you and Body Bag and the other fellows that subscribed, like that you guys had clipped it since I wasn't really doing anything. I was like, I felt bad anybody contributing to the channel when I'm not cranking out content on the regular. But that said, as it says there, 3 months, like that's a big deal. So I'm sorry you weren't able to leave a message. Let me see is there. You do have the ratchet, so you should be able to do it. But anyway, even without saying anything, I greatly appreciate you being a member for 3 months. I think you got a month of me actually doing stuff. Got up to, you know, the final boss on Jag, or not Jag, what is it called? I don't remember the name of the game. Was it Jag? No. Jackal. I knew that wasn't right. Jackal, you know, got up there, you know, made a big talk about being able to beat Battletoads. Underhill promised me that I could. He's like, it's one of the easiest games in the world. If you just, all you have to do is play it a few times, you'll get the hang of it. Lagmeister, you were saying the same thing. Oh, I beat the terrible tunnel in like 3 minutes. It's not that big of a deal. I was like, all right, my friends are encouraging me to do this. They're giving me reasonable expectations. They're not setting me up for failure. Let me go ahead and just jump on this and get it done. But, I'm glad, Macro, that at least I sound coherent to you, because I know I can tend to speak kind of fast sometimes, and when that happens, my articulation does take a hit, so I don't pronounce all the words fully and properly. So I'm glad you're able to discern it, despite my I guess I speak loud enough. Maybe there's no mumbling. But anyway, but thank you, Lagmeister. I greatly appreciate the support and you sticking around with the channel for the past 2 months where I wasn't really doing much. And hopefully, like I said, not tomorrow, but hopefully maybe next Saturday. Fingers crossed. We can do some gaming if you're down. Because Tyson's got to go down. So one of us has to be able to beat Tyson. We cannot have 4 children of the 80s unable to beat Mike Tyson. We've got to figure it out. European languages have 100 conjugations? Dang. Tenses. Fuck those, right? English is fed up. Spanish is a gendered language. Yep. You didn't know that? Yeah. It's O and A, which I will say I've joked about this. I certainly don't mean it. Like anybody who can do a rhyme is okay in my book. But like when you do have so many of your words that end in O or A, I think it's so much easier to write poetry and lyrics because you've just got a broader pool of words that you can pull from. Whereas, English, it feels like, it's like, it's hit or miss. But I can't complain. Shakespeare was able to do it. quite well. So I don't really have much of an excuse other than that a lot of the words he used, not a lot, maybe 10 or 15% of the words he used, we don't use anymore. So you'll see it and be like, if you had to write those words today, if you had to write those two words, that stanza today, it wouldn't work because we don't even know what that word means anymore. But yeah, Underhill, that was why the Latinx thing did not go over well. Like I knew quite a few Spanish people or Spanish speaking people. They were not happy. They considered Latinx to be an insult, and part of it is they have gender language. So trying to take that out of it, no bueno. It seemed like the only people that really thought it was a good idea were people who weren't actually Hispanic. So, what are you gonna do? But nah, he does use an Australian accent. I identified it the moment he spoke it for the first time, but they made him British for some. Okay. Wait, meaning he's from Britain or he's from England, but his character speaks with an Australian accent. He's from England, or you're saying they're claiming that his Australian accent is a British accent. I had an English friend. It was like trying to understand broken English, but everything he said was in fact English. Right? Yeah, like my shirt's like, yeah, it's watching British TV will catch you up pretty quick. Yeah, no, well, it will if you stick around long enough. Now, here's the thing. So like I watched, what is it called? The It Crowd? I think it is, or the IT Crowd, I think is actually the name of it. It's a British show. It's a little more contemporary. Monty Python, same thing. I could understand them perfectly clear. I watched the British version of The Office, about a third of it. I crap you not, I turned the subtitles on for The Office. I had to keep them on because I couldn't. Part of it is that they're using words that we don't typically use in America. You know, they've got their own unique words, and they say things like trolley where we technically have it in English, but it's really confined to like Mr. Rogers. Well, here comes the trolley, and it's literally just kind of like a single car train. That's a trolley, but for them it's a shopping cart. So they're like, oh, it's a trolley. And I'm like, I didn't understand that because that word doesn't make any sense in the context you use it in, but it's different strokes. But yeah, I've found that there are plenty of English speakers, i.e. from the UK, that I don't. I'm very pleased that Denise, I understand 99.99% of what she says, because her accent is easy to understand, and she's not using a bunch of words that I don't know. There are a few times where I'm going, hey, what's that? But Blitzkrieg wasn't even commonly used by the Germans. It was just a compound word of two large. Oh yeah, no, we did not. Yep, yeah, no, they did not coin that word, or they did not use that phrase. Those are German words, but they did not call it lightning warfare. Like you said, that was other people named it that. The Germans didn't say, "Behold, we have the Blitzkrieg," which is kind of a shame because like if you come up with a crazy strategy like that, you want to be able to name it. But they had Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers. Yeah. I gained a lot more appreciation for Star Wars after watching some. There's a few like YouTube channels that will like talk about like, now granted they're B movies, but like you just look at a lot of the stuff that came out even after 77, and it just makes you appreciate the effects, the costumes, like everything. Like Star Wars just nailed it. It just did. The music, so much stuff back then was like, I mean, I'm not saying it's the worst thing in the world, but it's like, it looks kind of cheeseball, or it like, I don't know. I just, because I did not watch Star Wars first. I watched Jedi first. That's just how it went down. I was at a friend's house for a sleepover. We watched My Pet Monster, Back to the Future, and Return of the Jedi in that order, as I recall. I was the only one who stayed up to watch Luke take Vader's mask off. That was my first exposure to Star Wars. Then I watched Empire. Then I watched New Hope. If you watch them in that order, especially as a kid, Star Wars is lame. It's because Jedi, especially from the child perspective of a child, Jedi just does everything better. The ships move faster. The dogfights are more dynamic. There's far more ships involved. They're going into the Death Star. The Death Star looks infinitely cooler as partially finished, like the skeletal thing versus just a round ball. You had 3 battles going on at the same time. You had Endor, you had Emperor's Throne Room, and you had the space battle. You had A-Wings, B-Wings, we had Y-Wings in New Hope. The lightsaber duel between Vader and Obi-Wan compared to the one between Luke and Vader, there's no competition. I mean, you had a somewhat, aged bodybuilder against an antique but well-respected actor, compared to, two guys. I mean, you still had David Prowse was still kind of old. He wasn't getting any younger, but I think, Mark Hamill being young and spry was able to kind of bump that. And I would imagine, I wonder, they probably didn't. I was going to say, I wonder if they had a stunt guy in there. Well, I'm sure they did, actually. There were some parts of the fight scene that they did have a stunt guy because the Vader's getting sent flying and everything. But just like from that perspective, New Hope was just weak sauce. We had Tatooine, Jabba, the sail barge, the fight, that compared to a bunch of Jawas and going shopping for new droids. You can't compete with that. So I never fully appreciated what Star Wars was because I grew up with and was exposed to, especially as a younger age. I mean, I think most people do think that Empire is the better written and best movie out of the three, but I would still put Jedi over A New Hope just because the emotional impact, the fact that the story is being brought to a conclusion, there's more characters. We got Lando in there now, and that whole I remember being white knuckled watching for the first time. Was he going to escape or not? We had that little bit of fake foreshadowing. Usually in a movie, if one of your main characters says, I just got a funny feeling that I'm not going to see her again. Usually that foreshadowing is in there on purpose, and it means, something bad's going to happen. It's just not going to work. So I was like, is Lando and the Falcon going to be, and Nien Nunb, are they going to be the casualties of the Death Star? They're the heroes, but we're going to mourn them at the end. No, they get out just in the nick of time. There's just so much going there. So, but all it takes is watching sci-fi movies from the 70s to go, Star Wars was amazing. If I had a credit card first, I'd donate to you so you'd go buy cornflakes. That's okay, Macro. No. You put that money toward your the PC, and just to you getting by. I appreciate the thought, my friend. I appreciate it, but no, you gotta look at. There was a pastor I heard one time. One of the best. He says, don't. Crap. What was it? Don't give your seed money. The idea was make sure you're able to eat before you give out of, not necessarily only out of abundance, but give once you've got what you need squared away. It's okay, you've got provision for what you need for the day. If you give that provision away, if you give, you have an abundance, you have extra, you give that, and it's okay, that's helpful. But if you put yourself in a bad situation to give to somebody else, then it's kind of, it kind of defeats defeats not the point or the purpose, but anyway, butchered that all to hell. But all that to say, I appreciate the thought, but please hold on to that. Good thing you don't have a credit card. And, I have had cornflakes 3 times now since we've had that conversation. There have just been days where I'm like, cornflakes exist. I hadn't thought about cornflakes in years, but Macro, every time I'm like, raise a bowl. I'm like, here's to you, Macro. Thank you for making me eat this cereal. I'm lactose intolerant. It's going to make me farty and bloated for the next 3 hours. But damn it, I've got to have me some cornflakes. The power of suggestion. Don't feel bad, J Money. It's nothing. I just wanted to type this message. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, no, I that sucks that it doesn't let you put that in there, but that's funny. This message will self-destruct. The AI Google search feature isn't available in my region. I'd have to turn to a VPN for it. Really? See, mine, that, I can't turn that off, I don't think. And sometimes it's very helpful. I'm putting together, I was mentioning there was a video talking about different comic heroes and everything. You want to do a quick search on how many powers does Superman have? Boom. Gives it there, and it gives you a little link so that you can actually look at where it's pulling its source from to make sure it's verifiable. So it's got a lot of good stuff. There are plenty of things though where if you put in a search or you ask it a question or you put a question out there to try to find a post or a forum, and it will give you its interpretation of it. It's and then you rephrase the question to be a little more assertive on one particular aspect. And it's like, well, yeah, technically speaking, that is true, but many people don't consider it to be so. Like, yeah, screw you. Give me this one-sided bull crap. I'm on to you. The mumbling is what screws with you. Turbo tunnel from the beginning of the game, 4 minutes and 21 seconds. Oh, now I understand what you're talking about, Underhill. I was like, wait, what are you referring to? Yes, you're referring to my colorful and creative reinvention of your words about Battletoads. Yeah. 4 minutes and 21 seconds, but who's keeping track? Oh, okay, Lagmeister. That's so. I don't know. Luckily, I have an open wound here that you can rub some salt in. I mean, I did beat it. One time. It's a control problem. Oh my gosh. I still don't know how people do it with regularity. I don't know how Lagmeister, I knew you did it multiple times. Underhill, you did it too, if I'm not mistaken. That's how I knew that, or how you knew that it was a fool's errand to try to beat it all the way through. Carlos can only stream on Wednesdays. Okay, thank you for letting me know, Lagmeister. Okay, so I guess he's settled into his job now. All right, Lagmeister, are Wednesdays? I guess they are good for you because maybe that's when you guys have been streaming together. That's why I've been seeing that. I mean, I don't want to horn in on that. So if you've got a game you got to finish, or you're in the middle of a game, finish that out. But then I guess we'll maybe set aside Wednesday nights in the future to try to do some team ups. I'm really good at writing lyrics, but I'm so critical of them that it's really difficult. I understand that. I definitely, yeah. I get that. Which, I mean, it can be, when it locks you up, that's when it really sucks. But it's one of those things like, I'm just like, okay, I just need to get it on paper. And I can go back and tweak it. Like you're saying, very critical, going, okay, I can finesse it. Okay, I can change the swap in some words, swap in a different concept, but it's just getting it down there. Because I can spend, I've written a couple chapters of a book, and which is not great, but I'll go back and be like, okay, I haven't read it in a while. Let me go back and just catch myself up and see where I'm at. And I'll start correcting it as I'm going. And I spend 2 hours doing that, and I never finish. I never start the new chapter because I've just spent 2 hours editing my own stuff. And it's like, you can get caught up in that loop where you're not actually creating anything new because you're just trying to improve, or dissatisfied with what it is. And just, instead of just going, all right, screw it. It's not going to be perfect the way it is, but I need to move on, because the fun part is going back and taking that block of granite that you've created with your words and, chiseling into it and pulling out the words and the stuff that you want. The hard part is getting all of that down on paper, at least for me. Being critical of your work is deemed a high work ethic quality. Yeah. And your cooldown time. That's another big issue. Like we can all be very critical of what we do given enough time. Like sometimes you work on something and you think it's amazing, and a year later you look back and go, yeah, it's actually pretty good. I'm kind of impressed I did that, or I wrote that. It's been so long since you revisit it and you're like, oh, that sounds pretty cool. And then there's sometimes where it only takes about 2 weeks to look at the thing that you thought was awesome and go, oh gosh, that's painful. I'm glad nobody saw that. And then there's that healthy medium where you go, okay, I can be critical of what I just did, so which means I can fix it. I can edit it. I don't think of it as this perfect thing, but I also don't think of it as absolute crap either. So there's a little bit of a balance there, I think, creatively. He's from Australia. I have no idea where he lives, though. I'm pretty sure he lives in Australia. I just meant in the story, Macro. That was my thing. Like Carl Urban has been in several. Like he was in Red 1, he's in Red 1. It was just called Red, and he doesn't have an accent at all. Star Trek, same thing. He was in the Star Trek movies. He didn't have an accent, so I didn't know. So I was thinking, Carl Urban. I know he's from Australia. He has an Australian accent. But I've seen most of the stuff I've seen him in, he doesn't have an accent. So that's why I was thinking maybe in The Boys, he has an American accent, but it sounds like he has a British accent and it's mumbly. So maybe kind of Cockney or something. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't watched The Boys. Speaking of that, the amount of British actors speaking. Yes, American TV shows is going by the second. Is y'all's accent really that important? It is, Mac. It is. I told you, Macro. You were not listening. Listen to my voice, my non-accented voice. They understand that this is not an accent. This is just the default human way of speaking, you see. So it's not that our accent is important. It's British people going, blimey, they don't have an accent at all. They're the genuine article. Somehow we screwed it up. We've got to somehow make us speak like the core of humanity. That's what it is. But to a degree, I mean, you look at it, Tom Holland, how many movies has that guy been in? All of them speaking English or speaking with an American accent. So I think there's a lot more, how do I put this? Because I don't know, because every country has their own heroes. They have their own stories, but for better or for worse, Hollywood characters, movie characters, comic characters, stories have seemed to have spread into, further out into the world than the opposite being true. So if you want to play an American comic book character or an American character in general, you're going to have to speak with the accent. So with the majority, like Hollywood is, at least at the moment, temporary. I don't know if it's going to be that way for long, but has been the entertainment center. There's been plenty of other films made and studios and everything, but a lot of people from around the world we're trying to get into Hollywood, get on that gravy train. And a lot of the stories, because it's an American company, whatever, a lot of the characters are written to be American. So you need to have an American accent to play it off. Unlike apparently Germans and Russians, anybody else, it's going to be a British accent. Enemy of the Gates, Germans and Russians, they all speak with British accents. That's just kind of the way it is. So it's a curious thing, to be sure. But yeah, it's not that it's important. It's just that you have a much better chance of being cast in a Hollywood production if you are able to do an American accent, which is no accent at all, as I've said quite clearly now. You said you understand me, Macro, and yet this one very simple fundamental truth has seemed to evade you, even though I've articulated it very, very well, I must say. Lucas has talked a lot about how was he inspired by Flash Gordon. Well, and that's the thing. I know that's the great thing about art. We were talking, Macro was just talking about, nothing new under the sun. That's a good example. What was it? The Hidden Fortress, I think. It's a Japanese story or something. That was a part of it. The Flash Gordon series tied into both Star Wars and perhaps even more so into Indiana Jones. So it's not, they didn't invent something new. The main plot and story of Star Wars is very, very simple and very basic. You have a mentor figure, you have Save Princess, you have Big Bad, and you have, a showdown. Those are all very ancient and long-lasting archetypes and tropes, or whatever you want to think of them. But he put them in a way, mixed it with some other things and presented it in a way that was fresh. And it was fresh enough that it took the world by storm. It also came at a time where a lot of movies were down in the mouth. There wasn't a lot of hopeful, fun stuff coming out of the 70s. So something that was actually uplifting and inspiring and kind of heralded back to that simpler, concept of fairy tales and princesses and all that kind of stuff. That was, there's a lot of popularity in that as well. But yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. You take, and so you have people that, and it's probably already happened. I just can't think of the movie off the top of my head, but you take somebody who's inspired by Star Wars. They watch Star Wars and they're going to take it to the next level. And, similar to what I'm doing now, people look back at the first Star Wars and go, Although Flash Gordon was never a touchstone like Star Wars was. It was never like, even in its day, it was popular, but you have a lot of popular things, but then, Star Wars was like, wow, just like that, wow. And so I don't know that it would be the exact same, but people will look at Star Wars eventually at some point and go, yeah, it's kind of cheesy, kind of this, kind of that, whatever. It's just going to be because you get so many generations away. You can say in its time it was amazing, but like an old race car, you look at a race car and go, oh man, it's got beautiful lines. It's amazing the fact they were able to create this back in 1920 or whatever with the technology they had. That's amazing. But we've got cars that go the speed of sound now. I'm not saying now, us, although I think there are probably some that do, but they're like rocket cars. Anyway, you get far enough removed and you go, okay, I can appreciate it in the context of its time, but now it is so dated that it's not, like I wouldn't want to drive the thing. It's like, man, putting around going 5 miles an hour. It's like, man, it's been breakneck speed back then, but now it's kind of like, so. But yeah, but that there's your encouragement, Macro. Something that's been around for a while. The Flash Gordon series, again, popular, but certainly not earth shattering like Star Wars was when it came out. You just build on things that inspire you, and you'll come up with a different way to tell the story, different medium to tell it in, different ways to tell it. But you can adapt it to pretty much anything. Internet is an opt-in experience. I don't know what the context of that is. Wait. I kind of want to sleep. Can we end this, please? Oh, internet is an opt-in experience. Yeah, Macro. We're winding it down. I mean, granted, we were winding it down at 7:15, and it's now 7:55. But I gave up cereal when almond milk went to like $1 jillion. Yeah, I had almond milk for a while because, my stomach still did not like almond milk. I don't know what it was because it's not lactose. I don't think it'd be lactose, but my stomach did not like almond milk. But I did try that for a while, and it was pretty cheap. But yeah, I guess it's gone up quite a bit. Thank God my stomach is iron hard and can digest anything quickly, no problem. Well, you won the digestive lottery, didn't you there, Macro? Enjoy your cornflakes then, sir. And your ice cream and all your other dairy products while I either fart myself a Dutch oven or have to go without. Brag about it. Lord it over me. I could probably drink booze and it'll process like a champ. Have you not had alcohol yet, Macro? What is the drinking age for you out there? When are you able to drink? Because I know it's very different from America, at least like in the UK. I don't know if it's changed since, but somebody was like, hey, if you're old enough to look over the bar and order a drink, you're old enough to drink it. Certainly not the case here. We're 21. So, I mean, I was joking. I know how important y'all's accent is. Thank you, Macro. Thank you. Also, why almond milk and not regular full fat milk? You must accept that it is possible to beat it and that the game has rules. The rules might not match what your vision perceives. Okay, Morpheus. I got to believe you were channeling Morpheus right there. You must accept that it is possible to beat it and that the game has rules, and those rules might not match what your vision perceives. Now stop trying to hit me and hit me. The game has fickle rules. The game has silly rules. Imagine if Elden Ring, you're trying to play Elden Ring, right? And half the difficulty is when you push the button to roll, you don't roll. Like, that's the problem that I'm having right now. That's the only thing stopping me with that stupid level. It's not my reflexes. It's not my savvy. I've got 2 buttons to push. It's the fact that when I do a certain thing to make myself do a certain thing on the screen, it doesn't always do it. It does it once or twice, and then the next time it's like, no, you're just gonna go off the screen. Totally fine. I've got a broken game. That's the only explanation. There is no other explanation. I won't accept it because Lagmeister can do it. Lots of other people can do it. I have a defective game. Hate to say it. That's the truth. Just saying it, calling it like it is. That's all. I guess I tolerate lactose then. You do. You're a very tolerant person. Milk gives me gas. Exactly. Yep. That's my thing too. My ancestry is hugely German, Black Forest. My ancestors ate meat and hunted and gathered nuts and berries. I'm with you, Underhill. My mother's side is German and Ukraine. Grandfather from Germany, grandmother from Ukraine. I don't know about Black Forest, but whole milk just isn't a thing I can do. The benefits of it. I never thought of that. I never thought Iraqi would like be inherently lactose tolerant. But yeah, Underhill, I must be cut from similar cloth because I'm that exact same way. Yeah, we can plan it for Wednesday. We were trying to think of a game we could all play together. Either way, one of us will defeat Tyson eventually. Exactly. Yeah. Oh gosh. I mean, they've got. I mean, there's like, I don't know if you guys. I can't remember if you have Switch or not, but they've got like the Mario Jamboree. Like, there's like a Mario Party thing. I don't know if there are that many 3-player. But I mean, I wouldn't even mind just hanging out and just watching you guys. I mean, that's what I did with a lot of the channels, just watching other people play. I wouldn't mind just watching and watching you guys play a game and just either just having it on the channel here, or, I mean, obviously you guys would want it on your channel, but like, like just something where it's just, I'm part of the group. We're all hanging out, but you guys are playing. I think it's fine. It's easier to find 2-player games than it is 3-player. Here's hoping your children can tolerate lactose, if you want to have any. Some of my best YouTube videos are videos I never planned on posting. Oh, what have been some of the highlights, Lagmeister? Is one of them some of the gaming? Like, are they getting traction there? Because I know you were like, initially you're like, I'm not, this is about my motorcycles and, mechanical work and stuff like that. I don't know if I want to put gaming on there. I hadn't even looked, but I'm curious. No, not Cagmeister. It's Lagmeister. Oh my gosh. Well, no, okay, that one was probably one that you expected. Look at that. The amount of videos that I have that don't even crack 1,000, let alone 4.3 thousand. That's awesome, man. 25,000? Good gravy. Like, the only things that get that much are there's like some K-drama videos, because people like K-dramas, so some of those music videos get up that high. But nothing that I've actually done. So these are actually videos that you do that are getting 2.8, 2.5. What is your subscription count at? Oh, that's a bummer. Man. Like, that sucks. I mean, it's great. It's still growing, but it's like, geez, with that many videos that have high views, you'd think you'd at least get 1,000. 9.3. Hot dog. Let's see. Let's hope I never have to find out. Like, that might sound callous, but in my culture, parents are not always there for you and don't always care that you breed. And at this point, I don't have the energy to raise a kid. I'm in the same boat, Underhill, especially living in a house now. I got my sister with, a 4-year-old son and a 3-month-old, 2-month-old daughter. It's a handful. Like I'm an all or nothing kind of guy. Like, if I have a kid, I gotta be a father. Like, that's the thing. But that's going to mean me giving up a lot of stuff. Like, that's going to mean spending a lot of time with my son. And that's not something I begrudge it, but it's not necessarily something I'm eager to do at the moment. And I think far too often there are, I've said it many times, people who for whatever reason want kids, but they don't want to be parents. I don't know whether it's societal expectations and pressure, whether it's, validation of some kind, whether it's just the idea of having, some people have actually outright admitted it's like my legacy. I'm like, wow, you had a kid, not spending any time raising your kid, but you just want it because you just want your line to live on, which, it's not like a horrible reason, but it is kind of selfish. And if it doesn't mean you are spending time as a parent, it's, the kids gotta make their way through life one way or the other, whether they get a lot of help from the parents or not. But a lot of times parents set their kids off on a really bad trajectory with a lot of baggage because they just don't want to be parents. They want to have kids and, away with you, go on about your business there, little one. But I'm with you. I'm at the point now, if I were to get married to a gal, it would either be, I don't know. I don't even think that far ahead, because after 40 some years, you just don't think. Let's see. If I knew The Boys wasn't complete, I would have started it. I like to watch stuff that already ended, so I don't have to keep thinking about it. Yeah, I'm very much the same way. Not necessarily about the boys in particular, but just in general. I like to, whether it's like a book trilogy or whatever it is, I like to know that it's done so that if I do want to binge it, I can finish it and not be like, oh, don't leave me hanging. You can read the comic, but the story is different. Over here, it's the opposite. If you live here, there's a chance your dad won't die before he sees your spawn. If you live here, there's a chance your dad won't die before he sees your spawn. Oh, there's a chance you'll be a granddad, right? Is that what you're saying? And since Black Noir got unalived, the ending is going to probably be different. Oh, wait. Wait. Are you talking about the artist or the comic guy? Oh, you're talking about just the comic book ended? It doesn't look like anybody. Black Noir. Oh, maybe you're talking about the company. Oh no, it's a main antagonist. Oh, okay. So you're saying in the. Oh, okay. The character. Okay. So in the series, the character is the big bad, but in the comic, but in the series, he's gone. So it has to be different then, obviously, I guess. Good. I thought you were saying that the creator of the comic is no longer with us, and so it's going to be taken off in a different direction. Like, you want me to raise kids? There's a whole heap of stuff you could be doing that you are not. Let's see. Macro is saying in a very measured and respectful way, I understand you. No fact evades me. It was a joke. Thanks. Oh no, Macro, let me explain it to you now, because clearly you didn't get it. Lactaid. That's a good question. I have not tried that, Lagmeister, but I have heard that it is indeed supposed to be the cure for what ails us in terms of the lactate. But I have not tried it myself. And honestly, almond milk and the other milks, they taste different than regular milk. So I don't think lactate would vary enough in flavor for me to not be appreciative of it. But it just comes down, and then it comes down to like a lot of the cereal. Like, I think I got it from Sprouts or something. I actually got like organic corn flakes. Definitely very different taste, probably a lot healthier, but it just kind of struck me like very few cereals are actually healthy, with what they put in them and stuff. So it was part of it for me. Part of it was the gassiness or whatever, but then it's also like and it does get expensive. Like Great Grains is one of the ones that I like, but the small box, the tiny boxes of cereal, it's like $6. I get like 2 bowls out of it, and again, the calorie count's pretty high. Doesn't have a crap ton of nutrients in it. It's like, if I'm gonna get bloaty and uncomfortable, it better damn well be for a good reason. Oh, no kidding, Macro. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yep. No, I do remember. I did. I actually should. Well, I don't think I knew about Iraq, but I knew. Yeah. Because there was a whole thing where a guy in the UK who did some really horrible things to a child, the UK is not going to deport him because he also apparently he's an alcoholic, and because they believe that he would not be able to get good treatment for his alcoholism in the country where he's from, because they don't allow drinking, they're not going to export him. They're not going to send him away. And they're also, I think he got like a year or 2 for it. So yeah, a very tragic story, very, very irksome story in that way. But I did learn, there are places in the world where drinking is forbidden. I don't know if it's entirely, but at least culturally for many of the places. Also, because of my metabolism, the sugar in my blood gets processed quickly. So I'm half immune to diabetes. Nice. Sounds like you got some superpowers there, Macro. I mean, they're not the sexy ones, you know. It may make it hard to, you know, do things, but it does seem like you're genetically disposed to being less at risk of unseen afflictions. We'll just call them afflictions because eventually they become seen. I got to roll out. It was fun hanging out later. All right, Lagmeister, thank you so much, man. Again, thanks for the 3 months. Appreciate you. And yeah, we'll be talking about Wednesday. Like I said, or you two just continue doing what you're doing and I'll hop in when I can. You should practice with save states and use them like every 15 seconds. I should, yeah. Yeah, but then I gotta figure out. But I gotta get the what do you call it? The blah 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 blah. The emulator. I gotta get the emulator to be able to do that. And I don't have that yet. Haven't looked into that too much. I had one at one point, but I got away from it. So, or I guess there's a modification for the Nintendo you can get to do that. But anyway, I'd have to get something in addition to what I have in order to do save states, and I just don't have that yet. These are like the only benefits of being skinny. Otherwise, it's mental hell. Oh my gosh. Technical mod vids for popular products are really high view usually. Technical mod vids for popular products. Not everyone can make them. Oh, right. Yeah. Black Noir is, here we go. Is a ninja character. And in the show, he dies, but in the comic, there's this whole long backstory that ultimately leads to something major. Oh, okay. Yeah, the price of exterior is ridiculous as hell. Everything is everywhere. It's just under the table. Everything is underwear. It's just under the table. Like in China, weed is totally banned, but you can get hash from the Uyghurs. Next stream, Macro. There will definitely be a Friday stream. Like I said, I'm willing to take suggestions if there's something you want to see or something we want to do. I mean, Denise came up with the Hangman for last week. We did that pretty well. I think Underhill got us stumped. So did Michael Bailey. Lagmeister, I think we got stumped on most of them, but we did manage to pull it out before anybody got hung. But yeah, so next Friday, social event, just call it that. I don't know what we'll be doing. It sounds like maybe doing a stream with Lagmeister and Carlos on Wednesday, but that's not a given. I tried, as soon as I know that there's a stream coming, I do try to put a placeholder or something up there, like something that's saying, hey, a stream will be on that day. So if I am going to do it on Wednesday, I'll know by Tuesday, probably. But you can bank on next Friday. Like unless something crazy happens with the client that I'm working with, and I have to give that precedence if it does happen. But it would have to be, it would have to be a particular circumstance for me to not be able to do this. So definitely next Friday. I got honey flavored cornflakes, by the way. Darn you and your iron stomach and leanness. Enjoy those. I don't know what I'm going to eat, but it's not cornflakes. What am I going to eat? Oh, I actually asked my mom to make shepherd's pie. I think I'm going to have shepherd's pie. So I can't complain. I can eat shepherd's pie. I can enjoy shepherd's pie. Funny how with streamers becoming TV now, we are back to television schedule more or less, right? All right, Macro. Take care. Good hanging out. But yeah, it is true. And that was actually part of my thing I was like, I'm treating this like a job, but it's not. And I need to give myself room to do other stuff. But shepherd's pie, well, the version that I'm used to is kind of like ground beef, carrots, like diced up carrots, peas, potato. It can be either chopped up potatoes or like mashed potatoes, but potatoes of some kind. And then you put it in a crust, like a pie, like a breaded crust. That's the version I know. I think there's other versions. The UK probably has a different one, but oh, nice, Underhill. Sweet. Well, hey, let me know. Do you have a channel up yet? But I'm so busy trying to move right now. Yeah, Macro. Yeah, it's just think of it as a very thick very thick stew, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, let me know when you do it. If you want to launch something, we can give it some playtime or give it some loving here. Point people to it. Happy to do that. If when you got something, let us know. There you go. Running RPG, Man on the Mountain interactive RPG. Like on Twitch with viewer interactivity. Interesting. Oh. Wait. So meaning like you're the RPG character and the chat not controls you, but tells you to do stuff? Is that like a normal thing, or is that just something you kind of came up with? It's interesting. So like RPG, so like leveling up kind of thing, and I mean, it sounds fascinating as heck. Forest of Wires. Questiny, to begin a journey into a limitless universe of entertainment, experience the enchanted world of a strange wizard of imagination. All the adventures. That sounds. Oh, that's a commercial. How do I skip this one? Can I not skip the commercial? I can't skip the commercial.
With a Minecraft movie meal.
Minecraft is another one that I missed. Way too old to appreciate Minecraft. I had Legos. Minecraft can't compete with Legos. Legos were the bomb diggity. Oh, come on. What is this? Like, how many? Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait. Oh, is this? No? All right, never mind. I'll check it out later. That's why I haven't been on Twitch for a while. I'm like, I'm not interested in watching like 16 commercials to get to a video. Like, you want to play, the first 10 seconds or whatever, but all right, Macro. Okay, but I have programming ability to make this really cool and interactive. Gotcha. Less visual than this. All right, so I'll check it out. I will check it out, Underhill, so that I have a good idea of what you're saying. But okay, that makes more sense that it is going to be in a digital environment, not you're like, okay, I woke up. What do you want me to do, chat? Take a dump. Okay, I'll take a dump. So, but I'll take a gander at it. Oh, I want to really use the actual world. Oh, okay. So it would be that then. Leverage the remote place and do a robot from the future, post-apocalyptic thing. Ah, okay. I don't know, something. Hey, hey, that's how the ideas start. You go, okay, I want to do this. I'll figure it out as I go. Look, what do you got to lose, right? I mean, and heck, 9,001 ideas. Well, that's good, because inspiration and passion and purpose are in short supply. So I don't know what will gel up. Well, here's the fun thing, Underhill. A lot of people, even good-natured ones, kind of like the trial and error process. So you'll probably have people just as interested as you try to figure out what you're doing as they are when you figure it out. So part of it's because it's something brand new, and part of it's just because you like to see people trying stuff out and learning from their mistakes, and sometimes it can be darn funny. So you're in good shape there, because if it's unique enough, people will watch it just to be like, dude, last time he did blah 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 and it was hilarious, and then he figured out blah blah blah, and now it's all good. But yeah. Anyway, I gotta go because somehow I have been able to hold back all this tea for 5 hours, and I can hold it back no more. But pleasure to talk with you as always, Underhill and Macro, and everybody else who was here earlier, and indeed you as well, Underhill. We'll talk to you soon.